mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean
Open Mic. We are live. Join the debate, join the discussion. Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We are live. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. DPA. We are live. We are live. We are live.
Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 88. 88. And crazy, 88 already. So yeah, this is a new opening, and so because the previous music that I used, which is actually a stock music, the royalty free one, that guy, for some reason recently, the past few weeks, keep copy striking us, and then we have to keep sending appealing, and then he'll release, and then he'll do it again the next week. So I decided to just change the music. So yeah, so we have a totally new opening. Took me quite some time to make it, like half a day. So anyway, hope the volume is all right. Is it too loud or too soft, or no? Yeah. So and as usual, this DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple DPA's platform on Twitter, YouTube Open Mic, YouTube on the DPA Open Mic channel, Rumble on the DPA Open Mic channel, on X, which is Twitter, Telegram, as well as Twitch. So we go to I'm going to drop the link so you can discuss of the latest things that have happened over the past week. And so the link to join, this is not on the main channel, it's only on the DPA Open Mic channel, and I haven't shared the link on the main channel and the war channel, so I need to go and do it. So I'm gonna drop the link and pin it on Rumble, and then now I have pinned it on the YouTube channel, and yes, I pinned it on the live chat of the YouTube channel, and I'm gonna drop it also in Twitch as well. Yep. So pin it. Yep. So until end of stream. Okay. So I'm always blurred. Okay, cool. Why am I so blurred? No, maybe it's the mic. So anyway, some bizarre things. No, of course we have the major thing, which is the Donald Trump's Phoenix-like return to politics, and he have chosen a pretty surprising pick for VP, JD Vance, and so that was a surprise to me, because I've never heard of this person before, because the US politics is just too big. There's too many people. So but it looks like a decent pick. It looks like a pretty good pick. A lot of the commentators, US political commentators, are pretty happy with the pick, particularly people who are pro Trump, and also Ukraine did a very weird thing. Ukraine stopped oil supply to Slovakia and Hungary, and which is weird, because Ukraine actually needed Slovakia and Hungary to sell them electricity, which would then be generated by this oil. And hi, Vaughn. Oop, he's gone. He pressed the wrong button. Yeah, so it's a little bit weird from Ukraine, and honestly, when you cut oil supply in this way, is an act of war. It's almost like an act of war, because you're conducting some kind of like a blockade on another country, and that's an act of war. So clearly, of course, there will be no war between Hungary, Slovakia, and Ukraine. But the problem is Ukraine is conducting in this kind of very rogue state diplomacy, and it's almost like dealing with the Houthis, which is not a proper country. It's like a rogue state. Or you're dealing with maybe the Libyans, rebel forces, or you're dealing with the Taliban, not the modern day Taliban, but maybe the yesteryear Taliban. It's like dealing with a rogue state where they don't operate on international norms or diplomatic norms. They just cut. Despite that, Hungary and Slovakia is part of the EU, and it's like EU is the main supporter of Ukraine in the Ukraine war, and then they cut the supply, but they are supposed to buy, they wanted to buy electricity from Hungary and Slovakia and another two countries which I can't remember who, which needs this oil to generate the electricity. I don't know. Should Hungary go to war with Ukraine, or or start to stop all this help to Ukraine, because in retaliation, because honestly even Poland and Hungary, Poland and Ukraine have their own differences and whatnot. So yeah, up my volume. Whoops. Just put the mic nearer. So, hi, Vaughn. No sound.
Hey, Wyatt.
Yay.
Yeah, I just been watching your last update.
Oh, okay. So, nobody want to come on today. I picked the wrong day. You see, I listened to you. I chose today. But yesterday I was actually
you're not doing an open mic?
Yeah, this open mic.
Well, I just told some people in the voice chat you were starting if they wanted to come on.
Oh, okay. So no, if not this, it will become a monologue. I will be like DPA Open Mic, just me talking.
Well, I mean, we could start, but I mean, figure a few people. I mean, you could start at Crinky.
Yeah.
Or we could talk about Trump for a minute, I mean, the latest thing is there's some theories there was a second shooter, and there's supposedly audio analysis, and it's probably less crazy than last weekend, but probably crazier in some ways, because I don't think anyone's really going to find out what happened. Maybe if Trump elected, and they'll do a real investigation, but I'm sure you've seen all the YouTube guys, the snipers, doing reenactments and telling you how it's not possible or suspicious. Or how they would, if they were the Secret Service, how they would do it.
Because I've been through range before, in the army. 100 meters is already, the head is already so small. No, don't talk about like 150 meters. It's like, you want to aim for the ears? It's like, no.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, even if you were like a super sniper, I mean, my thing is you always just aim for the body.
Yep.
You aim at the neck and the bullet drops into your chest cavity. I really didn't know a lot about the guy. I mean, he's been around. I've heard about him. I never really considered him seriously. I never really have a problem with him because, like I said, I don't know enough about him to not like him or like him. I kind of always thought it would be Vivek Ramaswamy, maybe, or Tim Scott. But he seemed like he could be an interesting pick and definitely kind of sets a tone. I mean, he wouldn't talk to Zelensky. He's pretty vocal about the funding. I guess he's talking about reevaluating all the foreign aid. So on the surface, it looks good. And I know he's got ties to the deep state and other people, but it's kind of at the point, even Trump in some ways is a swamp creature, maybe not the DC swamp, but he runs with the swamp people. He's just not as nasty as them, and he probably still cares about his country. So, I mean, if you're a scumbag and you care about your country and you're in the government, I guess that's a good thing, but and it's better than just somebody making money like Lindsey Graham or Mitch McConnell, or whoever, just profiting off of it and starting wars. But, like I've said before, I'd rather have 50% of something than 100% of nothing. And you kind of got to make the political deals you got to make and get the people in. And, hopefully Trump can get a few things done and keep things going in the right way. And the next guy will continue it or improve it, or, that's the problem. We don't have a continuous, flow of, of a goal. Like, one guy gets elected, then the next guy gets elected, and he undoes everything the other guy did. You look at places like China or Russia, they have long-term plans, and the figurehead guy is important, but as long as he's making sure the plan is getting done, then they keep him. If he doesn't, then he gets retired and the next guy comes in. But the plan doesn't really change. I'm sure their long-term goals are always going to be the same, other than what they have to tweak based on the current, geopolitics. But if they want to build X number of dams in 50 years, they'll probably do it, and it won't be arguing about it every 2 years or 4 years because there was some election in the party. So they have that advantage. But it'll be interesting to see what happens. I mean, you still got 90 some days to keep trying to get him.
Yeah. CIA is getting Vaughn. Vaughn is lagging very badly. Hi, Nunya. You're muted.
Oh, hey, how are you?
I wonder if there's a room for shooters, and the guy comes in and is like, "Okay, number 27, you're up."
Speaking of the CIA, I had to get my passport renewed, right? So I dropped it off, did all the paperwork a few weeks ago, and they were supposed to send it to my house by yesterday or Friday. And I got a call Friday. Yeah, you got to give us a call. We have some questions for you. So I was like, oh, they got me.
Uh-oh. Have you been on this show called DPA Open Mic?
So I got to give them a call tomorrow morning to see what the problem is.
Uh-oh.
Who knows? Maybe it's your love of Trudeau, and they want to give you a medal.
That must be it. They're
going to invite you to the parliament so that you can get a standing ovation.
They say, we hear you like Trudeau. You're the guy, eh? we just wanted to reach out to you and make sure that you were an actual human being.
Yeah, just show up dressed like Aladdin in blackface. You'll be a hit.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure out what's going on tomorrow.
Oh my God.
Did anybody have any issues with the computer stuff, with work or at home? The CrowdStrike crap? I think the only thing I had an issue with was a time clock thing. But it was just I couldn't log in and check my hours, so it wasn't like the end of the world.
I was reading today, it was only 8.5 million users. And the media coverage of it on Friday, you wouldn't know if it was this massive event. But when I read about 8.5 million, that doesn't sound like a whole lot of users to me, So
I was at church yesterday morning. There were some guys in front of me that I guess they're in IT, and they were talking about it. And I mean, I don't know shit about it, so forgive me if I slaughter the terms. But I believe he was talking about, I guess, the problem from CrowdStrike. He said it got pushed out from CrowdStrike. It was like a packet. And if you got this packet and opened it, you were fucked. But he said they knew about it because maybe they started later in the day, so they hadn't turned their shit on. He said they started in safe mode, deleted this packet, and then rebooted everything, and they were fine. But they said you had to, isolate it, before you opened it and all that. If you didn't know and you just opened it, then you were screwed. So I guess, maybe that's why it wasn't as big as 8 million is not really a lot if you think about how many computers there are. And, if somebody had an automated email system that opens shit and posts it, maybe that's why it spread through some places. Or, dumbass government employees. Oh, I want a card from Walmart, and they open it. But from what it sounds like, if you didn't open this packet, then you didn't get affected. But somebody with way more computer stuff could talk about that.
I wonder how many people get sacked over this installation of the patch. It's because they just double click and then the whole airport goes down. What?
But I mean, after hearing those guys talk, it sounds like it wasn't. I mean, it was bad, but it wasn't like a big deal, like some crisis thing they couldn't fix. It was more like if you knew what the problem was, you could fix it. It was just a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I just randomly read that you just need to go into safe mode and undo the go back to the restore point or something. I don't know, but it looks bad though. No, it went blue but I don't know what's the extent. It doesn't seem to be a big news in my part of the world. No, I didn't see people talking about it.
Yeah, no, we didn't have any problems where I am. So
Yeah, I mean, I heard more about it on Telegram and other places than I heard anybody that I know having problems. I mean, obviously, people at the airports had problems, and the few guys I heard talk about it at church sounds like they had some issues, but they didn't seem like they were sweating bullets.
Oh, bit. Okay. So there was some guy that came in the backstage and then he just left. Like, that's weird. Okay. Oh, he's back. Okay. Yeah. So, oh, you're muted, Vaughn. You're muted.
Oh, that's the guy that's going to do Nunya's interview for the passport. It's just easier to do it. No.
Hi, Sash Soko.
Hello, what's up?
Yeah, introduce yourself.
Yeah, do it intro, man.
Yeah, my name is Soko. Let's stay by that. Yeah, I'm 30 years old from Germany, doing some stuff. Have you guys seen the video from At Point Consciousness about the second shooter?
no.
Is that the one with the older guy that's bald?
No, it's not even about the water tower. There is a video.
Not sure. Not too sure. I did see some channels talking about some conspiracy about that like the certain angles of the shot is impossible. Like there must be another shooter, but I'm not too sure. What we do seem to have is that I did see on Twitter that there was this confirmation that the local police sniper also fired, but he missed. Then after that, the special secret service then got the guy. But it's not the shoot. These are not the snipers that is in the video. The one not behind Trump.
No.
They were and other teams in other places.
As I have seen from Point Consciousness, it's the guy behind the shooter. He was in the hall, in the building.
Yeah, I mean, I saw what you're talking about, but the thing is you've got to figure. It's hard to tell from the angle if that window clears the roof line and gives that guy line of sight above the shooter to.
Actually, he already did a real good job in 3D modeling the whole shit show.
I mean, there was a report that there was a bullet fired from a farther distance, but I don't really know how they would know that unless somebody was going by some audio thing. But if there was two shooters, and let's say the guy that's dead is the fake shooter. Well, then the second guy's a pro. And the only way that works, if you want to try to cover it up and blame the dead guy, is the second shooter would have to have been parallel, like you're saying, in that window. But if you go to that long building behind the gymnasium, it's got the same peaked roof. It's just, and from the far left corner, you've got a pretty clear little window to shoot into that area. And you're really think about it. All you got to do is have this guy offset from the shooter, like this. Those trajectories will be close enough. No one's going to seriously question the dead sniper. We got him, Trump's dead, blah, blah, blah. It's a horrible tragedy. But, the water tower is bullshit because the angle of the bullets would be way steeper. So I don't know if that's a shadow or maybe some law enforcement person was up there. But that doesn't mean he could see the guy either. He could have been in the middle and not had a view down. But I kind of think if there was a second shooter, it'd have to be, like you said, either in that window. My only hang up with that is the line of sight. But I think that long building behind the gymnasium would be a likely spot. Because if we're going to go with two shooters, the second guy has to be a pro, which means he knows how to conduct the survey. He's going to hit his target. He knows how to infiltrate. I'm not a sniper. I would have got a sheet of fabric or something, or tarp, painted that color, and climbed up, and I could have laid there. They didn't have no drones apparently, and that way, if anyone did see it, if it's a heavy piece of cloth. I mean, the Russians use thermal blankets. Doesn't have to be thermal. It just has to kind of be white colored, and to the naked eye, you don't see it. So that if the second guy's a professional, he makes that shot, no problem. and he just got lucky. You know, Trump got lucky and turned his head because that shot was going to drill him right in the fucking side of the head and blow the back of his head out. So that's the only thing I'm thinking of, is where he could have been, but I haven't seen enough that convinces
Hey, guys.
me totally that there's a second shooter.
There's breaking news.
Guys, looks like Biden's out.
Yep, breaking news. So Joe
Fuck
Biden
yeah.
have announced on Twitter 46. So that's just like 10 minutes ago, less than 10 minutes ago. So he posted my how should I do that?
Now I know why all these old blue hairs
Do you
are
want me
crying
to,
in
do you
the
want me to
street.
read it?
I can
My
share the
fellow
screen
Americans.
too.
How do you share?
I share.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Oops. Let me. Yeah. Whoops. Okay. So, my fellow Americans, over the past 3.5 years, I don't know how to imitate him though. We have made great progress of a nation. So, blah 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 blah. So it's not important. He said that none of these good things that he said can be done without the American people. Together, they overcame the pandemic, economic crisis, and then preserve democracy, maybe, and so revitalize and strengthen alliances around the world and smashing Ukraine. So, it's his great honor to serve as president, and while his intention is to seek re-election, he said that it's the best interest of the Democratic Party and the country for him to step down and fulfill his duties as president for the remaining of the term. So he said he will speak later this week about his division, and I think he's getting forced out. So
yeah.
So he want to thank Kamala Harris for being an extraordinary partner, and appreciation to American people, faith and trust, and then there is nothing America can't do, and they will do it together. So just to remember, they are the United States of America. So he signed /R 13 rules. So okay, that's it.
What the fuck?
Bye,
it's funny,
Felicia.
The MSNBC, CNN haven't broken it yet. Yeah, they haven't even broken it yet. Just goes to show how useless.
Hey man, you gotta wait. You gotta wait till all those old women get home from like the Cracker Barrel and shit. Sunday, they're eating Cracker Barrel and maybe having some potato salad and a glass of wine. Got to get them ready. Get the lube.
Well, I mean,
you're looking at Kamala Harris as the likely successor. I mean, by right. But there's also talk of Hillary, and Obama wants an open convention or negotiated a convention. So, I heard two people won't run with her if she's on the ticket: Whitmer and Newsom.
Mm-hmm. My bet is that Hillary Clinton is going to be nominated at the DNC convention in August. Probably.
I'd imagine.
I'm not very sure about it, but my bet is on Clinton.
My bet's on Harris. I think the Democrats have realized that they've lost this one, so why break out somebody else, right?
Okay.
Yeah, my point is you get Harris and you pick a loser like Buttigieg as her VP. Because she's a loser, nowhere for the future of the Democrats. Buttigieg is a joke. He's a nowhere guy. He's not going to be an up-and-coming talent. That way you save Newsom for 28 or Whitmer. And you're going to lose to Trump, so you let Kamala lose and Buttigieg lose, and they go off in the sunset, fuck off.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the most easiest thing to do, because they're not going to do Trump.
I don't even think that Newsom is going to get voted.
Candidate.
Well, we have to understand that this has just as much to do about fundraising as it does anything, right? So they want to get as much fundraising dollars as they can, effectively, to support their next election. So I think that that's a big consideration here too. They weren't getting the funding with Biden on the ticket. I read somewhere that the donations were down by like 75% or something in the month. So
Well, there was also reports that large donors were flat
Yeah.
out refusing to donate anymore. So
Mm.
I mean, it's been building since the debate, and then I think maybe the assassination pushed some people like, "Hey, dude, you're not here. Things are kind of getting out of hand. We need somebody that can talk, and this is scary."
Kamala.
Kamala.
They
over
must really hate Kamala.
well, how could you not?
Well, yeah,
Right?
that's right. How can you not? She did so much bad shit things. It's impossible to vote her, actually. Same goes for Newsom, especially after the tweet from.
I mean, they're not gonna waste a guy like that because they're too.
Yeah.
He's an up and coming talent, and they're not going to beat Trump. So why?
Well,
I don't
this-
think
this
Newsom
is
is a talent, though.
This is all about-
doing a campaign is not a waste; it's a practice. I mean, it's funny in the perspective that it's a waste that you can lose because you can see that majority of winners actually had to participate in a presidential election for a few times before they achieved success. It's a usual practice. I think everyone is aware of it. That you need few times to practice to get your face recognition. That's the most important part, face recognition, right? Being a candidate. So to be taken serious after a while. So that's a normal practice. There's nothing wasteful about it. So many like Bernie Sanders participated what 5-6 times. He never achieved anything, but he was participating. Like how many Biden times did go for campaign for the primary? How many times? 10 times. Well, not really 10 times, but multiple times. As far as I know, like since what 96 he was in the primaries, and then every time he was in the primaries, so he participated 10 times to become a president, right?
I think
So
his first was
it's
back
regular
in.
practice.
I think his first was back in '88, if I'm not mistaken. Like he's been
Possibly,
doing it a long
yeah.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, possibly. So it's not a waste when someone goes for a campaign. It's a good practice, but Kamala is have a problem of pretending to be something that she's not. She never had a big campaign for votes. She used to be what, district attorney, and she was pretty good at it. So she just did her job, and I think they say that she was qualified for it properly, and doing no gates, no bad words about it. So she's just pretending to be someone else when she's speaking. So you can see that she's looking what she needs to say to satisfy democratic establishment or Democrats establishment of the Democrats Party to say what they want to hear, which is problematic if you have to be suddenly thrown into a campaign and talking what they want to hear. Well, when she was in primaries, she didn't seem that stupid. Now she is looking stupid. But when you see her previous interviews, kind of normal, right? Just not simplistic. Just like very detailed attorney type, right? So very formal, which is normal for an attorney. That's a good job. So she would receive the money, campaign money, immediately for if she was chosen to be the Democratic nominee. So that's a kind of benefit. Otherwise, everyone else have to borrow the money against this money that's being collected in Biden-Harris campaign. So they will have to borrow first against it and then receive that money to pay off the loan after the elections. that's the system they have to struggle with in order to just access that money immediately. But to me, it seemed like they should have done it immediately. They should have started primary campaigns, and the to choose who's going to be Democratic nominee, and that will immediately be advertising for the campaign against Trump. Every marketing campaign that they do within the primary also belongs to the main campaign, right? Immediately is affecting the voters as a name recognition. Drew?
I just have a prediction that okay, the Democrats they don't know the word failure. They're not going to. Everybody's saying that they think that they're going to lose, and that they're just going to let a 4-person take the lead and then lose. I don't think that's what they're going to do. They're going to try to win. So they're going to put Michelle Obama there, and Michelle Obama would have a good chance of winning, because all the women will vote for her. Even if I talk to my wife and I say, what happens? They put Michelle Obama. She said, "Oh, Michelle is a good person. Very charismatic. I like her. So regular people would vote for her. There would be a good fight. And then to get Kamala to stand out of the way, I think what they'll do is Biden, like with about 1 or 2 months to go before his presidency is up, he's going to step down. And then Kamala will be the first female president of the United States for like a couple of months, and then that would satisfy her, because she would basically be like go down in history as the first female president in the United States, and then she has that huge pension and all that recognition and everything, so that would satisfy her. So I think I think they'll put Michelle Obama there. Yeah. Okay. Bye bye.
Well, if you look though at Biden's, sorry, Don, go ahead.
First round.
I was just going to say on Kamala real quick, her biggest vulnerability is going to be her time as district attorney, because she over-prosecuted blacks. She was harsh on marijuana. She joked about smoking marijuana. She held prisoners past their prison sentences to make them work and fight fires in California. So like I said, she's a dead-end candidate, and if they're not planning on winning, she's perfect to dump off with some other deadweight sidekick. But yeah, I think she might actually hurt Democrats in the black vote, because you could really play up the whole marijuana thing that she was a big part of.
Was she also
and then you've got you've got the personal life, stories too, about what she did to get around through the state government and stuff like that. So I'm just saying, I think, like I said, she's a dead-end candidate, so why not run her if you're not going to win? Because she's not gonna be president in 2028 or 2032 or anything like that. She's not even smart enough to be on the cabinet. So, nobody's gonna donate tons of money for her, run out and vote for her. So
she was too tough on criminals. Was she too tough on immigrants too?
She just got a lot of bad stuff she did with the drug war crime stuff. But that's where she's vulnerable, because that's what Tulsi Gabbard hit her with, and that's kind of what knocked her out of the primary, was just the drug stuff in California and what she did. And plus they had, she was on tape laughing about smoking weed, and then you go look at how many people she threw in prison for that. So that's where she's, I think, vulnerable. Nunya.
Well, I think with respect to Harris, we also need to consider too, it's a fundraising thing to get rid of Biden. It's also a House of Representatives and a Senate thing to get rid of Biden. They couldn't keep Biden on the ticket because he was affecting the House and the Senate races. So getting Biden off the ticket was necessary to try to preserve whatever sort of leadership position they have in both the House and the Senate. Now, with respect to Harris, I think that I mean, we know that she's a lame duck candidate, but but that's exactly why she was put in there. Like, it's like we were saying earlier, you're not going to burn up using a Newsom or somebody in an election that's, a foregone conclusion at this point. I think that Harris, and to Euro's point earlier, as long as she stays on script, she's actually not bad in a debate. Her biggest problem is when she goes off script and she just ends up saying really stupid things. But I think as long as they keep Harris in that position, as long as she can minimize the gaffes, as long as she can stay on script, and then the Democrats can focus on the real races, which are in the House and the Senate, I think that that's about as effective as she can possibly be right now. And I think that that's probably what they'll do. Try to minimize her as much as possible and focus on the House and the Senate.
I think I actually said opposite, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, I think you said she was an idiot, but you also said that she wasn't a bad debater, right?
When she's natural, when she's herself, she can put sentences and points together. But when she's trying to stay on the script, she just turns out stupid.
Oh, I see her as totally
So-
the opposite, man. Like when she goes off script, that's when she starts to cackle and laugh and do all these crazy things that people kind of don't like about her. But I think she's actually not bad at sticking to a script. As long as people don't ask her any follow-up questions or anything, she might not be bad in a debate.
I mean, really, if with this line of talk, her biggest thing is just she needs to be well prepped for a debate, because that's where, like you said, that's where people are going to try to get her. Like, where's the oblast of such and such in Slovakia, and shit like that. Her thing will just be good debate prep, but they're probably going to be guessing at what kind of shit they're going to throw at her. Because I mean, with like I said, her political background in California, they could throw shit at her like that if they want to be nasty, and they could bring up all that kind of crap, and then the gap she had in Europe and stuff like that when she went over there with NATO and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I don't know. She just probably has to be really well prepped, and then she probably would do pretty good. Because I mean, she is a politician. She did navigate those systems through California and the DNC to get there, even if she wasn't their first choice. She has to have some political skill.
I just want to say I think you guys are underestimating Camilla's oral talent. From what I heard, apparently it's unparalleled. She's got mad skills. So don't underestimate that woman, because that she's all the rage about that. But one of the things I did hear, an interesting theory from Jim Rickards. I don't know if any of you guys know who he is, but he said there's one far out theory. He kind of said what Drew said briefly about how the Democrats don't quit, like they're relentless, like they don't care, they're all in there, and also they tend to be short-sighted as well. But one of the things that they could do, which, believe it or not, this is legal under the U.S. Constitution, is run a or run a Harris Obama, as in Barack Obama, ticket, which does not violate the 22nd Amendment. The 22nd Amendment simply says you cannot be elected to president twice, but
You can be forever vice president.
you can be. Well, I mean, look, there's precedent for this, and indirectly, you got to remember, Gerald Ford was never elected to office, nor was his vice president, who was Rockefeller, was not elected either. So this is not a violation of the Constitution. And think how, because I don't think Michelle Obama wants to be president. I don't think she has the interest, nor do I believe she would be able to. I think a lot of people view her as like really radical. She sounds like the angry black woman to a lot of people in the United States. Where Barack Obama, one of the reasons he was so successful when he ran was he seemed like the safe black man, so nice and, so well-spoken and, such a fine athlete, to, the Dave Chappelle kind of joke. So he didn't seem very threatening. That's kind of the way Obama
Hey.
came across.
Hey, John, he was clean. Remember that
Yes.
comment from Biden? He was
Biden,
clean.
he's clean. He's black people
Yeah.
are actually clean. Apparently, this is news to Obama that they actually take showers. So that's why this is just a wild card out there. But that's how crazy, because the Democrats at this point are a little desperate, right? I mean, what's going to happen? Because Camilla, they can't just pass her over. Like they gotta, because that's going to be ruffle. It's because I'm a black woman and all this kind of stuff, right? But think about that. What's the one thing the Democrats could do to reinvigorate their party? Have a Harris-Obama ticket. I mean, can you imagine that?
That
Mind
would
blown.
make headlines for sure. I think it's unlikely, but it would definitely make some headlines.
Yeah, it's unlikely, but
You think Hunter Biden is in charge now?
No.
It's Jill Biden.
Kamala
Yeah,
2024.
Yeah, probably.
Come on, John. Really, John? Kamala 2024? I mean, dude, put Slava Ukraine like you always do. Come on, dude. Even I know you don't believe that bullshit.
Yeah, I'm quite sure he's a troll. I don't believe he believes what he believes. He's too consistent.
Well, we must save democracy. The whole world depends on it. We have to save democracy. You guys have to understand that.
You must understand of
Isn't
what
that
it can be, unburdened by what it has been. No, I'm following
Isn't
what
that
Kamala
the
Harris
same-
said.
Because she said what was the other one she had? Well, tomorrow is today, and today will be tomorrow, like it is today.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, yeah, this circular logics. I like it. It took me a long time to try to understand what it means. What can be unburdened by what
I
it
still
has
don't
been.
know. Just explain it to me, because I don't know.
So basically, is whatever happened in the future has nothing it's not related to what happened in the past. That's all. So yeah. So Kamala can be the president unburdened by the fact that she have shitty election results.
Because what happened in the past doesn't mean the future. And yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So she just used a very complicated way to say a simple thing, So
Basically, you can forget your past and you won't be doomed to repeat it.
Yeah.
I like these new rules we keep that the universe is showing us.
Well, the exciting thing is that there probably will be. Garrett is here. We got a communist on board here, so let's hear what he has to think about this. Like, how does this affect Antifa?
Is it okay for me to speak?
Yeah, go for it.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
I haven't obviously I've been hasting with the logon, so I haven't heard the last couple of minutes. So I don't know what would affect Antifa. So I don't know how to respond to that. What I came out to say though was that I don't know why the assumption is that the election is a foregone conclusion, because the last polling I saw had Trump only 1% ahead, which is within the margin of error. He doesn't seem to have had much of a bump, if any, from his near miss. And I don't think that it really matters to the most of the Democrat voters who the candidate is. It's an anti-Trump vote, not a pro-Biden or pro-whoever vote. So I don't think that their numbers are likely to change much to whoever's on the ticket. And
Garrett, just to clarify what you were saying, though, just so you understand why some people think it's a foregone conclusion. The whole electoral college thing. So that's what they were talking about, the quote unquote battleground states, where some of the battleground states before the poll was taken. That's what they mean. Like, if you mean just if you're talking about like polling the whole country, Trump's only like a point or two ahead. But if you look at the states he needs to win, to get to 270 is the famous number. That's where he's boosted, like Pennsylvania. Help me out here, guys. Arizona. What were the other states? Virginia,
Michigan.
It's like Wisconsin,
Michigan.
Michigan,
yeah,
Arizona.
those are the states where the bump has been
Yeah, just
statistically
real quick
significant.
to follow on, John. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is all the state polls is where he's getting his bump. You know, I mean, hell, there's even talk that New York City is competitive now, or New York State.
It's
because
not.
he closed
There's talking, but it's not. 'Cause
Oh,
I heard
I
the
know, but I
same
mean,
bullshit about New Jersey
it closed
too.
to some like ridiculous single-digit lead.
Right. Yeah. He did.
So
He
it's
did
like-
gain ground, but it's
Yeah,
not. He's not gonna
it's
win
not like
fucking
in
New
play,
York.
but
Yeah.
he's
It's
definitely
marginal.
gonna get
It's
that side.
marginal.
But yeah, I
It's
mean,
maybe
there's just
3
a lot
points or
at the
5
state
points.
level.
But he has.
Marginal is what matters
Yeah,
because it's always divided down the middle. So you marginally move it. That's sufficient to be a landslide, to make it a landslide victory.
Hey, Gareth.
Just marginally.
Hey, also with what John was saying, like if you look at like the prediction maps based on the polls for the Electoral College, it's like Trump 370 or something. You know, that's the best case scenario. But just based on
Actually,
the polls, with some of
340.
the swing states leaning his way, he's already looking at around 300. So that's one reason why a lot of people are saying it looks
Yeah, it's
foregone.
more
But
like
obviously,
300. It's not
you
gonna.
know.
It's.
Yeah, I mean, he's just got a lot stacked up right off the bat, and then he's got a lot of states that he's picked up in, or at least got leaning his way. So the momentum's in his favor, I think, is why everyone thinks it.
Well, the other thing too is that you could throw those. But hold on a second, just quickly. Sorry, but we don't know who he's going to be running against, right? Because Biden just stepped down like 10 minutes ago, right? So all these polls are going to have to be redone because we don't know. I mean, I don't even know if the Democrats have decided yet. They probably have, right? But
So Joe Biden 11 minutes ago on X also say that he is putting his full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of the Democratic Party this year.
Okay, well then Trump
What
wins.
the fuck?
Sorry, then Trump wins because that's stupid. That's retarded. There's a bunch of people that they could have picked that could have a shot against Trump. It's she's a woman.
Well, the guy is.
Women even hate her. I mean, she's that's
What
the
they-
stupidest thing I ever heard.
Who'd they pick?
Well, the
Or
guy
who
is
did Biden
retarded.
pick?
The VP.
By Kamala Harris.
Well, I mean, that's the one that made sense because she's in the line of succession. So, and like we said before, if you know you're going to lose and you're going to worry about the Senate and Congress, then you fucking throw those two clowns up, Buttigieg and Kamala. They go away. They get book deals and shit and go do TV shows. And Trump does 4 years. And maybe they keep the Senate by one and pick up in the House, and they can cause trouble, just like they did the first time. You know, I mean, all they got to do is delay Trump.
There's at least 5 Senate seats in play.
Oh, I know, but I mean, think about it. Why waste $10 million on Kamala when you could waste $10 million on a key Senate seat? You know, I mean, think about it. Would you rather have Kamala Harris maybe win or guarantee like Mitch McConnell? It's going to give you what you want. Or Chuck Schumer. I mean, the congressmen and the senators are worth more than Kamala Harris is because she's not going to win. Like you said, nobody likes her.
No, but at the same time, I don't know if the DNC can. I mean, how much say does the presidential nominee have in disbursement of funds from the DNC? I mean,
Well, it makes the most sense for her. Real quick, it makes the most sense for her because she's on the Biden-Harris ticket, so she has access to all the money that's raised under Biden-Harris. So they don't have to do what, like Jure was talking about, go borrow money and basically restart. They can take that money and put it into her campaign. And if people want to donate, then they just donate to the Biden-Harris campaign or the Harris fill-in-the-blank campaign.
Well, I don't know. Is
So
that
that
how
might
it
be one
works?
reason why they did it, too, because that's a lot of money on the table.
Well, but when you voted money, so if all the people who voted money for Biden, all the people who gave money, to Biden to reelect Biden, who decides where that money goes? The DNC, right?
The law.
I think by law, if it's given to the candidate, it has to be spent by that candidate. So she's on the ticket, so she gets access to all that money that her and Biden raised. Then it's up to the DNC to either keep giving them money or give them other access to other income, fundraising. But I mean, I don't know what his war chest is, but if she's the nominee, she gets his war chest, and plus whatever she gets after that.
Well, he didn't
And
have
like
much
Yura
of a war
said,
chest, though. Like
Yura said, because they did that, she doesn't have to borrow money and start over. She's going to start with, what is it, $100 million, a couple $100 million.
Okay, maybe that's the reason they're going with her, because they would have to forfeit that money. If
I think it would almost go in some kind of limbo.
I don't know how that works. I mean, I know there's rules about it. I just have no idea how that works. If
I explained it, so it's very easy, right? But the issue is they already announced a few days ago that it's going to be open primary. So on DNC.
Yeah.
So it wasn't nothing new. I mean, it's already decided that Biden is going to resign.
I like the theory, though. But I like the theory of Kamala. Then the VP candidate is Obama. It's like, it's going to.
You heard it here on the DPA.
It's going to work. It's going to work. It's going to give Trump a big one hell of a fight.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee of a win for Donald Trump.
Yes, still is. Because it's gonna disturb. So who's gonna be the president if that's the case, right? If there's a Harris Obama ticket, so everyone will question. So who's gonna be president? If Obama keeps the power. I mean, keeps the mental power over other.
But it will be exciting, right?
Yeah.
But you'll be exciting, right? It's like the Marvel movies where you have the crossover. There's a superhero from two different generations. They meet together and they fight, and then you say, who is gonna win, man? The two most popular candidates in our recent memory.
I think at this point they need to do that, right? They need to do something bold.
Nanya, Sarge was up. Sarge was
sorry
for a while. Sorry, man.
Yeah, but I don't think it is a good pick to take Obama, because it would be a massive support for Trump. Because he has so much ammunition, so much things he could say against him, and so much things he could do against him. So, I don't know.
I mean, he can always say anything. He always have a lot of ammo to use against any candidate. So what's the problem?
Yeah.
He can
even
say
if
anything.
there's no ammunition, you will just become a tired Soko, tired Soko, or Yeah, they're like, no, low energy.
Trump makes his own ammo. He don't need it. He just makes his own.
You don't need to do anything wrong. You will have a problem. Vaughn, you're muted.
Vaughn.
Oh, somebody else can go.
Bro, long time no see.
Hi, man. How's everyone doing?
Cool.
Good.
Great, good. I just want to say one thing about Trump. I don't think it's in the bag yet. It's a couple of months.
Oh,
it's looking like
sorry.
he'll become president. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a bit soft. So when I try to increase your volume, once I increase the volume, your voice disappears. So I cannot adjust your volume. So you just have to, yeah.
Right. Basically, I was saying Trump's thing's not sealed in the bag. I don't think if there's a chance he might not become president. There's still a lot of months. Yeah, it might 4 months or something.
It's not. What is it? 99 days or whatever it is. I don't know.
Only if they shut the other year, then
Don't even joke like that.
Well, they need to do something bold for sure, because if they just plan on running Harris, that's not going to get them anywhere. I mean, we need to consider that the Democrats have a major reputational issue right now, right? They've been telling people how great Biden is, and they've been hiding all this for God knows how long. If you are a traditional Democratic voter, you'll have your hardcore base, as John mentioned earlier, that are going to vote Democrat regardless. But you've got a whole lot of people who have no trust in that party right now. So I think they would need to do something bold just to get people to consider voting for them, because I would say that running Harris it's about as a sure thing that Trump will be the next president as you can possibly get. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Kamala, you going save Ukraine?
Yeah, I was going to say too. I mean, just because Biden gave the nod to Kamala, and like Yura said, they're talking about an open convention or negotiated convention or something.
Oh shit.
So, I mean, the thing is, it might work to her advantage, like, because everybody assumes she's getting it because she's in the line of succession and she deserves it. And then if they go to the convention and try to, pick somebody else or replace her or, make her the VP candidate and bring in like Michelle Obama or something, it could cause a lot of problems. Plus, you've already got all these threats from the protesters that are going to protest the convention in Chicago. So, I mean, it's, the way they do politics, they might have put it out there, to like kind of get ahead of it and maybe take the wind out of sails of people trying to replace her. Like, because you could piss off the women and black women and everything and turn them against the people that want to replace her or make her smaller on the ticket. So she kind of got to get out front first. So maybe it's a play to kind of make sure she has at least a shot at the convention.
Sarge, I think you're up.
Thanks.
Yes, Sarge.
Yeah, I just saw WikiLeaks posting in X about Kamala Harris, so might be interesting.
Well,
I mean, they have to make a recognition, right? The face. They need,
but
build
that's
up
not
support.
really good shit about her. It's just all the controversies surrounding her.
What? She was tough on crime.
Oh, wait a second. I have to check it a little bit more.
The story that she's tough on crime and maybe even too tough on immigration. I mean, that would be a surprise, but no, it's like open convention would the selection of the new candidate will produce name recognition. How to say, build support behind Kamala. That's the purpose of it, probably. And Biden announcing it means a lot. Who's gonna be next nominee? It's absolutely always does, right?
I mean, think about it. Like you're saying, she's first out of the gate, and she's got the official stamp. She's first out of the gate with the official stamp.
Shabazz, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I was wondering if anyone could pull up Kamala's Twitter account if she sent anything, and two, when was the last time the Democratic Party had an open convention? Does anyone know when that was?
I think it was in the 50s, maybe 52, 57, something like that. It was quite a long time ago. Okay. And I don't remember the outcome, but I just know I believe it was in the 50s.
Well, none of us were alive back then, not even me. So it was a long time ago. So I don't even know how the process works. I mean, people are going to be breaking out, blowing the dust off the rule books and trying to figure out how they do this. So, because the other thing that is like this convention is going to be a shit show, right? Because you have so many of the far left people against what's going on in Israel or Palestine. You know what I mean? And they're going to want their candidate, right? Because isn't there a couple of what about JFK? Like, not RFK Jr.
He's a libertarian, or something.
Yeah,
he's not under the Democrat ticket. Yeah, he's not under the Democrats. He's independent.
Yeah,
but how
he offered himself, but they didn't respond.
How can I comprehend? Yeah, he's offering himself, but they're not liking him. How I comprehend the open convention? It will be like all the candidates will do a kind of self-presentation, a debate, and then electoral votes are voting for their preference. So
won't
that's
they be
how
attacking each other though? Like if they're debating, they're going to be saying that I'm better than you because you screwed this up, or You did that.
Well,
You know
think
what I
about
mean?
this.
Like,
I think they're gonna have speeches, not really a debate, but speeches.
no, I know what you mean,
right?
but I mean, like they're going to
Yeah.
take pot shots at each other, right? Because some of these people don't like
Probably,
each
yeah.
other. So
Well, I mean, it could be something too where, I mean, the smart candidates, yeah, I mean, yeah, they want red meat, but think about it. Why sit there and rip on Trump? Trump's the devil, Trump's Hitler, blah, blah, blah. Let some candidates do that. That'll probably turn off a lot of the Democratic voters because they want to hear somebody's like, hey, I'm going to do this. I got to beat Trump, and then I'm going to do this, this, and this. They don't want to hear some guy, you know, who hates Trump more? Me? No, Kamala hates him more. No, Pete he hates him. You know, it's like, I think people would rather hear somebody talk about what they're going to do. So I think the smart Democratic candidate won't really lay into Trump. They'll just lay out their vision for their agenda and let the kind of clown hack politicians sit up there and orange man bad and,
who's
and
that?
try to
Who's
show off
the
how much,
smart one?
like virtue signal how much they hate Trump and try to think that's going to win. Because, I mean, even people that are Democrats, they still got to buy groceries and pay rent and all that shit too. And they know Biden ain't doing it for them.
Yeah, and the one other thing, like that old joke by James Carville, it's the economy, stupid. Let's be honest, the economy of the United States is going to be getting worse, not better, between now and election. So
I mean, really, that is the smart play. If they have to do like what you're saying, a little debate-ish thing, is the guys that show what they want to do versus how much they hate Trump will probably be the one that gets picked or added to Kamala's ticket if she's the automatic. But I've also heard too, a lot of people say Michelle Obama has zero interest in it.
yeah, why would she want to be? I mean, she's
And
making.
like they
She
said,
lives
she's
under.
not like really a people person either. So
Yeah, and I don't think she would help the. I mean, I don't think Camilla would either. I mean, but Michelle
no, and
Obama.
I heard people say too, like with Michelle Obama, she really parlayed her 8 years into being able to make money and retire and do what she wants, and she's pretty much set for life. So she really doesn't have any reason to go back into that shithole. I mean,
she has nothing to gain and
she
everything
can pull
to
the
lose.
strings from the background and fund money and raise money. She doesn't have to fucking get dirty.
Yeah, why does she want to lose?
knowing-
most people, like the thing about Camilla, she's the one person that has nothing to lose, right? Because if
who has something to lose? Anyone has something to lose?
Yeah, Michelle Obama
What she has to lose?
being
Normal
losing to
life.
Donald Trump.
Normal life, yeah. Every
Yeah.
president has option to lose normal life, yeah. But
But that's the whole.
some
Well,
of
no,
them,
I don't mean what she'd have to lose if she. Well, yeah, I mean you could argue that too, but like she's already been. I mean she's already lived in the White House. She did her two terms there with her husband. She has her $100 million estate in Hawaii. She doesn't really probably want to give that up. She's living the good life, man. Things are going her way. Why does she want to get involved in this stuff and be opening up herself to like all these memes, Big Mike, and all that kind of stuff and.
I mean, think about it. She's got lots of power where she's sitting right now. I mean, they're like part of the hierarchy of the Democratic Party. I mean, they're like the Clintons back in the day when they were the shot callers. I mean, that's one reason why the Clintons don't like them because they kind of got replaced by them. I mean,
do you know if
like I
she
said, she
used
don't have to
power?
get dirty.
Did
She
she
can
decide? Do you know if she decided anything when she was first lady? I mean, do you know anything about it? Was she doing some policy? Was she doing anything? I mean, it's weird. She obviously never did any interruption of the policy or presenting anything. She was just like educating kids with the gardening and all that shit. So you typical first lady, how to say the office, right? Just educate, talk about kids, talk about youth and education and all that. That's typical. She didn't really play with politics or anything like that. So,
well, no,
but
some
another
of her speeches were highly political. Like she said, this is the first time I've been proud of America in my life and things like that. She kind of shit talked the country.
So
that
anything is political.
To be honest,
saying
I don't
Yeah, when you
anything.
talk about like
think
if you
so.
look at like the role of a first lady, it would have been like Melania Trump, like where she just like read to kids, like you were saying, things like that, where she didn't say anything political. She didn't give speeches about, you know, why she's ashamed of the United States, you know, etc. Let you read voice chat
Yeah.
this thing.
I just
Can we
don't
get
think
an
it's my fault.
emotional damage from Wyatt? He's just the best.
Emotional damage. Yeah, I actually missed the super chat, so it's so my bad. And yeah, there's also this one.
Look into his donors, guys.
Yeah, I think it might be referring to JD Vance, I guess.
Well, he's
JD
funded by
Vance
Peter
is-
Thiel.
But JD Vance is giving exceptionally good speeches, right? Better than Trump
Mhm.
when you look
Yeah.
into it. Like really exceptionally good speeches. What America needs, it doesn't mean he's gonna follow up on it, but it might, right? Who knows? That's always the question for anyone
I have
that's
I have a
presenting.
question for the Americans. Like, how come no one votes for RFK? I don't see any like.
Because he's not going to win, so I'm not going to waste my time.
I know,
And I don't
but
really agree with some of his agenda. So, I mean, that's the problem. In America, it's the Democrats or Republicans. Libertarians got nothing. All the other little parties got nothing. Some of them don't even get 0.1% in the vote. So, I mean, even if they have good ideas, it's the whole system has to be changed before those guys will get any traction. And
Well,
then think
it
about
goes
it, too.
back-
I mean,
well, just to
between the
answer-
two parties, there's tons of good ideas, but well, I ain't gonna like that idea because it was Trump's idea, even though it would work for everybody, but or back and forth. So,
Well, Trump answered that question when in 2016 when he ran, and he said the reason he ran as a Republican, he said that we live in a two-party system, and you have to be a member of one of the two parties to win. Because Trump had been a Democrat his whole life, and he just ran as a Republican. Well, I mean, in fairness, the majority of the people that were in line with his policies leaned to the right, but he had never been.
well, he lived in New York, so he probably registered as a Democrat to,
No, but he gave
make it
money. He
easier in
gave money to
politics.
Democratic candidates, including the Clintons. He
I mean, my boss does the same shit, so because you got to deal with
I don't-
city government, so you want to be on the same team.
Yeah, I don't think I think in United States, I think you don't have a choice. If you are a big business, I think you have to donate to someone to cover your back, especially someone as big as Donald Trump, where his empire is so big, and you have no choice. He have no choice, and he don't even go he don't even need to go to the politician. The politician comes to him and asks for money. That's what
he
he talked
joked
about Hillary
that,
Clinton, right?
But he also
Yeah.
was he was a proponent, because I grew up in New York City. I remember him long before he was even hinted about politics. He was a proponent of union labor, so he was a supporter of it. So because he had spoken, and this is before he was in politics. He actually said that he always hires union labor as opposed to non-union labor to build all his buildings and stuff. So.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's very anti-politic. No, the politicians don't want the unions. And also, I just want to highlight also Donald Trump actually did join a third party. He joined some obscure party when he was contemplating running for president, and he realized that the third party is totally rubbish. There's no way he can ever win as a third party candidate, which is why after that he joined the Republican Party to go for the Republican ticket. So he actually explored, but it doesn't work for him. So that's why I think in 2016 he said what he said. Nunya.
Well, I just to answer your question there, bro. I think where you asked the question, why aren't anybody voting for RFK? I think they are actually. If you look at most polls, RFK is polling at 7. I've seen 7, 8, 9%. So for a third party candidate, that's actually quite high. Normally the Greens, who would be probably the most recognized third party organization, they'll get 2-3% in the US, right? So to have a third party candidate who is up at 7, 8, 9%, I think that that shows that a lot of people are rejecting both Trump and whoever the Democrats run, and they're parking their votes there. Now, will that hold? I think so. And I think I wouldn't be surprised to see RFK break double digits because of this too, because I think a lot of people are just they're so fed up with both of those parties. They're just going to park their vote somewhere. And RFK, I think, will benefit from that.
You still have the factor in that RFK might drop out of the race and endorse Trump.
I don't see that happening, though. I don't know why he would.
I think RFK.
There's rumors that phone call was leaked on purpose to start breaking that idea down for people's heads to absorb. Because think about it, he knows he ain't going to beat Trump either, and he's only going to steal most of his votes from the Democrats. So he might help Trump. So he could stay in and help Trump, or he could bow out graciously and become Trump's attorney general. And he could start going after all those alphabet boys that killed his daddy and his uncle.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, Trump could offer him that because the Democrats want nothing to do.
The only caveat that would be is that RFK would have to be ruthless and unforgiving. He couldn't go in there and get all soft and weepy-eyed about certain people. It'd have to be, you killed my dad, you killed my uncle, I'm fucking coming after all you, I'm auditing you, I'm fucking, investigating all that shit, going after people. But I mean, that's if he's willing to go hardcore, then I say offer him that and get the endorsement. I mean, the Libertarian Party already endorsed Trump. So, I mean, RFK is in a different, he's basically an independent. Most of the independents are going to break Trump anyway. I mean, there'll be people that still won't vote for him, but I mean, seriously, you still got almost 3 months. There's time for RFK to drop out or just not finish and didn't go endorse Trump. There are things they agree on. And Trump has given concessions in some of the things he believes as far as vaccines for children and shit. So it's possible.
Yeah, and that's RFK's big thing is the vaccine thing. That's what he's been about for long before he even thought about running.
I think the RFK seems to me have a very big ego. A bit too big for his position somehow. But that's my perception. It's just a feeling that he will not concede because of this ego issue. He cannot stomach endorsing Trump or giving up the presidential election. He feel like he's fighting. This is destiny to fight. So a bit different. I think that he will not give up in that sense.
Yeah, but the RFK is actually only one that wants to destroy deep state. The three-letter agencies and the
easier said than done.
yes, but that's
Trump also went in saying that he's going to drain the swamp. But the reality is, unless you have hundreds of candidates, waiting to join your team to be the executive to go and sack everyone, you can't. It's not doable. Even Donald Trump. No, he don't even have full control over the military. The military decided to secretly keep troops in Syria.
Yeah, but he'll get that. That'll be that kind of thing will be fixed. Because all the flag officers are going to have, they all serve at the pleasure of the president. The president is the commander in chief in the United States. Like that.
Exactly.
The whole point of the United States is having a civilian in charge of the military, and the commander in chief is the president. So everybody serves at his pleasure. So he will I have no doubt after, like you pointed out, that was a good point. He's going to say, fuck that shit. We can't have any disloyalty. People don't recognize me as a commander in chief. You're gone.
Yeah. So the problem with RFK is not that I don't support, I don't like him or don't support him, but I feel like all these candidates, like even Vivek or whatever, they all have very big dreams. Just like Donald Trump in 2016, he have big dreams. He thought that he can change things, but unless you have a big machinery behind you, you can't. And you must have your own candidates. You must have your own executive, heading every different department and agencies. If not, if you depend on the Republican Party or whatever party to fill in all these slots, then you're just going to get back the same old thing again. Donald Trump sacked so many people, and he still can't get things in order. Not everything can be in order.
No, but that's the thing. He didn't sack that many people. Like Jim.
Yeah, the first time he trusted the Republican establishment to put people in, and they've already, like Kash Patel and other people have. You hear people say, "Oh, he's got to have 4,000 people on day one." They were saying, and he's in the inside loop and works with him, and he's probably helping him pick people. But he said they've already got about 350 people lined up, and they only really need 500 on the first day. And that was weeks ago, if not a month ago. So who knows? They might have their 500 ready to go on day one. He said they don't need this thousands and thousands. Just keep people, boom, 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 drop them in, and start cleaning house. But I'm sure it'll be a shit show because they'll threaten to sue, or they'll cry to Congress and try to get whistleblower protection or something. You know what I mean? You know how they'll do all that shit.
Yeah, so that's why I don't believe like RFK. No, he just jump in like this. Yes, you can be the president, but you don't have that much control over your government. That's what happened to Trump. Trump struggles to even get basic stuff done.
If you think about it, RFK doesn't have near the organization that Trump has or Kamala Harris has, so he would be totally at the whim of the Washington establishment to staff his administration, so he wouldn't get shit done. I mean,
yeah, and
it would
Trump
be
had
hard
his son
for
and
Trump
daughter
to do
helping,
even
right?
with all those people.
And during the first term, he have his daughter and the son-in-law helping. I think one of the son may be helping a bit as well. So it's like he still have family, capable people who can manage things and run things to help to get some things done, which he cannot trust all these Republican candidates or people to do. So and still so much things he need to do. It's not done. So it's not easy.
Well, you
don't talk
talked
about RFK.
You talked about his son, like Trump's sons. Like that's an interesting point because obviously they love their father and they're fiercely loyal to him, especially after the assassination attempt. So if he appoints them to any position, they're going to have bloodlust. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but someone tried to kill one of my parents, I'm like, fuck you. Excuse my language, but I mean, I'm coming for your ass.
Yeah, but of course, it's easier said than done again. Like, you can be appointed to the director of FBI or CIA, but it doesn't mean that your subordinates, your immediate subordinates are going to give you all the information. They're going to keep information from you because you do not know better. That's the reality. So unless you sack enough, you dare to eject all of them. The one big chunk at the top.
No,
and then you're gonna have
that's what he has to do, and I think that he's willing to do that. I think because you got to understand, Trump doesn't have to worry about getting reelected again. So this is all or nothing for him. So he doesn't have to worry about offending people because he's not going to be running again.
And plus, you got to factor now they just tried to kill him, so he may be even more determined than he was before.
Yeah.
And then more people, maybe some people that are really quality people that were hesitant because they didn't want to get wrapped up in investigations, stepped up now because of the assassination attempt. So he's got his 500, or maybe he's got 700 now. And with his kids advising him, like you said, their loyalty, they're going to screen the shit out of these people, and it's going to be a tight group as much as that can be, especially since they've probably been working on it for the last few years.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys listened to Eric Trump's speech. I think it was a last speech before Donald Trump came. I mean, that was a fire and brimstone shit that he was talking about. So it sounds like they really want to, go in there and, start, kicking ass and taking names kind of stuff. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, maybe it's just wishful thinking on my part. I don't know.
So there is I saw on the lounge someone posted the screenshot. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House in US, claimed that it's the Democratic Party that forced the Democratic nominee off the ballot just over 100 days from the election. So he said that this is non-democratic, very undemocratic.
Well, he's not wrong.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, the parties themselves are very non-democratic, both sides. It seems like they follow the money. All the cabinets that are bringing more money, they decide who's gonna get those positions. So there's no established order or process how to deal with it. So they deal, and that's how they blackmail everyone, because depending on what cabinet you get, that's how much money you'll have power over. So and that's how much you're gonna build your reputation and stay in power within Senate or Congress. So that they both parties are undemocratic heavily, but we see that Democrats actually used very militant processes to kick out undesirable candidates, and they really how say strongly decide. Basically, there's no rebellious part in Republican in GOP except Trump. So it seems like Trump is the only one that dares to resist the party's establishment, and everybody else is just falling in line. So that's seems like a normal.
I just want to say one thing. The real reason why Biden is dropping out of the race, the real reason, he shakes Zelensky's hands. Because he shakes Zelensky's hand.
No, I would say it's really dangerous reason. Everyone was actually panicking after Pelosi and all the Democratic establishment was really panicking after the assassination. They pushed him. It seems like they took to the heart that Supreme Court decision that whatever the president does in his office, it's legal. So it seems like they got to him, and they are panicked out after the assassination, and they kicked him out.
He's just quitting his campaign, withdrawing his candidacy, right? He's not resigning the presidency.
No, he's going to finish out his term.
I mean, I'd be interested to see how many pardons start rolling out between now and his end of his term.
Well, they won't release him until.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying. I bet you the fucking notary steel's getting hot.
Sarge.
I don't think it was about Zelensky's handshake. More like it's about AIPAC. Just reading, it turns out that he had a meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Is that like in person, or they
Yeah, it was in person for right conversations. Yeah, it was.
Maybe the Zionists say that no. Oh, thank you for your service. No.
What would they got? What would they got if Trump is winning anyway? I mean, what would they get from who's gonna be the Democrat Party nomination? I don't get it. What would Netanyahu get from it? Nothing.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, you could look at Trump. He might get more military and money support to Israel, whereas the Democrats might keep playing this game of sitting on the fence and promising shit or saying something about what Israel's doing, but still giving Israel bombs. So maybe they look at Trump being consistent, in their support versus Biden.
I don't know how much people who don't live in the United States are aware of it, but there is a schism in the Democratic Party, not necessarily like in the Biden White House, but in the party about support for Israel. Like the hard leftists are like really against it. So, and that you don't really see that among the Republicans. They're kind of ambivalent, but if they're given a choice, they'll support Israel over Palestine. But they kind of use Iran as an excuse because they're always saying, Iran is the Republicans are saying Iran is the boogeyman kind of thing. But the Democrats,
but it happens when around 70% of the elected persons are paid by AIPAC. So I wouldn't wonder.
No, but
The-
the voters. I'm talking about the voters. The Democratic voters are not happy with the. A lot of the Republican voters too are not happy with the government supporting Israel because I mean, let's be honest. I mean, some of those photographs. I mean, I'm agnostic about the Palestinian conflict personally, but
I mean, it's just like Trump said. They have been maybe just gone too far. It's just too public.
So
what would Netanyahu get from Democrat nomination? They're gonna lose anyway.
control.
He doesn't
So
get
the
control.
the difference between Trump and any other lifetime career politicians is that Trump don't take money from the this Jewish or Zionist kind of thing. Like he don't go for this money. He don't need the money. The people still donates because then he will spend on the campaign, but he don't solicit this kind of money. And actually, if you look at the first term, Netanyahu actually have, despite he seems to be very good friend with Trump, actually Trump is controlling the Israelis' actions. Like he forced Netanyahu into some kind of peace deal, another new peace proposal to the Palestinians.
Yep.
Of course, Netanyahu played along because they know that the Palestinians will reject it regardless. So Trump get his peace deal, and then Netanyahu play along. Palestinians rejected. Netanyahu get what he wants. But if it's not Trump, it's going to be Biden or whatnot. Then you're going to have the Israel lobby or whatever controlling the U.S. government. So with Trump, it's going to be Trump controlling the Israeli, and there's no guarantee, to be honest, that Trump will give weapons for the Gaza war. There's no guarantee. I feel that there's no guarantee in terms of that.
I think he will give.
I mean, you can see him as a
He will
donor.
give, but he'll probably ask Israel to pay for it upfront. He will say you pay upfront. So he will sell. I don't think he will give. He will sell. It's a bit different. Like the Saudis when they deal with the Yemeni problem, he will sell. He will sell. He just wants the money and build the industry in USA. He wouldn't care about the people in Middle East. He don't care. He wants that money to pump the industry. So it's a bit different. Vaughn.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, I just figure a Trump administration gives them stable, consistent support, whereas the Biden administration with the infighting in the Democrat Party might not give them the consistent, stable support they want. So that's the only thing I would say. I mean, you said it yourself, the Republicans are pretty much always going to pick Israel. So, and they don't have the infighting that you see here in the States between, the more left part of the party. So, I mean, if I'm Israel, Biden, thanks Biden, but you're not working out no more. This guy is, it's probably more that, you get more out of Trump than you will out of Biden.
They're calling for Trump to make Eric Prince head of the CIA.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Who is this guy? Eric Prince.
He's a guy
I'm not
that
familiar.
he's a former Navy SEAL that started Blackwater.
Yeah. I mean, I even saw a sniper. He was, some badass Delta Force sniper. And he's like, he broke the whole thing down. He's like, look, Mr. President, if you need some people to protect you, he goes, I'll come and protect you. I'll do it for free. And he goes, I'll do all my job like I did in the Army. I'll keep you safe. I guess he was like, yeah, me and my buddies can come out with some fucking hunting rifles and do a better job, basically. But he's like, I'll do it for free.
No, I think Vaughn could have done a better job than the Secret Service did in fucking Pennsylvania.
Vaughn needs the Abrams tank, you have to flatten the entire building.
The thing is like there's some, I mean, I don't think I'm no expert, but I mean, there's some kind of obvious things you think they would have done a better job of. I mean, plus you hear all the stuff from all the former Secret Service guys. And then, stuff, I mean, I've been around. I mean, like somebody was saying, if they get a suspicious person, they usually walk up and try to talk to them and kind of feel them out and see if it's something they need to worry about or if it's just some weirdo. And it sounds like they didn't do that. They didn't have good communication. Supposedly it just, I don't know. It seems to me like I would have had a channel like, hey, if there's a problem, hit this button and say what the problem is so everybody knows instantly. It just seems like that's something easy to do. Or a drone. I mean, a freaking
why no drone? That's the part that I
still
don't understand that. Why no drones? I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, dude, haven't you been watching the war in Ukraine? I mean, do you not see the benefit of a drone? I mean, even a little DJI with a thermal. It's like, you know what I'm
Usually,
saying? I mean, I'm no expert, but it's like, damn, dude. I mean, what the fuck are you getting paid the big bucks for?
usually above the events, I think it's electronic warfare against the drones. Drones are banned above any such events. So
Yeah, but it's
any
an
drone
FBI
Not
drone.
Secret
I mean,
Service drones. Not if they're operated by the Secret Service. They're not banned.
maybe it's a thing if they have the EW
Wait.
on like yours talking, then nothing flies, and they don't. Maybe there's no way to have a special channel just for an FBI drone.
but
Vaughn
you could
is
have
the champ
special
F,
channel.
the deep state.
You could have a friendly channel drone. Yes, you could have that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they even have their own. The federal government has their own bandwidth that's just reserved for them. So yeah.
Well, I'm just saying I don't know if that's jamming's all inclusive, but I mean another thing too. You have that big giant ass water tower. Why don't you have a couple guys with binoculars just standing up there looking around? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you got the Secret Service, you got unlimited money, unlimited dudes with guns.
The water tower is not a good observation point because of the trees blocking the view. You wouldn't have much of the view from the water tower.
I don't really mean like the sniper.
The building where the crooks was, that's the good spot. Above him, that was the good spot.
I mean, where those snipers, where the shooter was probably where the counter sniper should have been, out in front of Trump, not next to him or behind him. That's another thing I thought was weird. It's like you figure you'd have your outer perimeter, and then you'd have guys inside looking out or in or whatever, but you'd have outer guys always looking out. And I don't, like I said, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of things that are pretty obvious that they didn't do.
Yeah, I think literally everybody talks about how come there is no one on that roof, on that other roof where the shooter is. Like, this is the most obvious thing to do. You don't even need a lot. You just need one guy with a submachine gun just patrolling there. No, it's
not
enough.
even a submachine gun, just someone to prevent someone else from accessing the roof. Like, you don't even have to put a whole counter sniper team on there. You could just have someone form a perimeter around it and not let anyone else get up there. I mean, it doesn't have to be. That's all you had to do.
Couple cops on either side of the building. That's all you needed.
That's all you needed.
They were inside the building. They were inside the building from the possible window where the shots came from. That's what's so disturbing. Actually, that middle two-story building is where the Secret Service counter sniper team was stationed. That's so disturbing. That's where they had the view of that roof from the open window. They actually had the access through the door above the roof. Two-story building has a door exiting onto the roof in the middle of the building. Yeah. That's amazing.
So how did he gain access to it without them knowing? I don't understand.
And there's a window. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And there's a window being opened. There's a window opened outside, opens out on outside. If you just pop a little bit out the window, you can see the whole roof where the crooks was.
No, I get it. So what? But
and there's a door also that opens onto the roof, and you could see there's a ABC News chopper video that presents the really good view of and you can see the window open because it opens on outside. You can see the wing of the window open.
But hindsight is always easy, you know. When we look back, it's always easy. You know, when you're there, it's actually always very difficult.
But this one was so obvious.
The team was there in that building.
Like this one was so obvious.
The team was in that building.
Yeah, like I don't know how that guy ended up on the roof. Like
that's what's amazing.
I always thought that the Secret Service, these were the elite of the elite, and how that kid can end up on the roof 100 feet away, I just don't get it.
He got ninja training. He watched a lot of Naruto.
Go ahead, Serge.
Yeah, about the Secret Service. From what I could gather on information, the Secret Service were ill-staffed or something like that, and they had to change with the Homeland the Department of Homeland Security. So there was some fast changes. And about the second shooter story, wait a second. Can you see that? Yeah.
Some people are asking what the odds are of a 20-year-old guy who is under pressure after being spotted by a cop, who was also rejected from his high school rifle club, end up having a perfect shot if it wasn't for Trump turning his head. They suggest the possibility of a second shooter. Let's create the entire scene in 3D space and come up with accurate paths for the bullets and see if it matches up Crook's position. By using Google Map and triangulating multiple images from the scene, including a drone footage, we can easily recreate the key structures of the scene in 3D space. Now, how can we know the path of the first bullet? All we need is 2 reference points so we can create a straight line. We already know the midpoint, which is Trump's ear. But where did the bullet land? It was actually captured in camera because it hit someone. As you can see in this footage, right after hearing the first gunshot, a man falls down, exactly in the top middle section of these seats below the chart to Trump's right. Let's use that as a reference point and connect it to Trump's ear and continue following it and see where it leads us. When we get to the rooftop of the building where the supposed shooter was, you may think, that's it, that's where Crooks was lying down. But you're wrong. Crook's body was actually found all the way on the other side of the rooftop, and we know for sure he was neutralized a few seconds after he shot at Trump, so he didn't have time to move around. In that case, where did this bullet come from? Let's continue the path, and lo and behold, we land on this exact window. What are the odds? Could this probably be the hideout place for the second shooter? Was Crook supposed to be the fall guy? I don't know. These are just speculations. By the way, you don't even need to be an expert in 3D visualization to come up with the same conclusion. You can just draw the same path based on this image and see it for yourself how it leads to that window. But what about Crook's bullets? He probably fired right after the first shot, and the second and third belonged to him. In fact, the famous New York Times photo capturing the bullet behind Trump is actually the second bullet and is shot from Crook's position. You can cross-check the angle of the bullet in the photo with the path in this 3D visualization, and it's almost a perfect match. Another clue of that bullet in the photo being the second shot is Trump's posture. He didn't raise his arm during the first shot, but the second one. What happened? What about the third? It didn't even reach Trump. As you can see from its trajectory from Crook's position, unfortunately, it hit someone in the crowd all the way to the left. How do I know that? The aftermath of that shot was captured on camera. A firefighter who was just trying to protect his family, shot in the head. May he rest in peace.
Slava Ukraini. I don't know. I just feel I know that at the end of the video there must be a Slava Ukraini. You know? So it's like a very natural thing to do now.
The whole thing seems like a bit of a reach. I'm pretty sure it was just the one kid on the roof. I don't see any real evidence that there was another shooter.
When you analyze the sound of the second of another video, there is analysis, and there's a video from the crowd that were looking at the crooks on the roof, behind the crooks, right? Underneath the tree, there's a recording of that video, and you can hear the 3 first shots, either as if they coming from inside the room, or turning the gun barrel is turned away from it. So it's very very subdued sound. And then you hear 4 shots that are fired by crooks because he's on top of the roof, and the sound is full echoed, bouncing off of the trees and the walls and the roofs. So you hear it in a full range, right? Echoing and everything. So I would say that first 3 shots came from the room, from inside through that window, and then the Crooks fires four that are really loud, and then 8th shot was also fired from the window, most probably towards Crooks. To me, that's how the sounding sounds. So it was the
I think that makes sense.
shooter firing first 3, then Crooks firing 4, another.
Yeah, because actually I have been thinking about how the bullets managed to hit the civilians on both sides. I was like, a bit weird, but I never really go and draw the lines because I'm too busy. So I think the video that
everyone's busy nowadays.
Yeah, I think what Soko shared, I think that makes sense. I think the line of sight, the where the bullets land, because I was thinking, how do you hit this guy at this position? Then the other guy was on the other guy there died, and then there was ricochets on the other side. It was like it was a bit bizarre to me.
Think about it. What if he crawled up and had time to take his 3 aim shots? The Secret Service sees him. He drops down. That's when he pops up to look over the scope to get a better view of the site. And then that's when he pops up again and does the 4 or 5 panic shots. It doesn't take much for the end of that barrel to wiggle left or right, up or down to make a shot go off. So that could explain. Because like I said, I'm not going to argue about the second sniper because I haven't been convinced he's not there. But from what I've heard, it sounds like 3 aim shots from the rifle, then 4 quick shots from the same rifle. The shots are just close together and overlap, and that's why it kind of sounds different based on what I'm hearing by my ear. But I'm not an audio acoustic expert. So as soon as somebody from a real institute, like hardcore people, get into it, which I'm sure is going to happen, we'll know.
They did say that
those counter snipers that we see in the video above Trump, they didn't fire a single shot.
Correct. They didn't
fire at all. They didn't have a view of the Crooks because of the tree.
So they took around like 15 seconds or 14 seconds.
No, there's another counter sniper behind on the other side of the barn. There's
if they couldn't see him, then that might be why he was able to get the 4 or 5 bad shots off, because he had time to pop up again.
Come on.
Yeah.
There's 3 barns behind the Trump. On the northern side towards the Crooks, there was 1 counter sniper team, and on a 3rd barn behind the Trump that we don't see at all, there's another counter sniper team. 2 of them.
There's also a local police sniper team as well.
Hey guys,
there's local police team as well.
Question, guys.
Local police.
Why haven't we heard, and maybe we haven't, I just haven't read it yet. I haven't read any sort of reporting on the ballistics. You would think that they would do that at the very beginning, right? They can find the bullets and they can match the bullets to the guns, right? I would have figured that would have been released within the first day or so, but I haven't heard anything about it.
I would assume that all the bullets and shit like that, you're never going to know for sure if that's what you got. It's going to be like JFK, dude. All that shit's locked away. People will claim they saw it. People will say they saw it or they saw the paper or whatever. And
so why
nobody's going to believe them anyways, even if it is the truth, because the FBI and everybody lied so much and did all this bullshit. Even if they tell you the truth,
so why isn't the media like asking this question, right?
There's no
this
bullets.
would be a basic question to ask.
1 bullet disintegrated. 1 bullet disintegrated on the railing on the bleachers. Another one hit a hydraulic hose of the elevator behind over there that was holding the speakers. Others just flew into the grass very far behind.
But they can metal detect that area, and I'm sure if they want to do the thorough investigation, that's the thing. They could go out there and find them, but that's the thing. No one's ever going to believe they found the bullets or anything.
This is just another example of the media not doing their job. Like, why are we asking these questions on an open mic when the mainstream media should be asking these questions to the investigation, right? It's crazy.
That's the question: how many bullets counter sniper did take? That there's no answer on that. We don't know.
No,
Nobody knows.
Two or three.
The only thing I heard was Trump said he fired our sniper shot one time and killed the guy, but who knows if that's true?
That's all we know.
No, that
yeah.
another thing is there was a saying that he got shot in the back of his head. The shooter.
No.
See, I thought he got. Somebody was saying he had a hole above his eye.
No, he got shot in the front. I'm almost positive he got shot in the front.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. So where the bullets come from, I have no idea. No, like I said in last week's open mic. Usually, this kind of assassination, there must be two shooters. There must be two. One is the real professional. They will make sure that the guy that is in the open, the scapegoat, will die. Like he can never be captured alive. So maybe I'm very close. No, very very close to what the.
That's why I'm saying 3 first shots came from the professional sniper, and then Crooks was waiting for the first shots to be fired, and then he fired 4 shots quickly, successively, and an 8th shot was again fired from the window. So
yeah, I mean, if
in the window, there was a professional that fired 3 shots, and the last one 8th shot, and much later the counter sniper fired a shot. That was the ones that we don't see them above Trump, but they were above Trump and more in line of sight of Crooks. They could see him, but these that we see in video, they couldn't see because of the tree. And Crooks was hiding behind the trees from that snipers. That's most.
Yeah, I mean, that's why. If there were 2 shooters, you got to go with the one's a pro. The pro's the one that hit Trump's ear. The pads he missed.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to say as well. It's like if you consider that this shooter, based on the history, that the revealed information about him, like he's not that trained, not that well trained. Then even I posted the other one, the YouTube video that they tried to replicate the shot. Herrera said that the rifle that was discovered was an older version of the AR-15, so it's not that good. And so and I fired M16 before at 150 meters. That is actually a very very small target. It's not easy for us when we train. We have to fire quite a few rounds before we really kind of like get the zeroing to be the first shot or second shot to hit the target. I think you need someone who is really trained. We don't learn, like for us at 150, 100 meter, 200 meter, we don't learn about the wind. There's no need to learn about the wind. It's too near. So but that is because we are aiming for the body, you see. But for a sniper to hit a very small area, then they need to know the wind. I think that makes sense. Vaughn.
No.
Actually, it was Sarge and me.
At 100 meters, you don't need the wind. You don't need the wind at 100 meters.
It's very fast, the bullet. But if you want to hit this area, I think you need to know the wind, if it's so small.
You cannot hit that. You can't hit anything at 100 meters like that. That's small.
Yeah, I know. That's why I say it.
I'm exceptional marksman, but you cannot hit that. You cannot do that.
Yep.
About the shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks. From the body I'm seeing, he has a fucking long hair, and the way he falls is kind of suspicious. Have you seen his dead body? How he lies there?
Yeah, I saw one pic. There's a still photo of him. Yeah.
Yeah, but the picture is kind of, I don't know.
No.
Specifically? Don't show.
No,
cannot show.
Okay.
No go.
Okay. The way he's lying, it seems like he has been shot from behind, actually.
That's what I read.
No, I mean, if he was shot above the eyebrow.
I mean, he has long hair. I mean, he has long hair, and in the video when you see him, there's no wind. You can't see wind from the smartphone camera. And the way he's lying is, and the way he's lying is kind of he's being shot forwards, like the bullet came from behind, probably.
No,
I mean,
you can't
if you look, he was hit in the brain, in that area of the brain. It was an instant kill. He probably popped up and got shot. It looks like he got shot right above the eyebrow. And his hair, if it's long, it probably held most of his brain and skull in place.
No, why is the gun 6 feet away from his body? That's the question, actually.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Well, they put
Hollywood dramatic
on the
death.
ground, but when they secure the scene, they might have kicked the gun away from his body.
Yeah, we don't know when that still photo was taken, so we don't.
When somebody is
exactly
hit,
know.
there's no rules how the body is gonna fall or lay down. There's no rules. You can't follow it, please. There's no. You can speculate anything, but it's such a surprising the way it all turns out after the inertia and everything. It's just no conclusion from it. You have to look at the wounds. That's all.
The rifle was kicked away.
Real quick on the professional shooter too, like you were talking about wind and all that stuff. You got the pro. The pro doesn't need a rangefinder because he can eyeball it. He's probably got an idea of what rifle he's going to use that day, the ammo he's going to use. He knows what the weather is. He'll consult his dope sheet so he knows what round to pick that will operate within the possible weather that day. He doesn't need a rangefinder. He, like I said, he probably plain Jane walked in there, already had everything checked out, went in there and did it. I mean, he doesn't. I mean, all he had to bring was a rifle. He doesn't need to bring a rangefinder or anything else. Just a rifle with a scope.
You don't need rangefinder already calibrated. You don't need rangefinder for 100 to 200 meter shot.
No, but I'm just saying.
I've never used a rangefinder
before. He's the kind of guy that he doesn't need to bring any gear. He's a professional. He can eyeball the range, figure out the weather, the wind, all that.
Gun. You need to zero your gun at 150 meters. You need to zero your gun at 150 meters. That's the key.
Yes.
You don't need the rangefinder. You don't need anything, the wind calculation, anything, but you need to have a zeroed your gun, the scope and the gun to 150 meters where it's gonna hit. So you need to make that before on somewhere on a range, right? You do that somewhere on a range, and you can do ahead of it.
I mean, look, he was a member of a shooting club, so I'm sure he had zeroed the rifle before. But Shadowy was waiting to speak.
He had the experience. He had practice. He could have become better over time, even though he was really bad earlier. So he could have improved.
Yes, I wanted to ask you a question. I think we could all agree that the mainstream media is never going to tell us the truth about this story because we don't even know the truth about the JFK assassination. That's what, 60 years ago? So in 60 years, we won't even know the truth about this one. Basically, most of the people think it's some kind of complot to kill Trump by some kind of Democrat interest. And we could all agree with that. How is this? Is it really important how the things happen? I think what is most important is what's going to happen next. Who is going to be the next US president? And is this attempt is going to change something for Trump? That's my question.
Well, we don't even know who Trump is going to run against. Biden just, I don't know if you heard.
Yep.
Biden,
Yep,
so we don't know who.
Yes, but
we don't know
could
who
the assassination attempt change something for Trump?
Say that again. What was the last part?
Could the assassination attempt change something for Trump? Is it going to have a different policy now than before? Is going to make a different decision?
Will it affect Trump's decision?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, I guess when you get shot and almost die, I guess maybe changed him. I mean, he did seem a little different. I guess anytime I personally never been shot, but I'm guessing it's going to have an effect on you. So I don't know.
Guys, I'm just going to say, if it was the second shooter, that guy's dead as well. Just saying.
No, don't know. Maybe he go to Hillary and ask for the reward, and then he got shot. Sorry. I didn't say. I didn't mean to say Hillary. I mean.
No, it's most likely Biden by himself ordered. that.
Nah.
And that's why the Pelosi ran after the assassination and really complained against Biden, demanded that he steps down from the nominee. That's my view. That's how I feel. Biden himself, after the Supreme Court decision that president, when he is acting in his office, ordering things, is not liable criminally.
Yeah, presidential immunity. Yeah.
Yeah, presidential immunity. So he could have ordered, and then after the assassination, everyone figured out the Democratic Party, and they ran against him. They rebelled against what he does, and that's why he ran with COVID. That's why he ran away with COVID, supposedly COVID, because it was just his own decision by himself. That's my opinion.
But it's so hard to imagine, anyone who agree to do this kind of mission, oh, President, you want me to kill another? So, how are you going to convince? How do you convince someone to do something like this?
I mean, you have to have some extremists.
And you need a lot of people between you and the killer.
I think Bro was going to say something.
I'm just going to say this. I feel like it wasn't. If it was someone in the Democrat Party, it wouldn't be Biden.
Yes, I agree.
Because Biden's just too. He's just too old, bro.
Oh yes.
It would be someone in the camp who's asked for it. You know what I mean? I don't think it was Biden personally, and we don't even know if Biden even knew about it, to be honest. Because Biden's too old.
Honestly, it could be anyone
if he
from
ordered
the
it, he
establishment.
forgot. He would have forgotten, so he couldn't have been held responsible because he would have given the order and then just not remember. Yeah.
I'm not even sure it could be someone else than a Democrat. It could be anyone
only
from
Biden
the
himself.
Washington establishment.
He could just do like Hillary did.
By the Trump position.
He could just do what Hillary did and say he didn't recall, or he was making cookies.
Yeah, but he would be telling the truth.
Thank you. I'll just chime in. I watched here this dude called Destiny, who I was only vaguely familiar with before.
Oh God,
so I have actually. This is pertaining to the conversation here because what I notice in that conversation is basically how violent rhetorics in the United States have been so prevailing that it isn't really unthinkable or very beyond the scope of imagination that this by itself can actually have. When I saw like his reaction where he kind of didn't want to even just this firefighter who is that a random dude like you may hate Trump, but why would you not have any like compassion for the other? And he said it clearly. It was that wing, it was that side. Now that's a part of that. That's a form of partisanship when you have violence, you have assassination. To me, like as an outsider, I view this as like, okay, the vibes of violence are certainly echoing throughout society here, and words are perhaps maybe very clearly violent. So I don't know. I mean, maybe you can be conspiratorial, but I kind of get the impression that the discourse in American politics have been so inflammatory for such a long time that I wouldn't be dispensing with the fact that you can have this thing called stochastic terrorism, where you just have increased the likelihood if you're going to have a lone wolf or something like that going apart. Yeah. I mean, the United States is one of the most armed countries in the world. You have a open free speech, which is of course a good way to kind of regulate a little bit, but at the very same time, you also have like when the expressions are also action, and you kind of have started deviating from the normative rule, right, where your problems are going to be solved through open discourse rather than violence. Then this is quickly can step out of control as far as I can tell. I'm not sure. Maybe Sarge, you can just take over because it was just like a general.
I have a very crazy conspiracy theory right now. Who needs money right now? Who needs money in this geopolitical fuck up right now?
I want to say me. I need money.
We all know who would do it for money, for a lot of money. And we know in this country there are some extremists.
Don't talk about money. So talking about money. So there is also this one more thing that happened. Very weird thing was there's this massive shorting of the Trump's media on the stock exchange. So there was this lead up of the shorting, and then they keep ramping up more and more money because they need to cover the losses and whatnot. They just short. So the number of shares that was shorted was like 15 million shares. If you calculate to like the valuation around maybe $65, that's $500 million of short. Who dare to short this kind of money? To like you're betting on the stock to drop while Trump was running for election.
They lost their ass on that one.
Yeah,
and the timing was just nice leading up to the Trump's assassination. So in that 2 weeks. So someone must be getting some information somewhere. Although there is a lot of
well, we don't know. Yeah, it's suspicious. It's just another odd thing, but that doesn't.
It's an odd thing. Yeah. I'm not saying that it's a direct relation. Some say that some of these things have been planned long time ago and whatnot. But just like there is some water leak, and then everybody have to go out of this election booth, for a few hours, come back, and then there was a jump of the vote. Like this kind of thing happens in elections, so just like
Well, because the same thing happened on 9/11. Do you remember right before 9/11, the shorting of the airline stocks? So,
But apparently, this company that shorted the 12 million on Friday or the Friday before, apparently they're somehow funded or linked to BlackRock. But I haven't confirmed that as being actually true. But I read that somewhere. So take that for what you will.
With the side of BlackRock, a lot of companies have tied with them.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's not just BlackRock. I think BlackRock was one of the investors in the fund. I think quite a number of big players are inside. So the real to me is that that this too unusual. Is too coincidental to ignore. That means there must be someone who knows something's about to happen.
That's a huge sum of money.
So they have been always just talk about the number of shares. So they are shorting like 15 million shares, 7 to 15 million they raised. And I'm looking at the short volume.
Did they short it directly, or did they buy puts, or what?
I just saw the short history. I'm looking at it. So I'm not exactly sure how they do the shorts, but no, this is just the information. So after that, of course, after the assassination, the stock went to the moon.
Oh yeah, they tanked. Whoever did that lost a lot of fucking money.
Oh yes.
I think not just $500 million. I think probably more than that, because I think how short works.
There's no limit to how much you can lose when you short a stock, because a stock can always go up to infinity, right? So that's a danger of shorting.
$500 million is how much they would make, not how much they needed to spend to short the stock.
Yep.
So Drew say is puts. So I'm not I don't invest stuff. So I think only Nunya understand. I don't understand.
No. A put is a contract with the option to sell a stock at a given price before a certain time. So that's what it is.
Yeah.
So usually they're used as hedges, but there's a way you can directly short a stock is where you borrow the actual stock itself from somebody else, and then you can give it back to them. But I mean that's so there's different ways to short it. I mean, there's shorting stock, and then there's shorting could be a phrase, go long or go short,
So I don't think this kind of thing can be found, right?
Maybe he can look into that. Maybe he knows more about it than I do, but because I don't know the details of it. I did hear that, but I didn't know the amount of money that they stood to gain, or how much money that they actually lost.
So
just how much they spent to buy puts. That's how much they lost.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know. But we don't know the value to the puts. The puts haven't expired yet. So I mean, if they expire out of the money, then they're zero. So they lost all that money.
So Drew is coming to talk and explain. But I want to. Oops. Oh, there's already 10% on screen. I just want to. I will let Drew on. I just want to read. The investment firm said in a statement to the Daily Dot that the SEC filing shows the 12 million put option was filed in error. How do you file 12 millions in error? Okay, I have no idea.
When you get caught.
That was good, man.
So a put option is basically a contract that says that if the price of something falls, you make a lot of money, and there's an expiry date. So, for example, you can buy a put that expires this week, end of this week, or end of next week, or in a month's time. So, if their put option they bought for a month's time, that gives them a month later to actually try this again. So they can actually try to take out Trump and cause the stock to fall. Within that time, they'll still make the money. And when you hear of $500,000 spent in puts are very, very cheap. For example, you can buy like a S&P 500 put for like $1. So, and if it tanks by 100 points, you make $100 by risking $1. So they risk $500,000. They can make billions and billions out of that $500,000 if it tanks. So $500,000 in puts is a lot of money. 12 million puts is a lot. I used to trade options, and I would trade maximum like 50 at most at one time, and that's a lot.
But you gotta buy. You gotta do it at least. You gotta do it in batches of 100. You have to buy at least 100 contracts.
Okay, I'm small fry.
No, they don't let you buy less than 100. You have to buy them in 100.
No. So one put is equal to 50. So it's equal to 100. I'm talking about like 50 of the one put equals to. Depends if you are doing the options on the futures. It's 50, right? No, that's the futures. That's 1 is to 50.
I'm talking stocks. We're talking stocks. It's 100.
Okay, so 1 is to 100, and I'm talking about 50 of the put. So when they say they short 12 million puts, it means 12 times 100, not 12 million stocks worth. Yeah.
But the same problem remains, right? That who in their right mind would short the Trump's media stock at this moment, like when he's like on the roll? Prior to the assassination. Of course, now it's even worse. He's like going to the moon already.
Somebody that knows you're gonna shoot him.
Yeah, and this and this is funny though. I think this is also interesting that CNN will live stream the rally. Why?
Oh yeah.
Why would CNN? This wasn't any special rally. Trump go do rallies like almost every single day. It's so often to the point where I don't even watch it.
That doesn't do everything.
And probably the only reason that has any credence is because CNN showed up to some of those midnight raids on like Roger Stone and shit that nobody knew of, or Project Veritas.
Yeah.
Maybe Project Veritas, or no more Project Veritas. The OMG, maybe OMG will discover something someday. Because for me, it's just that it's like even I support Trump, I don't watch his rally that much anymore. It's like it's so boring, like he's repeating the same thing over and over again. So why would CNN cover that unspectacular?
Especially with the equipment that were there.
I think we all know the answer to all these questions. They knew.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, if they were going to cover a rally, why not cover a rally in like one of the swing states that's crucial, like Wisconsin or Michigan, like right before the campaign, instead of some random.
Don't forget there was a Republican convention a few days later, so it was basically hot news.
Russia's fault. It's Russia's fault. I know it's Putin.
Yes, of course, it's Russia. It's because Putin, yes.
They're going to try again, right?
That's the true reason. Putin tried to kill Trump.
So
I think it was the Chinese, man. I think Drew.
So yummy Slava.
So you think the Chinese asked Putin to kill
the
Trump?
Chinese were behind it because they don't want Trump doing the. He doesn't want
the trade war again.
Yeah,
maybe he would.
Yeah,
100% he's gonna do trade war again. That's for sure. Guaranteed plus chop. It's good money, Trade war with China. It's very good money for the United States.
Well,
since everybody want to buy Chinese goods,
putting up tariffs, right? And that's fine. China will just put up their own tariffs. Biden does trade war in a totally different way. They don't put tariffs; they put sanctions. So I think between sanctions and tariffs, I think the Chinese prefer tariffs.
Yeah. So
No,
Trump is going to
the United States can just do everything. I mean, that's why they.
They can. The question is, what will they do? And Trump chooses tariffs. Biden chooses sanctions.
Trump will. Well, actually, Biden undid the Trump tariffs, but Trump doesn't like the Chinese, like out of principle. Because I mean, who trusts people with their eyes 3/4 closed half the time? So I understand that, but that's a separate topic. But yeah, Trump doesn't like the Chinese and probably Asian people in general because let's be honest, can't really trust these people.
Because we don't have souls, right?
Yeah, you kind of like gingers, But anyway, I'm just teasing. But Trump does not like the Chinese business practices. He's long before he got involved in politics directly. By directly I mean running. He always was critical about the way the United States was kind of letting China rob us blind.
Yep. He don't really wanted to run. Like he always say that he will not run if he can. No, but he's kind of left with no choice. Like he saw that there's no candidate that's going to do what he wanted to do.
Nonsense.
So he do it himself.
Trump ran for publicity. He didn't expect to win. He was so shocked that he won.
This I disagree. This I disagree.
No. You don't know Trump.
He said a long time ago if he ran, it would be to win, and that would be the only reason he ran. He never ran for publicity.
Of course,
that was like in the 80s. He said if he ever ran for president, he would run to win. He wouldn't run for anything other than winning because he doesn't want to lose. Yeah. So why would he waste his reputation on a loser cause?
And his ego is I don't know anyone to do with Trump and press. It's huge. It's huge. So I mean that's Trump. Trump doesn't ever want to lose anything. That's just the way he is, and he's. I mean, something about the guy. Love him or hate him, but come on, there's no one else like him in the world.
Yeah, I followed Trump since a long time ago. So I was a fan of him like before he was even in politics. So I followed him for a long time. This is when he go into this is going serious. Like he know what's the risk that comes with it. But no, I think he also underestimated the amount of risk that comes. The amount of losses that I'm sure he know that he's going to lose money, he's going to lose reputation, lose support. But he if you think that he do this for publicity for what? He lost net worth running for president. Yes. He didn't take the salary.
He's the only president that lost money after he left the White House in the history of the United States.
So because following him and knowing him, understanding the way how he think, I got his books. He really meant what he do. And so far, if you look at the interviews of all his workers, everyone that worked with him loved him a lot. Doesn't matter what race, or what gender, what not, everyone loved him. But somehow, once he won the election, he went to shit. But the people who do business against him or with him may not like him that much because he's a very, very hard person to deal with because he make very tough trades. So the banks hate him. The banks have the most hardest time with him. I'm going to swap myself with Toby.
Hey, y'all.
Go ahead, Toby.
Is my mic working?
Yep.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, this thing with China, like Trump is attacking Western policy more than he's attacking China. Because after all, what do people expect from China? China is just playing the game on the table. It's the Western capitalists who packed up all their companies and moved them overseas because they couldn't deal with their own labor issues. It's so China is just playing the game to be played, and Trump knows that. It's the same with Europe. Trump describes other leaders that do well for their country as smart. He admires them, and so the real dispute is not between Trump and China. It's between Trump and people in America who want to pack up the factories and move overseas. And I think that's also why there's so much hostility towards Trump from other people in America, because he threatens their business model, because he actually cares about the long-term viability of the American industry. But anyway, that's my view on that.
Don't forget that most of the Tesla of Elon Musk are built in China, in Shanghai factory, I think.
I think they have an assembly plant somewhere in America, but
a small one.
Yeah, can I? Yeah, I just wanted to say what kind of to dovetail on Toby's point. You're right. He does, even people he doesn't like or are in opposition against him, when they act in the best interest of their country, he respects that. He even said that in his speech on Thursday night when he called out about the president of El Salvador, or prime minister president of El Salvador, and he said he's doing what's right for his country. When he said he was sending all their criminals here and stuff like that, he says, well, I don't know exactly how he said it, but paraphrasing him, he says, well, I admire that because he's doing what's best for his country. He's getting rid of, all the waste, and he's just sending it to the United States because the United States is taking it, and it's our own fault. So he directly said exactly what Toby just did.
Yeah, it's the big issues in the US, and it's across the West now. Like, how do you undo the deindustrialization of the West? Because it's the big fraud of the Green Movement, is that the Green Movement has any impact at all. It's like all the West has done is shift its pollution overseas, and Britain is the worst culprit at this. But it's all over the West. It's like, oh look, we've got such clean industry. But all the factories are still operating. They're operating in China, in Vietnam, in India. And so we've passed all these environmental laws that basically mean we can't have an industrial base. The unions have gone nuts with their regulations because it doesn't matter anymore. And so now the West faces real problems if it wants to try and reindustrialize, because it's got to undo 30 or 50 years worth of accepted normality. And that's not just a problem for the billionaires either. That's a problem for the whole society. The whole society has to kind of unlearn a bunch of environmental nonsense and labor relations. That's I don't see that happeing. I mean, I'm not saying it can't happen. I just don't see it happening at the moment. I actually think we're not even slowing down. We're not even reversing direction. We're going further into the truly weird industrial relations. DEI is what I'm talking about. This idea that it just doesn't matter about work performance, that it's all about the color of the skin and sexual orientation.
Yeah.
If you're trying to make money in an enterprise,
there's starting to be cracks in that facade in some areas of resistance. So maybe the trend is starting to head that way, but
not if you look at the UK.
Some big guns to keep it going. Like the momentum, maybe, like we might be getting to a point where the momentum can shift if Trump gets in and gets the right people. But
Shadowy, if Toby's
yes, I have a question to be about the relation between USA and China that you speak earlier. Do you think the situation between USA and China is going to become worse and worse? I think we could all agree with that, very sadly.
Yeah, totally.
And do you think it's going to be a hot war, a proxy wars, or just a trade wars?
Trade war.
If it comes to war, it comes to proxy wars.
Trade war.
Proxy wars, trade wars?
Well, it depends what you mean by proxy war. You're going to have to...
Why, basically, Philippines against, I don't know, China directly or proxy of China, I don't know.
To very quickly answer, I don't think
not only the
Philippines is in a position
just
to fight
watch South Korea, Japan, everyone is ramping up.
The United States, I don't think the United States is wanting or able to fight a war against China right now. I don't know. Drew may disagree.
I agree with you, but I'm not sure that the people with a clear mind is taking the decision today.
I agree. The US isn't in a position to fight a war, but doesn't mean that it's not in a position to egg its vessels on, like Japan, South Korea, Philippines, to go fight the war for them, just like Ukraine.
So you really think Vietnam and South Korea are going to fight China?
No, not Vietnam. Not Vietnam, not South Korea.
Yes, Vietnam
not Vietnam, not Japan. not Philippines. And I don't think any of them want to engage in a war with China. They all know they will lose and they'll all die.
Not after they've seen Ukraine.
I mean, if you go by what Trump says, if you go by what Trump says, if he's anti-war, the easiest way to fuck with China, the lowest risk to the United States is a trade war. And you probably do more damage and get what you want with the trade war than you'll ever get dropping bombs.
Yeah, but okay, this I think is what is going to happen with Trump. Okay, you got to look at this situation from first the U.S. perspective, and then you look at it from China's perspective. From the U.S. perspective, they're hyper focused on China. They think that this is the big boogerman that we need to get rid of or hurt and prevent them from rising. So they will continue to raise tariffs. They will continue to do sanctions. They will continue to do all these things to try to fuck with China to try to reduce their inevitable dominance. So whereas from China's perspective, the US is just one of its trade partners. It's starting to reduce even the China trades with the entire world, and the US as the economic situation in the US gets more and more difficult. So China will just trade less with the US, and every time they raise tariffs and whatever, the Chinese will just shift its production and customer base to the rest of the world. So from China's perspective, all is seeing is, okay, I got this big trade partner, but it's being irritating. So all the businessmen and whatever, they just start shifting. So China's not going to fight a war with the US if you can help it, and the US can't afford to fight a war, I think. But you'll try to egg on all the proxies to create trouble with China, and China will just try to brush off all these troublesome guys and continue doing what it's doing, because if it continues doing what it's doing, it's going to continue to outpace the US in terms of everything, in terms of STEM graduates, research, in terms of industrial capacity.
Is USA is going to continue to do the same thing. If it starts working, they could try something that we all call here stupid. They could try to increase tension by create some kind of incident or false flag things or something like that.
Yeah. So basically what will happen if the US tries something stupid is that China gets to choose where that stupid happens, because neither Vietnam or Philippines or South Korea or Japan wants to engage with China. So China gets to decide where they want a big incident to happen, where they can then distract the US. So I think that will be in Korea, because North Korea, Kim actually wants to take back South Korea. There's no reason for China to want to fight a war in Philippines, because it's difficult across the sea. Same with Japan. Same with no reason to fight with Vietnam, because Vietnam is actually one of China's longest at the diplomatic level anyway.
What about Trump's relationship with Kim? What if they want to deal out?
Hang on, like Trump actually had patched things up with North Korea. That's what Vaughn's alluding to. True.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but between their friendship, or even if they are the best of buddies, versus the North Korea reuniting Korea, I don't think that counts so much. I agree with you that this is a very unlikely scenario, and it will not happen as long as the US doesn't keep pushing. But
no, I don't think
like
the United States is not.
China gets to choose where this thing happens.
Not in the next 10 years. Maybe after 10 years, the United States wants to go to war with China. The United States is in no condition to go to war with China right now.
So you just keep poking, but there won't be actually a hot war in the next 10 years, I think.
Yeah, they don't want to, but they don't really have any other options as they see it.
Do they have 10 years?
They've been destroyed now, and when all else fails, you kind of go to war. But it's like I've been saying for a while now, I think a lot of people in the U.S. deep state are starting to sober up a bit, and they realize that getting into any sort of conflict with China, whether it be military or economic, is probably pretty stupid. So I think they're just trying to get to November, and then they're going to start offloading a lot of these problems onto the new president.
I think the North Korea is suspicious of China enough to not get played into this kind of game. Like this, just what I thought. So
No,
yeah,
North-
coping.
North
Yeah, North
Koreans
Korea
don't-
doesn't.
North Koreans don't
North
trust
Korea is
anybody.
actually not very close with China.
No,
But
they're
North
not-
Korea wants to take back South Korea. Kim wants to evade South
Well,
Korea.
I don't think
so
he he wants to be left the fuck alone and be able to do what he wants. I mean,
No, he's recently said he has
Well, I don't
recently
care
in the
what he
last few months
said.
said. he
Yeah,
wants
what
to
if, what if there's a
unify
way to
with
get it
South
without
Korea.
fighting? And then
That's
Trump
what
figures it out.
There's no way the United States is going to give up South Korea. That's not going to happen. And
Yeah,
and
I
the
think
United
so
States,
too.
the
That's why
United
there'll be a
States could
smash.
take out. The United States could win a war against North Korea. Okay, that's a reality.
Not with Russian and Chinese support.
Oh,
with
that
Russia and
could
China
be
there.
the proxy wars what we are thinking about.
Die on the hill of North Korea. They don't even like North Korea. Neither one of them do.
Yeah.
The only thing they like certain things about North Korea, the fact that it irritates the United States, but they have no love for North Korea. And the only reason that they would support them, and if they did support them, it would be tacitly, is because North Korea shares a border with both Russia and China. And if they know that if the United States defeated North Korea, that would mean the United States would have a fucking vassal state on their own fucking borders, which they would not tolerate. Understand?
Which is why North Korea exists
honestly,
today, because
honestly,
North Korea
if I'm
exists today, because the last
if-
time the US went into South Korea, they actually almost defeated the North Koreans and took over the whole country. And then the Chinese basically like sacrificed like 2 million people to fight the US back, and then they fought them to a
It was
standstill
actually 2 million.
to prevent
Actually,
them from having a
they gave a warning.
base at
They
their
gave a
border.
warning to the United States, and they said when MacArthur got within, I think, 20 miles. Sorry, Coping. I'll finish this up and I'll let you go. It's hard to see your finger because of the backdrop you use. But what happened was they told MacArthur to stop. Don't come any closer. I mean, this is what I've read. Anyway, and MacArthur kept going closer and closer and closer, and finally the Chinese said "fuck it," and they released the 2 million fucking soldiers that just overwhelmed the Allied forces. But anyway, Coping was up.
Yeah, Wyatt wanted to say something.
I just want to say one word. If I'm USA, I would just nuke North Korea and that's it. I would not have sent a single troop into North Korea. There's no need to do it. So no,
If you
now,
nuke North Korea,
now,
you nuke
just
Japan
nuke
and
it.
South Korea too.
No, it's easy to say that. Oh, we're
Yeah.
gonna fight a war. If I'm United States, I'm just gonna nuke it and then just fuck it. No,
No, the United States.
Why
is not
bother?
the United States is not going to. That's
Trump is the Antichrist. You do not know. He's just buying your
the United
love.
States
Then
is not
after
going to
that,
just preemptively just fucking nuke. That's not the way it works here, man. That's
okay. Coping.
Yeah, Wyatt, you should never run for office, by the way.
So I wanted to mirror. I wanted to mirror a bit of what Drew said from the lens of the United States, and also in the context of preparation for war, because as we see in the United States and the Ukraine war, they have been pushing a whole lot of money, but no real tangible or substantial expansion to be following along with that. And preceding all this, you had the tariffs, as was mentioned with the Trump, which should usually have nominally been doing something to kind of get industries retained, at least in the United States. But likewise, you could, if you were selectively so, you could perhaps do so with sanctions as well. But here we have two terms where both of these things have happened. We have a couple of years now into the Ukraine war with well over $100 billion spent, and no real substantial change and alteration in the war. So, I would say that the United States seems to be operating on an modus operandi where the system that usually would be facilitated and just directly respond to it. So if you need more weapons, then boom, more weapons. This is no longer functioning as it used to, and no longer very well implemented. And it doesn't seem like there are any holistic decision making being taken by the American leaders in that regard. Like, if you consider that nothing have happened so far, all these rhetorics and so forth with Taiwan, or any other country, like we're alluding to a proxy war. If, let's say, one country chose to be so ridiculous, in my opinion, to be doing that, because the United States have not really been prepping that, now it's going to join in on a second or third or fourth proxy war. So I would say that everything involving the United States in South China Sea would be more of the look, we are willing to show that we're still willing to kind of consider ourselves the master, but we have, ultimately it's just going to be a lot of words. I've heard several times on the open mic, people have said that, look, the leaders in the United States, they're often so much in their own world that they don't understand really the things that they are doing. And I kind of get the impression this is really it. Like if you have come to Taiwan, for example, or South China Sea, if you do not actually arm yourself when you do all these massive stimulus packages into the economy and so forth, the arms industry specifically, in the course against Russia, and nothing happens really, then I would say that it's very unlikely that something would happen in against China, and if so, China would win because they would respond accordingly. You can see how Russia did. So I think the United States, by the time it actually gets its act together and recognize that, oh shit, it's going to be too late. If such an event happens, though, to be clear, I think a trade war is much more likely. Now, with all that being said, to my question, what do you guys would say would be necessary for the United States to be? Because I get the impression that a tremendous amount of corruption is part and parcel of the problem. A lot of political disunity also seems like it, but. What would it actually take for the United States to reindustrialize? Because this happened, let's say, in the case of Ukraine, it was basically just German.
Probably something really bad that scares people and kind of makes them not have a choice.
Right, because
like let's say once Ukraine is over and Russia wins, I mean, Western Europe's going to have some hard choices to make about energy and manufacturing. And that's pretty bad for them. Granted, it's one pipeline and it could be worked out, but for the United States, I think people would have to get scared, like really scared to really want to change.
Okay, so
maybe like Trump, maybe he's had a vision now. He's had some kind of epiphany after the bullet nicked his head.
But you see, because the reason I mentioned that is because, and it's a little bit what was mentioned earlier about, the U.S. has been moving its industries and so forth over to China. But in the case of where Europe got this hammering and started deindustrializing, it's been kind of like some move over to the United States, and this benefits the United States, and then some move over to China. Now, when it is United States and China, then where do they move, right? So a trade war, it doesn't seem like that would necessarily keep the Americans from offshoring their industries, or at least.
Well, I mean, think about it. If you removed a bunch of regulations, the United States could just dump product onto the market, and just fuck them. I mean, look, we do it now. We're fucking ourselves with sanctions stuff. So who cares if we sell oil at a loss? If it means cutting out Iran or Russia or whoever they're trying to screw with. I mean, they could do that kind of shit too. I mean, but the thing is, I just think something really bad would have to happen to scare people. Like, what if parts of Eastern Europe started saying, hey, you know what, we should just go with Russia, and they start, voting to join Russia. The United States, they're like, oh my God, we might have to industrialize our military because they're coming through us next.
But as you mentioned product, one of the principal exports.
Really traumatic. To get it,
but one of the principal exports of the United States is actually the US dollar. Like it doesn't produce as much. It's not the big industrial powerhouse that it used to be. This is China now, right? So like when you're saying like, oh, they can start selling products of a loss, maybe oil and gas. That's maybe a little bit fair because, but only just partly.
Yeah, but hold on a second. Coding, I think you don't really understand. The United States has a huge amount of natural resources, more so than any place on the planet.
I mean, we're sitting on oil and gas that won't be touched.
Not just that, they just found the largest lithium deposit in the world in Nevada. The United States has been, just by, God or Providence or just plain luck, has more natural resources than they know what they know what to do with. So, and Europe is the inverse. And, to the same extent, China. But I want to shut up and let Shadowy go, and then Drew.
Right, but one thing to point out there, the difference here is the manufacturing. The United States offshored its manufacturing precisely because it did not deal with its own labor issues, right? So that speaks to kind of a much broader problem.
Right,
for the
but
United
you can
States
always look. You can always create manufacturing base. You cannot create natural resources. Shadowy.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I think the USA to awaken, you very sadly need to lose the war, basically. Not, and I mean through wars. That would be a big awakening for the USA. And because the issue is the mainstream media. The mainstream media, whatever happened, is going to say that's not our fault. That's the fault of the Ukraine, of China, of Putin, of whatever. It's never going to be the fault of the capitalist USA system. So why do you want to change this system? It's not at fault. It's because someone else make a mistake. Not ourselves. Ourselves, we are perfect. We don't do mistake. other people do. That's why it's not going to change. To change, you need something that even the mainstream media cannot deny. You need to have the US president signing a surrender. That's what you
Surrender
need.
to who?
I don't know, but you need the big
Aliens.
But it's no. It's
If
a
you got
trap.
a very strong impact in the USA mentality
Mexican.
that is able to break the mainstream media
But,
world,
but when you
nothing
say
Yeah,
lose the
like I
war,
said, I mean, it has to be some kind of traumatic event that scares people into action. Like they
Shall we,
don't
can I
see
ask
any
for,
option.
can I
Yeah.
ask you for clarity? When you say lose a war, would, like, for example, lose the Ukraine war count?
No.
is it going to be Trump who's
They've
going
lost
to
so
sign
many
the
wars.
surrendering? No, it's not going.
Ukraine is a brick in that wall.
So
The loss in
I
Ukraine is because the Ukrainians are bad soldiers. Everybody knows that, and they are corrupt. It's not because NATO is wrong or because the US Army is weak.
no. I just want to.
They are going to blame someone else.
But the thing about losing a war is a trap. It's a trap by the military-industrial complex. You have to understand. If you remember 9/11, that's exactly what happens. There will be an excuse, and then to make the whole of the United States angry, and then the whole country will militarize. Military-industrial complex a bunch of money, and it doesn't
Yeah,
matter
I
how
mean,
it's
that's what
done.
they want to happen. I mean, that's the best way to make it happen. It has to be a traumatic event that makes everyone think they got to do something or they're all going to die.
War if
So
you do, war if you don't.
Yeah, but that's
Even
the
if
thing
you
about- just really
even
quick
if you
about
play
this.
along with Trump's plan,
But when the United
So let's
States
say-
loses a war, they don't lose it on their own soil. Like that's the difference between, let's say, Russia or other countries. When the United States loses a war, it doesn't affect the average person in the United States because we're Americans. We have oceans on either side of us, and we got beaners to the south, and we got leaves to the north, and it doesn't matter. So
there's penis in the south.
So
anyway, so I agree, because that's why I wanted to add on to like what you guys said. United States is the only other country other than Russia have the potential to be a superpower. The country have all the resources that you need to just be on your own. You can totally no need the rest of the world.
Self-sufficiency.
Yeah. So it's just that it's untapped right now because Biden is kind of stupid, So if there is this trigger, then it will end up playing along just nice with what Trump wanted, to bring manufacturing back, bring the jobs back, bring investment in, and then they'll revitalize the entire United States industry and economy instantly within a few years, very quickly, because that's how powerful United States is. So, and then you're gonna have this massive military build-up again. Then MIC wins again. Forever, it's always the military industrial complex gonna win. I don't know who is next though, actually. So I cut in.
Joe. Okay, so there are two things I want to say to about this. Number one, this idea that the US has all the natural resources it needs and he has the most resources in the world is silly. No country has all the resources it needs. No country has the most resources in the world. The resources, every country has some resources, a lot of some, and none of something else. For example, the US has no nickel. It imports 100% of its nickel, so it cannot build a lot of things. It can't create enough gunpowder to put into its weapons. It buys most of it. So the US has critical shortage of some materials as well. China has critical shortage of a lot of materials. Russia has critical shortage of a lot of materials. Russia has a lot of oil and gas, but it doesn't have some other things. Because, I mean, it's natural resources. The conditions of that particular land create that particular amount of natural resources. You can't get around. There's no country on earth, even as big as Russia, that has all the natural resources that you need, right? Okay, so to answer Coping's question about how does either Europe or America can reindustrialize, is that they need to do, they can actually, but so for example, but they need to not do it from a top-down perspective, which is what they like to do. Like they have a bill and then suddenly they hope that industry will come up. No, they need to basically encourage small time business. If you go and look at how China did it, it's all the small little businesses. You walk down the street in China, you can see that one street is full of all doing piping. For example, there'll be like 20 shops doing piping, and they are all across all the cities in China. Each each city there'll be one street doing piping. So that's why they say that China has a very deep supply chain, because when a big company wants to buy piping, it can go to these 20 shops and find whichever has the best material for price, and then each of those 20 will compete among themselves, and those 20 will have their own supplier of steel, and there will be like another 20 steel suppliers. So the US, for it to reindustrialize, it needs to create the conditions for all these small businesses to start sprouting up again. And the way to do it is not through tariffs. The way to do it is to encourage more trade with China, so that the US small companies can actually benefit from the cheap imports from China to then supply their own industry. So
But how do you prevent that? But how do you prevent that being subsumed by the already pre-existing giants? You know, if they are so.
What you see is you need to understand the supply chain. A supply chain is not just okay. I make a wheel, therefore I have steel and I have rubber. It's not like that. It's basic. To make a wheel, you need steel. To make the steel, you need something else. To make something else, you need something else. It's always very, very deep. So they need to identify which part of the supply chain they can hijack from the China, right? Where they can have a competitive advantage, and then insert themselves in the middle of that. So what the Chinese did was they inserted themselves one place, and then they started to expand up the supply chain and down the supply chain as well. Previously, all they did was they expanded up the supply chain. So they started buying up all the raw materials, mines, and whatever all around the world. And now, then they realize they've done all of that, they can't go anymore. So now they're going down the supply chain and starting to sell direct to the customers. That's why it's getting all the Western companies worried. Supply chains aren't as simple as 1 or 2 or 3 steps. It's like 20 different steps. So for the US,
correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't they?
Themselves.
I understand, but correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't the biggest corporations in practice like planned economies? Like they often, because they are so large, they indeed control the vast majority of the production chain. I know there are not that many of the mega corporations.
That's a misconception. That's a misconception. They when you say this big company controls a large supply chain, they don't own all the little companies underneath them. All the little companies are individual companies, and they supply each other, and they supply upwards the supply chain. And then the big company would have a contract with like the bigger companies, and the bigger companies will have a contract with the smaller companies. And it goes
to be clear, when you say the smaller companies, you're talking they're not actually they're different companies. So you're to be explicit here, they are not subsidiaries, or at least not wholly subsidiaries.
No.
Right. Okay. So, and that is the environment that you think that the United States should be striving for creating, where they have
because what it creates is an immense amount of competition. That's why if you go to that's why the Chinese are able to sell things for so cheap, and they innovate at such a huge pace right now. There's immense competition. The Western companies go in and say, oh shit, like the EV companies right now, they go in and say, oh shit, the Chinese cars are much better than us. Because in the EV companies in Europe and the US, there's only a few. Like in China, there are like dozens, and they are fighting each other.
Okay, so how did the Chinese because in the United States there's a very strong propensity for simply just buying up anything that is successful and then incorporating it, right? So how did the Chinese prevent that from being the case? Like, because it's like somehow the Chinese have been able to create this small business or small company friendly environment, but I can't really see how did they do that by compare. I guess it's some state regulation, because you're saying no, it cannot come from the top; it has to be from the bottom, right? But from here, you will also still need capital and a whole lot of mobilization depending on the industry. So.
Yeah,
like
so
you will then need the big guys again, right?
So what the Chinese did was they when they identify, okay, I want like EVs and then they would think, okay, what are the different bits that EVs need? Okay, you need batteries, you need wheels, you need steel, all this. So the state-run banks would then provide cheap loans for anybody that wants to start, for example, a battery firm or a steel firm. So they would provide cheap loans at targeted industries to make sure that the money they lend out is productive, and then this as more and then they let demand supply play the game. Like when the EV factory needs more batteries, they will go to the market and say, oh, there are only 2 or 3, and then somebody will get the idea, hey, I can do this better. You'll get a cheap loan from the Chinese government, and then they'll go and start their own battery thing, and then suddenly there's a third competitor. So there's that, and they have very, very strong anti-monopoly law. Like what everybody knows what happens to all those what do you call that, the Alibaba guy, right? He tried to dominate one thing, and then they smashed him, and then they really don't like monopolies but they have some very big monopolies, but
But in addition to antitrust laws, then so you will have, like you said also that the government. So here they are different from the United States in that the government will be providing the financing which these little industries will be requiring. So if you, but what if you do put that into place? Like, so if you have a government with these massive corporations in the United States, it's very easy to see a lot of that money being just funneled in to benefit that corporation one way or the other, and then they buy up the company, right? So like how would
that's why you need state-run banks. That's why you need state-run banks. A state-run bank can decide not to lend to the billion-dollar companies. They can decide to lend to only, like they can decide, okay, this loan package maximum is 30 million. None of the big firms would even bother to go and look at that kind of, like, so they have loans that are targeted at small, medium enterprise. They have loans that are targeted at large, so the small, medium enterprise, maybe the loan rate is like 1%. For anything above 100 million, maybe the rate is 2%, so then so because the banks in the US are targeted, are not state run, so they can basically redirect the finance, how they lend money, and their only driver is profit. So they only want to send money to the ones that will give them the highest rate of return. It's usually the big guys that can afford the higher rates. Your smaller guys can't. So whereas in China it's the opposite. The state-run banks will go, okay, small guy, I'll give you a cheap rate, right? And then they encourages all those little guys to start little businesses. And then you have this very vibrant supply chain, very deep supply chain.
Yeah, I think it's shadowy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, shadowy.
What you want basically is to have in USA state-controlled bank, and that would be a solution to help the development of the new industries. So what you want in USA is Chinese Communist Party.
No.
That would be a solution.
Okay, what you want is a way, and how you do it is up to you. A way to direct funds to productive enterprises that benefit,
and not to profit. And to make the difference between productivity and profit, you need a state-controlled company, because all the private company, and this the way of to do things, is going to make the first priority profit, and not helping to build the economy. To build the economy is the job of the state, not a private company. That's why I think every state need a few owned state company, like you said about the bank. I'm more thinking about military factory, but okay.
That's why Reagan destroyed American economy.
Guys, so I wanted to talk about like what Drew is talking about with the supply chain, because he makes a good point. And to a very large extent, the supply chain for nearly every major industry is global, right? So the Western economies, especially the US, but before them, the British, they depend on a global network of supply and trade. To a very large extent, the West is dependent on globalism. And so the big threat to the West is a breakdown of globalism. And we kind of see that in Ukraine. Like, one of the major drivers for the Ukraine war was the desire for Western corporations to go in and get a whole bunch of resources and cheap labor from a new place. It's basically colonialism. And Russia basically said no. And I think that the thing about globalism is it's exploitive. Some places become colonies, mining colonies, labor colonies, like cheap factories, and other places become welfare states, basically spend the profits. And so the big threat to the Western model of globalism is a breakdown in globalism, this idea of the rise of a multipolar world. So I think that if BRICS develops, if sanctions is possibly a sign of a disaster to come, because if countries like Russia start exercising regional dominance, and if trade breaks down, and if the BRICS countries can survive by rejecting OECD networks, what you're going to see is a massive drop in tax revenues inside countries like the UK and the US, because the companies that pay most of the tax that support their welfare state are making profits from a global network of supply chains. And that's why I think that the fall of the American dollar, Trump has mentioned this, if America loses the reserve currency, that has a lot of immediate consequences in terms of American financial power, but it's also a symptom. It's a symptom of the world basically evolving to reject corporate colonialism. And the thing is, with the BRICS, it's not just one country. You've got India, you've got China, you've got Russia, you've got Brazil, large countries. These are very, very large countries. And I think that they're increasingly becoming sick of the exploitation of their resources and people by the OECD system of globalism. And I think that if that progresses, you're going to get a financial breakdown in the West, because as it doesn't necessarily have to be a hot war, but if the tax revenues coming from globally active corporate groups start to drop off, then you're going to see a collapse of the welfare state in the West.
I'm sorry, but if you think that the large company is paying a lot of tax, you are wrong. Most of the income of a country come from the middle class and the lower class taxes, not for the large company. Large company paid very few taxes in the country where they are. They make sure that most of the profit is in Luxembourg or Fildeman of what's the name of the state in USA where there is a lot of company because the taxes is very low. There is one state there, and there is a lot of large companies there because there is no taxes and profit. So it's not about the taxes for the large company. Sorry, Toby.
With respect, you don't know what you're talking about, Shadowy. It's simply not true, especially not in the US.
Okay. You should think so.
May I go?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I was. Drew, good, you're still here. Yeah, I was going to say, I was going to address the point that Drew is mentioning about there's no such thing as a country that is completely autonomous, and to some degree that's true, but it's on a spectrum. Like there's degrees of how autonomous you can be, and let's put it this way: the United States is in the best position to be the most autonomous. And like you talked about nickel, for example, a metal. The United States, for the most part, can control where does nickel come from? Sweden, right? That's one of the places with large nickel mines, right? In Norway, I believe. These are pretty much vassal states of the United States. And there's probably other places as well that the United States can get nickel without having to worry about other countries or competitors of the United States interfering with their access to it. So unlike the rest of the world, with the possible exception of Russia, because it's just so large, it has, pretty much. I mean, if you got a country with 11 fucking time zones, just by, you're gonna have resources there. That's just the nature of it. But China does not, especially because China's model is based on, and it's an export nation. It's not based on producing stuff for its own citizens and being autonomous that way. So the other challenge that China has is that they're dependent on selling their goods to other countries, not selling their goods to their own citizens, where that's not true of the United States. The manufacturer, I mean, one of the things that the United States can do is like, okay, just let me finish. But the other thing about the United States is the natural resources they have as far as energy, the United States can sell them to other countries. Like all that natural gas, all that oil, all that coal. The United States has those in abundance, more so than any place in the world. But anyway, Drew, I want to hear your rebuttal.
this idea that China cannot sell to its own citizens is quite silly, because if you take for example EVs, Germany.
No, I didn't say they can't.
exports.
I said their economic model is based on them
No, it's
exporting
not.
their
No, it's
manufacturing
not.
to other countries.
No, it's not. Like, for
I
example,
think Wyatt underestimates the amount of control the small hat lobby has over politics in the US, regardless of who is in the White House.
okay.
Slava
For
Ukraine.
example,
No, I
if
don't
you,
want to
if you look
underestimate
at
small hats, but anyway, go ahead, Drew.
if you look at EVs, like Germany exports more than 100%, more than it sells locally. France also exports more than it sells locally. Japan also exports more than it sells locally. China exports only 15% of its total production. Most of it is consumed internally. Most of the the things that China produces, it consumes itself, like concrete, like cables, like the thing is, it produces so much that you think that the volume they export is a large percentage of what they produce. But when you go and look at the total amount they produce, you realize that most of it is domestic consumption, and then whatever is left, then they sell.
No, I think if you're talking about natural hold on a second. I'm not sure if you're talking about like GDP of what they export. Like, what is the percentage of China's GDP that is dependent on exports? So, like, for example, if you were to remove
Volumes, not GDP.
I'm sorry, what did he say?
Volumes of exportation, not GDP.
Yeah, volumes.
Well, I meant it in GDP in the sense of, anyway, regardless or the other. I don't know if Drew, because I mean, you seem to be the expert on China. I don't. Let me put it this way: if China was, for whatever reason, due to war or tariffs or anything else, they were cut off from the rest of the world, they would implode. I'd say that the one nation on the planet that, if they were cut off, would have the best chance of surviving would be the United States.
Well, I just Googled it. So China GDP export amount is 18.9%. It fell from 19.6% the previous year, and the US GDP amount is 11%. So it's a lot lower, right? So yeah. So but it's not the thing is, China's customer is not the US. China's customer is the rest of the world. So it's not.
I don't. Well, I mean, it's the U.S. is part of it, a big part of it. But my point is that I was talking about autonomy, and that's the part that you seem to be like pushing back on. That China.
No, the part I'm pushing back is that this idea that China actually exports most of what it makes, and that doesn't have a local market. That's really not true.
Well, it's not that they don't have a local market. It's that one of the reasons that they actually do have a local market, where there are people that can actually consume goods made in China, is precisely because there's corporations making a profit, because the people who work for those corporations are exporting goods to the United States, to Europe, to South America, the rest of the world. If that were to be cut off from China, they would implode economically.
All countries
You literally
will
think they
implode
could lose
economically.
19% of their GDP or their volume or whatever
Not
metric you want to
90%,
use?
19.
Yeah,
Less than
that's what I said,
20%.
19. So
Yeah.
if they were to lose 19% of their GDP, China would be able to survive. The United States actually would. No one would go hungry in the United States. We produce more food than we can consume. We produce more energy we can consume. We have more natural resources than any country in the fucking world.
Yes, but you need to. What's the word of? You need
And we have the best
to fertilize the land.
We
You need
suck the best drain.
product from Russia.
We suck
You guys don't have the best
grain.
universities.
We suck
The
grain from the
universities
rest of
teach
the
people
world.
how to
Every
behave.
Oh
smart
my
person
God.
anywhere in the world wants to come to the United States to study. This is
That's
what
actually true. When you look at the range of the educational institutions in the United States, you will find that the vast majority, where you will have mostly Americans, are in social sciences. But the further you get into engineering, math, physics, and so forth, you will start having foreigners. You will have like the smartest people from around the world being
That's where they all
positioned in
come. So it's a brain drain. The
All
United
that-
States takes the brains of every other country and they come here. That's what they.
All
told
that
me.
might
And
have been true.
I don't even like a lot of things about the United States. I'm just talking about reality, man. I mean,
No,
that's
no,
reality is a
that
lot
might
of
have
the
been true.
One at a
system in
time,
the
please.
US is actually in the state of collapse right now.
That might have been true.
Yeah,
That might have been true a few years ago.
Yeah.
But not today.
You want to say something? Go ahead, Gabriel.
Yeah, what you're saying is was the picture like 5 years ago, but unless you like listen to Peter Sahan, it's not actually what's happening today. Now there's like a massive exodus of brains to China from Chinese graduates that have gone to study to the USA and going back to China. And yeah, most of the market of the Chinese economy is in China, actually right now, and it's growing. That's like the model of investment that Drew's been explaining is exactly that, to make sure that there's a large middle class growing in China to have a viable economic growth internally that can make you like resilient to external sanctions and all that. So yeah, it's really interesting what Drew's been saying. I can corroborate by like figures I've been studying lately. And I want to ask Drew about like if you have any notions of like the level of imports that China has from the outside, like, because what I've been seeing is that like, for example, most of German cars go to China, and most of French cars go to China, and like a bulk of the volume of production of European countries actually go to the Chinese market, and that's one of the reasons why the like isolationist, like the economic war that Europe is complying with against China is so suicidal, because they're losing huge volumes of their export. They're going to lose huge volumes of exports, and it's actually more what they export to China than what they import from China. What
No, I
can
don't
you
think
corroborate
so,
any of
Gabriel.
that?
I'm sorry, but I think you're wrong. So at least in
No.
France. In France, we import way more product than we export to China, and it's a problem because the balance is really in favor of China. So every time the French government try to create a new system to improve this balance in favor of France, but it's not working. We need more
No, I'm
Chinese
talking-
products than China need our products. And we have
I'm
a lot
talking
of
specifically
things to sell to them, but it's not working.
I was talking specifically on car market. Sorry.
Oh, the car market, definitely. The Chinese, okay. So what's happening in the car market is that, for example, Volkswagen, they instead of actually moving away, they are actually doubling down and building more factories in China, and their main source of revenue around the world is actually from China. Like more than 50% of the Volkswagen revenue is actually from selling to local.
Most of the
Chinese
Volkswagen are not produced in Europe and sent to China. They are produced in China by Chinese workers,
yeah.
Chinese engineers.
Exactly.
And most of the time, there is Chinese research centers for Volkswagen in China.
Yeah,
And
but
basically, everything is in China. Just the profit come back to Europe.
But to answer Gabriel's question is the vast so the Western brands are doing very well in China for gas-fired vehicles. So I think there's something like 70 or 80% of the market in China is Western brands for gas. For the EVs, the Chinese brands are dominating. Like something over like 95% of EVs are local Chinese brands. And China is something like 60 or 70% of vehicles are EVs. So they are moving closer and closer to 100%. So the Western vehicle companies are basically on a kind of a time. They have a limited time to continue getting more profits because the Chinese consumer is moving away from the gas-fired cars, and the gas-fired cars. And the reason for that is because the gas-fired cars, there's actually a kind of fixed cost for them to produce it, whereas the EV costs are coming down, and they are able to produce EVs that are cheaper than gas-fired cars now. even in the at the like the same kind of like usage kind of cars, the EVs are getting actually cheaper now. So that's why there's this huge shift to EVs in China, and it will go to 100% eventually. Yeah.
And it's a very large issue in USA because the Chinese EV cars are really, really good and way better for the price than, for instance, Tesla. And if the Chinese EV cars are allowed to be sold in USA, they are going to destroy every car manufacturers for the EV market in USA in just 1 month. They are so good and so cheap.
You guys talked a lot. Frederick's been on
That's
for a
very
while.
bad.
Is it okay if he?
Sorry, could you?
Frederick.
Okay, if the subject is EV cars, then just one thing: fuck EV cars. I'm done.
I
agree.
I want
Fuck
to.
EV cars, man. Internal combustion engines all the way, man. That's me.
No, I want to chip in terms of the conversation. Like the whole form. I have my own perspective of how the world works. So, United States, they have been offshoring all that stuff into China. So, United States generally is a potential superpower, or is a superpower, and you will never die because of the way they have everything. So which is why the elite class is playing all these dangerous games, because United States have everything. So there will never be a day where United States is going to collapse to the point where it's like it becomes like in a Sri Lanka situation, or it's not possible. If one day they got cut off by the world, they will do even better than before. So that's what United States will become. China is a bit different. China have limitations because they are lacking certain resources, especially coming to energy. So they need to import. And if you import, you need foreign exchange. You need foreign currencies. And how you get a foreign currency is by selling stuff. That's their solution, by manufacturing. So it works. So they did it in such an efficient way. They become the factory of the world. Of course, this is also largely boosted by the United States offshoring literally almost everything into China. So the entire manufacturing base have moved from United States to China, and United States that's why they're struggling right now. Everybody is talking about bringing the manufacturing back and whatnot, because most of it has gone to Mexico or China, and largely China. So China benefits from it, earns money. They can then build this big middle class, which ultimately still needs to use petrol, still needs to use gas, still need to burn energy, which needs to be imported, so they need to sell. So this is the vulnerability of China. They have to continue to keep this going, which is why if there is going to be a trade war or whatnot, China is going to be in danger. Similarly for even actual wars, big wars, because United States don't need to attack first. They just need to entice China into making the wrong move, and then they can actually blame and point finger at China and use that as a reason to sanction or even cut China off the global trade. And then China will be in a lot of difficult situation. They won't die because now they have Russia. So Russia, happily will sell them the energy and whatnot. So that's why China is very happy. They hug Russia tight. Because there's Russia is the savior. To protect China. So the thing is, now there's a lot of this undercurrent moving. Talking about electric vehicles and whatnot. Clearly, there is some problems with electric vehicles. In my opinion, it's good, but it's also depending on rare minerals, which is a problem. And that would cause more wars, because there's so limited mines that do lithiums or some of these cobalt or something. So some weird rare metals. So China have a good control of it, so they want to push it, which is of course why EV is doing very well, and they will be the core concentration of what China is doing. And then the counterculture is going to be pushing back petrol, which is what Trump is going to do. Going to bring back gas-powered, petrol-powered vehicles, which I support, because I don't believe in. I'm similar with Trump's position, which is EV is good, but don't go 100% EV. It should be a good mix of different type of vehicles. That's my belief as well. I don't like my government's position. My government is also want to go to 100% EV, which I don't like. So But these are all those geostrategic competitions. China is playing certain moves to try to corner the market, to conquer the market, and Europe is now in this weird situation because if you have a strong United States, rich United States with a powerful purchasing power, Europe will not have a problem with selling. But because USA is getting poorer and poorer, so they have to sell somewhere. So China becomes now the obvious market. That is a big problem that I think Europe is facing, and things are of course getting worse because you have the Red Sea situation. So now no more Suez Canal. Then everybody has to go one big round. So and then you have the Ukraine war, which increase energy prices and whatnot. So Europe is also they corner themselves into a corner where they're going to die in that sense. United States will not die because United States have all the resources. It's just a matter of waiting for Trump to become president and then reopen, drill, pump all the oil and take all the gas and rebuild the manufacturing, and then in Europe will die even further because then you have two superpower house of manufacturing competing with Europe. So that's I just generally this is my point of view. So if you go into too much details, I think a bit painful. I don't know who is next.
Well, can Jim introduce himself at least?
Jim came previously.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
can you hear me now? Yeah, I'll introduce
yes.
myself. I'm from Sydney, Australia. I'm a lawyer, semi-retired. Few degrees under my belt. I taught politics. What else? A boring old fart from down under. Now, if I can follow on and from my or is someone else before me? I don't want to interject or jump before my time.
I wanted just to follow up on Wyatt. Yeah, maybe you're right about Europe. It's gonna die, and it's time for her to die. It's an old hag, anyways. But USA will implode from inside.
Could I? Yeah. Again, if I can put as the Aussies say, 2 bob's worth. We are talking about a complex situation. We're talking about politics, economics, and current state of the world. And let's not forget capitalism. Now, I presume you all have read or know about Oswald Spengler. Is there anyone in the chat who has not read or heard about Oswald Spengler?
Oh, we're all familiar with them, yes. The Decline of the West and all that. We all know.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of many anyway.
Yeah. You're going to have to speed it up a little bit there, Jim.
Yes, certainly. Well, my take basically is that in terms of culture, which is very important, nobody talks about culture. We're talking about politics, civilizations, we're talking about economics, all very valid, important points. But culture, and talking about in particular Western culture, is decadent. If I can compare it to, as I said earlier, to sort of late 3rd, 4th century Rome around Diocletian period, where it's the fall of the West. Now the problem is America, so-called leader of the decadent West, is very dangerous. Remember, a dying, wounded dog or a snake or any animal, if you corner it, it is at its most dangerous. It goes either for your eyes or for your jugular. And that is the danger where we find ourselves, so-called First World War. Another point which I should mention is that the West, in its principal driving force, has been capitalism. Now, capitalism basically means there's never-ending resources, whether it's consumer. You've got to produce and make. American industrial complex is a classical example. America finished World War as victorious, 1945. Guess what? 6 years later started a war in Korea. Why? Then from Korea, France went out in 1956 at the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, and America took over right up to 1975. Why? It's called military-industrial complex. The biggest industry America has is not consumer goods. It is effing tanks, bombs, and rockets. And it has to bloody sell. You can't store it in a storage room. You've got to have wars in order to use it. A classical example is withdrawal from Afghanistan. All boys and girls we know about Afghanistan. America left over $1 billion effing worth of arms, helicopters, with those poor Afghanis that don't even know how to count, the peasants, the mountain goat fuckers from Afghanistan. And it left with all these billion, not $1 million, $1 billion of tanks, armor. Why did America leave that behind? I'll tell you why. So he can sell and it can perpetrate wars. After Afghanistan, guess what, where America went? Ukraine. Now, what's America doing in Gaza? It is all about the good old American capitalist dollar. And I'm part of it, unfortunately, in Australia. That's one thing which I've got to talk about, the geopolitics which you've got to take into account. This is the economic strain. Now, Donald Trump, what are we facing for in there? We're in a global homo world. There's no borders. There's no distinction of identity. Once I strip your identity, your ethnos, who you are as a human being, I can tell you and sell you anything. You are an international person. You're not Frenchman. You're not a Chinese man. You're not a Calathumpian. You're not anything. You are an international human being, a consuming animal under the auspices of the globalists. That's what it is. All the borders. They detest borders. Why? Because it's tariff. This is what's happening. Now, the other last point I just want to make is vacuum. Politics detests vacuum. Something's got to fill in it. China, see, America and Britain is withdrawing from Africa. Guess who's the new conqueror, new colonialist in Africa? Good old China. It filled the vacuum. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about Australia and the Southeast Pacific. America is withdrawing from all the islands, and guess who's knocking on the door? China. And there's nothing to be surprised about or be derogatory about. As I said, vacuum is detested, hated, cannot exist in politics. Something has to fill it. And that is what's happening. It's like a balloon. Think of a balloon. You squeeze the balloon on one end and you squeeze the balloon on the other end. Guess what? In the middle, it blows up. You squeeze the middle, it goes the other way. That's putting it very simply. Now, the last thing is the situation, as I see, it's very, very precarious and dangerous. Especially the third world incident. We hope it doesn't continue. Is Taiwan? That's next to Australia, on top of Australia. The Chinese Straits, etc. The main things between Philippines, I'm talking about Vietnam, I'm talking about things. And America has caused its worst enemies. But remember, the geopolitics of America, the neocons, are run by the former Russian and Ukrainian Jews. Their grandparents came in. They can never forget Russia and Ukraine for their grandparents being kicked or leaving Mother Russia and Mother Ukraine and Poland. And their great-grandchildren now who run American foreign policy, most of them, in Biden administration, in Donald Trump's, doesn't matter. They're part of the club. They're part of the elite club. And the elites run the show. There's political elite, there's media elite, there's Hollywood elite, there's finance elite. But they're all in a club. They're all coordinating and running the show. But they're running the show totally contrary to Russia, India, China, North Korea, Venezuela, etc. They're forcing the other. They're doing a bipolar world. America enjoyed its unipolar world in 1990 with the fall of Soviet Union. But anyway, it lost its chance. I'll shut up while I'm ahead. Thank you.
Yes, Eugene, I'm going to give you an advice. If you have a point to make, I advise you to make it shorter, because I'm pretty sure that most of us loved a lot of things in what you say. I'm sorry, but
I have one comment in what he said, if you don't mind.
Yes, go first.
The China is not trying to colonize the US and Africa. It's not the new colonial power in Africa. The political power that is coming in to fill the void left by the US and Europe exiting Africa is the African political elites. They are the ones taking over, and they are the ones that are encouraging trade with the other countries which did not previously come to colonialize Africa, which is China, India, Russia, and all the other countries. So what you're seeing is not a new colonization wave of Africa. What you're seeing is Africans doing trade with the rest of the world, and you can see by
I wanted just to say, first thing you said is that your timeline is wrong about decaying of Western civilization, because you see, first decaying Western civilization was Etruscan. Only reason why Rome became superpower is because Etruscan was so decadent that they destroyed themselves. So you see, Western civilization is rotten from start.
I agree. That's what I meant. Yes, I don't disagree with what you just said. Yes.
Rotten civilization. The Romans ruled for 1,000 years. No, that's not a valid. I mean, this.
No, but
they,
wait.
No, not at the beginning. I'm talking about the end. I'm talking about 3rd or 4th century. But I understand.
Yeah, it's to me, all civilizations, all kingdoms, all have its ups and downs. So it's, one rises, one falls. I don't think is so special about it. It's just a matter of like as long as the political situation for Russia, like I said, for Russia and United States, they are very unique. They have all the resources. They basically can be self-sufficient. So as long as they politically they do not fracture into multiple countries, if they stay together, they can survive any crisis. So they can win any wars. As long as these two don't fight each other, if they fight each other, they will never end. The war will never end. So, but that's my opinion. Of course, some of you guys have said, if the threat come from within, and then they fracture into a civil war and it cracks into half, and they cannot win this civil war. Let's, for example, the American Civil War end up, let's say, it was a stalemate. Then it will permanently become two countries. Then, of course, the United States will be gone. Then you do not have this superpower that we see today. So the same threat is the same for Russia. Russia, if it fractures, then Russia is going to be in deep trouble. Shadow V.
Yes, I wanted to add something about the way of industrialization in the Western country. I think one of the main issues, at least in France, is the way the people think today about working in a factory. No parents are going to think it's a good thing for their children to work in a factory today in France. There is some kind of taboo about it, because you think you are it's going to be low wage, it's going to be a low reputation, and you don't want to say to other parents, my children is working in a factory. You don't want to say that in France. You want to say he's working in a bank, for a lawyer, in marketing, in teacher at school, things like that.
That's all the way.
But you don't want to say he's working in a factory. And in a mine, it would be even worse. So when you say that USA want to make industrialization again, I have just one question: who is going to work in factory, and who is going to work in the mine? And we come back to the immigration issue, and that's going to be very funny.
Well, can I just address that? Like, the United States is very interesting. I don't know if are there any Americans on the Vaughn's here? There's a guy that's very popular in the United States called Mike Rowe. He had a television series that was very popular called Dirty Jobs. I know Vaughn's heard of it. But anyway, basically, he's like, one of the things that's happening in the United States is there's a crisis of people a shortage of people who work in the trades, electricians, plumbers, things of that nature.
Same in France.
And so probably it's probably Australia, the entire Anglosphere, the Western Europe. And but what's happening, though, ironically, is actually, he said for every 5 people that retire out of the trades, they age out, I can't remember if it was 2 or 3 that come in, and it's getting worse every year. But what's interesting is all the people that work in these industries, like HVAC and electricians and, et cetera. These guys are able to command salaries that are more so than many people that have like PhDs in sociology or psychology or, whatever quote unquote soft science.
Well, I mean, think about it. Even if you were a doctor or something and you made excellent money, you still got to do your internship and pay off your college loans, where a lot of the trade guys, it's on the job training and certification. So you have, maybe you're in for a couple grand in tools in a truck. That's it. You own it.
The young.
Well, like for example.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got union paying for stuff. So, I mean, you can really go into something like that, and depending on what you, like in the States, like if you were a machinist that could run a CAD machine and let's say mill and cut steel, I mean, you could if you were, a journeyman, I guess, and could do several things, you could probably make $100 grand. And if you're an apprentice, you go to school, you learn all the machines and how they work. You could easily intern while you're in school with the union at a company. And then by the time you're done, you walk right into a job.
Primary school, for instance, please, Vaughn. What's the salaries of a teacher in primary school in USA?
Say again?
What's the salaries, the wage of a teachers in primary school, for instance, to make a comparison?
It depends where you're at, but it's probably 50, 60K.
Yeah, it's about
so
60K.
That's double the wage of a
greatly
teacher.
On where you are in the United States, because we are, it's not each municipality regulates that. It's complicated.
I mean, think about it. California salaries are going to be way crazy higher than Kentucky.
Idaho. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but I think it's going to be the same thing for the worker in the factory.
Could I?
No. The less so. I mean, yes, of course, there's always going to be regional differences, but you're going to have more. Like, there's always going to be a need for people who can actually do the quote unquote dirty jobs. Like, for those who are non-Westerners who don't know about the TV show, you can Google it. And Mike Rowe, the guy that was the host of the show, he actually has a foundation set up to have people trained to become like electricians, plumbers, people who work in the trades.
Yeah, I mean, and he's not talking about just that. He's talking about the guys that maintain the water treatment plants or the sewer lines, or climb up on a fucking 500-foot radio tower to replace a light bulb.
Lineman.
And it's like they make $60,000 and they do it 3 times a year, But nobody wants to do it because it's, you're climbing up 400 or 500 feet and it's crazy and,
But there's starting to be like in the United States, there is starting to be a switch to people, because ultimately speaking, people are rational. I know that's hard to believe when you look at the world, but ultimately people will go where the money is. And you are starting to see that in the United States, where people are starting to say, well, why am I going to go to a 4-year college and get like, I don't know what it is even now. I'm too old, but like $100,000 in debt to get a 4-year degree in sociology or social justice or whatever bullshit degree that they get.
Become a primary school teacher.
Could I?
Yeah, I think the wealth power transfer will come. Like it will take some time. I think maybe 10, 20 years. So now you have the middle states people or the people who are more blue collar. They will do all these jobs that people don't want to do, but they'll earn a lot of money. But as they become richer and richer, more and more powerful, then they'll buy out all the medias. They'll be the one sponsoring the medias, or they buy out the media companies. They will be the one putting the advertisements, and then they will start to dominate the politics. Then all these people who go to college study all these sexy subjects, they will start to struggle.
It's very hard to change the mentality of the people. At least in France, I don't see that happening.
Change the mentality. I think it's just economics will force that change upon them. I mean, if people can't afford.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if it gets to a point, you got to go. Like you said, you got to go where the money is. You got to go where you can make money. I mean, I think in some ways COVID had a benefit because I know a lot of kids that were living at home, mine included, that are in high school or just out going to college. They don't have any real bills, and people were paying stupid money just to get somebody to show up and flip a burger at Burger King, $15, $17 an hour, which doesn't sound like a lot in some cities, but in Louisville, that's pretty good for a kid with no bills.
Yeah, for a
Even if you
teenager,
had a
that's
car
good money,
payment and a
man.
cell phone payment, I mean, and I know kids, I told them, and they told me, they were literally bouncing from job to job. Like McDonald's is paying 15. Oh shit. Now Rally's is paying 17. Oh fuck. Amazon's paying 22. Boom, boom.
Wendy's is
And these
paying
kids got no
19.
bills, and they just stacked cash. I mean, there are people like that hustle and go where the money is because they want to make money and they don't have college degrees or anything.
I think, Von, that's a mentality trait of US people. In France, I think the people don't have this kind of mind. And it's an advantage that USA people have above the French people, I think. In France, we are more less mentally agile, if you want.
More soft fingers, soft hands, like me. The in Singapore is the same. No, so we don't want our kids to go work in the factory line. No, we want them to do office job, stay in the aircon room. No, like me, my hands are so like baby hands. No, I have baby hands. So,
but I mean,
that's
like
the United States is like most of you people. That's why the United States doesn't really have a lot of respect for a lot of people around the world. I mean, there's a reason why the United States is the only country with a flag on the moon, because we kind of look at the rest of you people as you're kind of half a fag. I mean, because you're not willing to get your hands dirty.
But I think it really depends on where you stay. Like if you're a city folk, you will automatically don't want to work in the factory. But if you're living in the suburbs,
I grew up in New York City. That's the ultimate fucking city. All right.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to work in the factory. Like, but if you're you're living in the suburbs, in the countryside, in the provinces, I think you will be perfectly fine with working harder jobs. Like in Singapore, we have exactly the same culture, but we are a small country, so we import foreign workers to do all these factory jobs.
Can I do just a short pushback on everything what you just said? I'm just listening, and I'm attentively, I think, listening. I think, with respect to all of you, I'm not saying that I'm the knowledge and source of all under God. Your vocabulary, language you use, I think you're using 20th century language. Trade, electrician, whatever. These trades are all gone within the next 10 to 15, 20 years. There will not be, for example, bricklayer. Google it. Don't have to believe me. Let me finish.
What? No, you're always going to need, dude. You're always going to need indoor plumbing. You're always going to need a lineman.
Well, there might be a shortage, but they're working to rectify that.
Can I just say that like menial jobs, like trade jobs, are like the least threatened by the automatization that is coming.
I agree with that.
If it comes, most PhD jobs, most like
marketing,
digital jobs, marketing, all that shit is gonna audiovisual, all that shit is going to be automized and.
Gabriel, look at writers, right? Like AI will replace people who write articles. You won't need these morons anymore. Yeah.
I mean, like with the stupid pay. I work at Bumland. I wouldn't work there, but they pay me stupid money to be there, so I'll take it. That's the only reason I took that job, is just to make extra money, and they're paying me a stupid amount of money an hour.
Yeah, but also it's because you have a crush on Midnight Banana, so that's kind of
that's the side benefit. But I mean, I'm stocking trash, and and that's it. Plus I get to play with bums, so it's great.
My point simply is that human labor, as defined in classical Marxism, is dispensable. It's not indispensable. The central thing about Marxism and what turned around, and now we have cultural Marxism, is labor, the value of labor. Now, I'm not going to go into Das Kapital at this stage, but just suffice to say that our world, as we know it, in 21st century, 2024, and the next 15, 20 years, not 90% of things will not exist. Two things are certain. I've got inside info. Is there will be no more money, and there will be no more drivers. Driverless cars, driverless taxis, Ubers, public transport. Now we're talking only in America. Let's talk about America. Good old US of A. There's about 15.5, I think, or 16 billion truck drivers. The lifeblood of America, transporting all goods and services throughout from east to west coast is by trucks, not by rail or plane. Now, these are gone. Now, this is a social problem for any political elite, how to handle unemployed people. What do? You nuke them, kill them, give them football, give them porn. You've got to keep them entertained, as the Romans. Give them bread. And what did Romans do? Bread and wine, I think, and watch and watch.
I think you're. You're a long way off from robots taking over.
Well, if you don't fucking interject,
can I bring us back to topic?
And stop jumping in, and then I'll shut up and listen to you. For crying out loud. God, Your Honor, this man is out of order. Shut the fuck up. All right? Faisal, thank you. Don't take it personally. It's my way of being very bombastic and very vulgar, but people understand. I've got to stoop down to a certain level so I'm understood and people shut up. Okay, let me finish on. I've mentioned bricklayers, and I was flabbergasted. I was shocked. You go and Google now. Forget about Jimmy. You go and Google what the walls, bricks. Bricklayers, mortar. You've got bricklayers working, all computer generated. Everything. A building is being made. No more, and one would think it's one of those good blue-collar workers working hard. All the installation, talking about plumbing, all prefabricated. Most of the modern, so-called modern houses, residential houses, suburban houses, are prefabricated. In Australia, you can actually buy them. They just plot it on a slab of cement, and off you go. This is just an example of what's to come with AI and so forth. And so we can fall into the trap of talking of old language, vocabulary of a 19th, 20th century. I think what we are on a cusp as we speak is totally revolutionary things with millions of people, especially in the first world, will be unemployable, absolutely unemployable. And this is the problem which the elites are trying to solve. Either have wars or castrate them or get feminism, get them all gay sex or something like that. That's good. Make sure that they transition into something, whatever. So just give them a lot of football and a lot of distractions. Make sure they don't reproduce, which they don't now, as you know. Nobody's getting married. And this is the big global picture I'm looking at. I'm painting a big stroke or big sort of thing, thinking outside the box. But that's facing next 15, I'd say, years from now. I will shut up now. Thank you.
So I just want to push back a little bit. So even you still need workers in the factory to do the prefabs. And another thing is that government, as you said, if the robotic drivers are going to take over all these jobs, and then a lot of people will lose their jobs, the governments will legislate laws to block it, to prevent this kind of loss of jobs from happening. Until today, there are still countries that blocks Uber or Grab is illegal in their country. They're not allowed to use the apps. All these hailing apps is still illegal in the various countries because it's it's not.
Think about this: how long would it take to build the kind of infrastructure to have robotic car drivers and electric cars in the United States that's reliable? And then what are you going to do when your electric truck drives to the Mexican border and they don't have robot rechargers for the trucks or something, or some other place? I mean, all that stuff can be like he said, it can be blocked in different regions. It can be delayed. It can be,
this kind of work,
it'll take decades and decades for America to ever fucking have some shit like that.
So I've been holding the fingers since Jim ended here. I wanted to give a response to Gabriel, which kind of overarching relevance to what everyone here has been saying, especially Wyatt and Shadowy. Because what you said, Gabriel, was this thing about the trading. I'm not so sure that is the case, because the thing with the AI is that it's operating with a linguistic model that our minds are using, right? And it's just doing it much, much faster with a broader complexity. So anything involving information that our minds can use in that matter, so this includes also trading, can be, they are likely to be one of the first ones to go. Which is like what kind of contrary to what Shadowy and Wyatt has said here, and their cultural drive from in their societies, at least, is that you are to go to the office jobs where precisely these information exchanges can actually be replaced by the AI. So it's I think like the things that have been considered higher esteem that involve a lot more processing and information, they're likely to be shrinking, I think, and some are probably going to be going away. When you have with it's the blue collar workers, like Wyatt just ended up with here, those who are in the factories, those who are doing the carpet, like you will not be having robots anytime soon coming to your house and fixing your plumbing or your roof, or setting up scaffolding around your house to paint it and stuff. Maybe you can have machines and so forth, but are they going to be the most cost effective? That completely depends on where you are. And we have seen industrialization being prevented. We have seen technologies being prevented through intellectual property. All these, there are already built-in mechanisms trying to prevent us really from innovating as well. And many of us, cry foul on that. Well, we shouldn't be there. But at the same time, like this is the economic response is necessarily going to try to counter the technological alterations. It's basically where we all know this one, and so. Far down the line, maybe Jim Bowden's apocalyptic result is maybe more likely. I don't know, but I do not think the transition is going to be so fast that we're going to be, we're going to be having have to view the welfare state, I guess, in a completely different manner. Gabriel, why don't you give me the rebuttal, and then Gareth?
Yeah, well, it's not that much of a rebuttal because it has to do with what you're saying, like the high processing information trades or professions, to not hurt some susceptibilities. Those are the first. It's been proven, like even art and stuff like that were considered very creative, like very human trades. Those are the first to go on the chopping block, so to speak. But like, yeah, what you say, repairs and stuff, there's a lot you can automatize, especially when you're talking about factory work and stuff. But when it comes to like sort of solving problems in infrastructure and in like, if you don't just go and replace the whole thing with a new system that's made by robots in a factory and just assembled by automatic machines, like everything that it's kind of what I do. I'm a carpenter and a plumber, and I do construction, and the range of probabilities of what you'll encounter when it comes to solving a problem is just unconceivable. It's like because there's all sorts of human. So unless you just replace all the previous infrastructure and engineer new modern, like the Saudi Arabia project of the wall city, and you just make a whole new cities, and stuff like that, and there you can like replace all the menial labor that goes into it. But if you have to like adjust to previous epochs of construction and all sorts of human failure and stupidity and irrational quality of infrastructure and construction, it's impossible to predetermine. It's like there's no way you can adapt like a predisposed solution to like a real problem. And so on that issue, that, and like on the side of how governments are gonna like deal with the automatization, it's going to be a struggle, because like we saw it happen in the Roman Empire. Like slave labor became so prevalent, and the oligarchs would profit from that, and it's one of the things that are like attributed to the cause of the fall, is like the total collapse of middle class and working force, because you just had too much slave labor, which is the same thing as like automatized labor. It's cheap or gratuitous labor, single investment labor, whatever, and it totally eroded their society. So there you have an example of how like sort of oligarchic, profit driven policies or paradigms which are prevalent in the Western world could easily just overwrite whatever like political or social interest in protecting the population from a total like labor collapse. So you can have a situation in which profit simply overwrites any other priority. We're seeing that pretty much, and so then you start having a massive collapse in like standard of living, which is also happening. So it's not so unlikely that that can continue. And yeah, there's a certain level of predictability you can make on what's gonna go to the chopping block and what's gonna remain further. But I'm pretty sure that there's at least what you see in certain side of the world is that like long-term problems like this are being addressed and sort of trying to engineer responses to that, while other side of the world.
We got a time limit here, man. Could you let Garrett speak? He's got his finger up for like half an hour, man.
Yeah, let me finish real quick. So like one side is totally like, well, at least publicly trying to address the issue of like long-term consequences of a situation, and the other side is just like bumbling along with inner conflicts and profit-driven chaos. So yeah.
Garrett, man, please.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to push back on the mention of Marxism, obviously. First of all, the centrality of labor doesn't come from Marx, it comes from Adam Smith. That's just old-fashioned classical economics. Marx was a classical economist. And the centrality of labor can't really be done away with. I mean, let's say, for example, that I had a machine that I could just press a button and 1,000 gold bars just popped out of the ether into the world. Well, if we have that kind of technology, then clearly there is no scarcity of gold, and therefore gold becomes valueless because it doesn't take any effort to produce. It's instantly, easily available. Okay, the whole point of the whole point of the labor theory of value is that when you're talking about exchange between people, the only thing that matters is sort of one person passes on to another and gets back in exchange. It's only it's the part of my life that I give to you in exchange for a part of your life. That's the point of the embodiment of labor. Now, what has happened in the West over the last 50 years is that, well, for various reasons, which I won't go into because it's a long story, that what they've decided to do is instead of raising wages for the broad populace to offshore production to low-wage economies on the principle that they could then re-import consumer goods. And so even though the domestic population had not had wage increases, they could now consume these cheaper products that came from outside. But the problem with this is, as everybody has mentioned, it leads to deindustrialization, it leads to the loss of native, autonomous, productive capacity, it leads to reliance on those export markets, and it also leads to huge wealth inequality, which is, of course, exactly what we've seen. The United States now has more wealth inequality than France had on the eve of the French Revolution. It has never had, there has never been such a concentration of wealth in human history. This is the result of neoliberal economics over the last 50 years. And there has been a very large drop in the proportional buying power of the American public. They are much poorer than they used to be in the 1950s proportionally, when you could work in a factory. We were talking about factory jobs earlier, and have a house with a white picket fence and a family with a kid and, well, 2.4 kids and a dog and a car. All of that could be held on a blue-collar job. Can't be done anymore because the wages of those jobs have been held down because so that wealth could accumulate at the top, and the difficulty of consumption was solved by offshoring production to outside. Now, if we were to actually have a situation in which AI produces mass unemployment, okay, then you have to understand that's going to produce mass unrest. There's no way to avoid it. You're going to have something like a situation that was parodied in a British cartoon called Judge Dredd, a society in which only 5% of people work and the vast majority of the population live on benefits. This is already, this has already been imagined in science fiction and in economics. It's not an impossible future, but something is going to, or somebody is going to have to actually make a decision about doing that. If we're going to re-import industry to the West, then we are going to have to make factory jobs worth doing, be the kind of thing in which you can be a proud, successful member of society, where you can go to your local bar and people will be pleased to know that you're an auto worker because you're doing something really useful that makes real tangible stuff that's actually helping your fellow human beings around you. That's useful. This also ties into the discussion about education. The other strand has been, never mind that the shit jobs are shit and you're hungry and living in shitty housing. Don't worry about all of that. Go to university and get a nice, comfortable white-collar job, and that will solve your problems. Except, as we know, as we have seen, that can't be the case for everybody. It was always a trick, a con. Those who didn't make it just got to fall back into the mass of the low-paid, disvalued proletariat, basically. So we are definitely looking at some kind of civil disruption as a result of AI. But this is a process that's been going on for hundreds of years already. The very reason for all of the industrial disturbances of the 19th and 20th centuries is precisely because advancing technology reduces the number of workers and new jobs have to be found for them, or else there's civil unrest. So that's the only point that I wanted to make, really, is that if this scenario that we're all talking about, the way that AI displaces our current system of organizing labor, if we're just going to say that we're going to throw many millions of people into utter destitution and starvation, then these societies simply will not survive. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question before it's taken on?
No, I got a question for Garrett. I'm sorry, before this. Garrett,
Yeah.
don't you believe that AI is more of a threat to like a lot of the white collar jobs, like people who are who write for a living, like things like for example, is AI going to replace a plumber or an electrician or a bricklayer? Like I don't at least in the next 5 years. Do you see that happening? So I see AI as being what replaces a lot of the quote unquote white collar jobs, like editors.
Yes,
You see what I'm trying?
Yes, I agree with that. I mean,
okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, can I ask you a
So
question?
what's happening is that hold on, if I could just answer the question.
Sure,
What's
sure,
happening
sure.
is that the technology has advanced, that it's displacing jobs higher and higher up the ladder. And I have to say the job of CEO is actually one that could easily be replaced by AI, because they don't actually do very much. They make a few strategic decisions.
We can dream.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Let's hope. Right. So yes, I think it is going to have a very big impact on those of those quite top end high collar jobs. Definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, so the question I have, just to boil down everything you said, because I think there's one reference that might be useful in this regard, and that's the labor triangle. It's the employer, consumer, and employee, or something like that. And we have seen that industrialization has generally that's skewed it quite a bit. So labor, for example, hard physical labor replaced with machines, that created a lot of shift. But so more people would turn into the service sector, and now the service sector can be increasingly replaced by the AI. And so you increasingly do not have actually the labor part of the labor triangle. And so you don't also have the consumer unless you are on welfare, right? So, where do you get this from, right? And so finally, you have then the employee, the one that is the boss, which will also be including leaders.
Employer, not employee.
Employer, yeah, thank you. So you will have the boss, basically, because it's not only just in the business sense. This is also in a political sense, basically. As far as I can tell, like if you were to be using that labor triangle as just a boiled down reference, it is like one corner has been knocked off, the second one is being taken right now by AI. And so the question will be then, what are we going to do with the last corner here, the employee, before the whole thing is overhauled? Because as far as I've understood it, this whole thing only works insofar as all of the wheels are in motion on all the corners. The labor market have to be artificially propped up sometimes to make this kind of fit. So yeah, would that be kind of like a good reference to what you were saying?
To Garrett?
Yes, because you've got to remember that the worker and consumer are largely the same people. So the idea that you can lower the wages of the worker in order to benefit the consumer is essentially foolish, unless you can appeal to other markets or export into a different economy or something along those lines. But I don't think that there is ever, I mean, when you say that AI will replace this job or the other, why? I mean, yes, it may be more economically efficient for a rich person to have an AI do the job, but is that socially useful? And why should we all be beholden to the interests of rich people? Okay.
Well, no, I don't think that people are saying that we should or shouldn't be beholden to it. It's just the way that the masses tend to react, right? Generally speaking, at least in aggregate, humans tend to act at least somewhat rationally when it comes to economics. So generally speaking, if you could buy, you know, brand X at one store and it's $1, or buy brand X at another store and it's $2, you're going to go to the first store. That's just, you know, that's just the way humans behave. So it's.
Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead, Drew.
Okay. I got 2 points again. First is I don't think we are looking at the issue of, for example, robotics in the right way. The robots aren't going to come to the US and then replace, for example, the guy that's working on your pipes. What's going to happen is the robots are going to be built in China, and then the Chinese are going to use the robots to be a lot more efficient than even the Chinese humans.
Drew, your mic makes you sound like a robot right now. Your mic is crackling a whole lot. Like you sound like a robot voice. No joking.
I don't know what's up, bro.
Is it better?
Try again.
Is
It's
this
the
better?
same.
Same?
I think you refresh your tab. You refresh your tab. Maybe it's a connection problem. Yeah.
So
it's
I
a CIA.
leave and come back.
You
It's
just
okay.
refresh.
Go ahead as a robot. It sounds super ominous.
Oh yeah. I scammed him out of it. He's back.
I guess
Bradley has been holding his finger for a while, and he also has like this robot filter. Okay,
Drew, you want to finish your point first?
Can I try?
Yeah, your voice is good now. Yeah.
Okay.
The voice is good now.
So basically, what the risk of robotics and all these new technologies is not that they will come to your country and then replace you. It's basically it will accelerate the replacement of the production of goods in a foreign country rather than them being produced in your country, right? And this, okay, so that's my other point about this AI replacing jobs is this has happened across human history. Cars came along and replaced rickshaw drivers and people who knew how to ride horses. You know, tankers came along, replaced cavalry, etc., etc. It's gonna go on.
We don't
It's
have
not
elevator
going to-
operators anymore. I'm old enough to remember when we had elevator operators in all buildings.
Yes, we don't have elevator operators anymore because they're replaced by mechanics, mechanical buttons where you can press and then, you know. And so it's going to go on. And the solution to this isn't to stop the evolution of technology, because if you don't evolve and you don't develop new technologies, some other country, today it's China, is going to
Drew, I
develop
don't
those
think anyone
technologies
was saying that they want to stop it. I don't
and overtake you. Like they were talking about like legislation. Some guys here were talking about the politicians legislating the you know.
That was probably me, but I was in reference to intellectual property, which is like there's someone trying to stop it if they have a self-interest within, and so there you can have economic, but not like overtly something like that, trying to stop technology, nothing like that.
So what's going to happen if the politicians try to prevent try to save jobs by stopping the technological progress of replacing jobs, is that some other country is going to do it, and then they're going to replace your jobs anyway, right? What's going to, you know, so it's what the solution is basically what I think Singapore is doing. You have a strong socialist system where you take care of the minimum requirement for equality of opportunity. So take care of people's housing,
subsistence living, yes. Exactly.
Not subsistence living, equality of opportunity.
That is exactly what you're describing. Subsistence
Different thing.
living.
Yeah. So
that's
basically
what the word means in English.
let me finish. Right, so basically what is different from subsistence living. It's about giving the next generation the opportunity to compete, to become the next AI programmer, even though this previous generation didn't manage to do anything, for example. So giving the kid the opportunity to learn, you deal with education, you deal with his health, you deal with his housing, you deal with his food, water.
Why would you do that?
And so you would do that because if you don't, people revolt. People
So you're
come
just
after
doing
you.
it to appease them.
And if you don't, the people will, your whole country will be less efficient because now you are not
No, because it would be less
optimizing
efficient because all
the
those resources that you would put into subsistence
your
living could be put towards productivity.
you're not optimizing the potential of your greatest asset of any country, which is the human beings living in there. If
Okay,
you
well,
are
if the human beings were honestly, if you sincerely believe that the greatest productivity or the greatest natural resource of a country is its human beings, well, then they should be given first priority over everything, correct?
yes, they should.
Okay, all right. Is that what your country is doing? Is that what China is doing?
Yes.
Really? I think some people would beg to differ.
No, yeah,
Those
but
people that don't understand Singapore and don't understand China would say that, but that's what
okay. So
the Singapore government
China
does.
treats its people as if they're the most important thing.
Yes.
I
Why do you think they refuse to get into war? Because it kills Chinese people.
I think they refuse
Why
to
is
get into war because if they were get into war, they probably would lose.
An army of 2 million. How do they lose? They spit and we drown.
The United States.
You mentioned the word efficient.
Been concerned with numbers.
Let me make a quick comment.
Drew, you mentioned the word efficient.
Our alliances.
Efficient
The United States
for
could
whom?
take China out in an afternoon if they so chose to. If the United
You
States,
can-
think of it this way, think about this: if the United States and its allies totally decided to mobilize for war, full on, as opposed to China and its allies tried to mobilize for war, full on, it would be over in an afternoon.
The United States and all its allies would lose. There are more people in China than there are in the
there would
entire
just be more
collective
body
West.
bags to fill.
Add India, China, and Russia
With
together.
what shells?
It's half
With
the
what
world's
shells?
population. There's no
With
way
what
the
shells
collective
would
West can
they?
win.
With what munitions? Who has the biggest industrial capacity? You're dreaming, man. The United States doesn't have a military industrial complex to fight a war in Ukraine.
The West
What
can't even make
with
gunpowder.
what army?
The collective
Because
West
the
is
bunch
being
of-
the
a
global
collective
South.
West is being outproduced by just Russia right now, not even China.
Okay, well, hold on a second. If you honestly believe that the United States has industrialized for war, you're gravely mistaken. Don't get me wrong.
he
I'm
hasn't.
I'm completely against the war in Ukraine. But I mean, do you honestly believe that the United States? I mean, most people in the United States can't still, despite the fact that we spent billions of dollars over there, the average American citizen still can't find Ukraine on a map with a fucking pointer. That's how disengaged they are. Could you imagine if the United States people were actually to mobilize? Are you familiar with our history when it came to war? Have you seen
Yeah, I remember how you got kicked your ass in Korea just 5 years after you mobilized for war. The level of decay.
The United States didn't mobilize in Korea. And also, if you really want to talk about, the United States could have won the Korean War. I mean, read MacArthur's letters, how easily that war could have been won. He was forced to resign. He had the war won.
They wanted to go nuclear to win the war.
You obviously know nothing about the Korean War. If you honestly believe that the Americans could not have won that war, not only could have they defeated the Koreans, but if they followed MacArthur's advice, they could have wiped out the Chinese.
Yeah, because they wanted to go all nuclear.
We may not all. I may not survive. I may not be around. I'm not sure which level of my ancestors are
Mr.
affected.
Lambo has become trans, and he has turned into a lady. So,
I'm sorry.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah. a lot of change with me in a week time. I decided to stop to be a microwave, so I started to become a woman. So I'm not just
Lambo,
sleeping with my
I love you, brother, but that's disgusting. It's gross. Stop that.
Well, I will say that the woman you have with you makes your screen look much prettier than when it's only your face.
Yes.
Yes, I know. I was 60
Look, you single-handedly improved the looks of the whole open mic just in one go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Lambo is following the lead of the U.S. Army.
Oh, hey, Lambo, that's a good segue into Ukraine.
Well, before we do that, can I please say what I've been trying to say? I had my finger out for like 10 minutes. Please.
Yeah, Bradley,
I want to go over the blue collar worker thing. So I think that it's been uncool to be a blue collar worker for decades in the United States. And I compare that to how we think about coal miners here in the States compared to how the Russians think of coal miners. Coal miner is an educated professional who does valuable work. My grandfather was actually a proud Donbass coal miner, and he felt accomplished and important, like a smart, educated, modern man because he was a coal miner. AI can't take the coal miners' jobs. The welding jobs, meanwhile, I'm a trained musician. AI is taking over the music industry and not the welding trade.
Thank God.
It can't do so. It's too specialized. Like a welder to the Russians is an intelligent and valuable professional who does important work and commands respect. There's like a day that they have. There's a holiday for welders. There's a holiday for coal miners. This is despite the fact that it costs like $100,000 to become a welder in the U.S. So
it doesn't cost that anymore. Actually, there's all these incentive programs because there's such a shortage of them.
Yeah, well,
but just a quick aside about welders.
And at DPA replace MSM. Is the West even able to mobilize anymore?
So that's kind of what I want to touch upon. I don't think they are. We're in a position to be able to mobilize, and we can see that in some of the recent think tank conversations that have been happening. Like was the General Cavoli was saying that we need to completely redesign a whole swath of weapon systems so that they could be actually manufactured by our workers. We need to be able to make weapon systems that require little manual skilled labor, or that skilled labor pools that exist, such as automotive workers, can be making the weapons. Because right now, this is not like World War II, where we take a bicycle factory and convert it into something that makes grease guns. We're making much more high-end weaponry that you can't just take a bicycle factory and turn that around, and that now we're making Jeeps for the military. So you can't do that.
That's part of the whole point that we've seen the falls of the war in Ukraine was we have over-engineered weapons, and it's like to our detriment.
So we can't just mobilize right now and make it just put dumb artillery shells. You hear the problem about the 155 millimeter artillery shells? The problem with producing them in sufficient quantities is because there is one gunpowder factory that makes the munitions for the 155 millimeter shell, and it's in Poland.
How hard is it to make a gunpowder factory? This is not like making a Tesla plant, or a 3 millimeter microchip facility that has to have
This
is not complicated. This is stuff that
it's super complicated. You need trained workers. You need supply chains. Go on.
It is complicated. When we try to open up another 155 millimeter factory in the U.S. recently, you know what we had to do? We had to go to Turkey. Turkey came and gave us their equipment, stuff said in Turkish that has to be translated to English because we don't make the shit anymore. So even if we just want to spin up and ramp up, we have to already engage.
No, I agree with you, but it's because it's never been a national priority. That's the point that a lot of people don't get.
It is not only technological issues, also societal.
When the sovereignty of the country is threatened, the United States, unlike any country in the history of human civilization, has always been able to innovate, evolve, and adapt. No other country has done it to the level the United States has.
I think the Russians have.
Fact. Now, Wyatt, back me up on this if I'm wrong. Tell me any other country that did as well as the United States and
I will let you.
You're talking 200 years ago. Like the United States back 200 years
Here's the
ago.
bottom line. With this whole fucking argument, it's real fucking simple. The United States has a massive amount of potential. The problem is they don't have the fucking motivation. Bottom line. It's all there, no motivation.
Yes. Thank you,
You
Ron.
change the
Thank you, Ron.
motivation, it's game on. There's no reason to sit here anymore and fucking delve into it. You don't have any motivation to do what you need to do to be on top of your game. That's the problem. All
motivation is
when you have a general
you can do.
I mean, I'm sure
So,
China and Russia and India are shitting their pants. The top of the chain, military chain, has got a fucking skirt. That general or admiral, whatever her name is, or his name is. For crying out
China's
loud.
motivated.
For
They're building
crying
shit.
out loud.
Russia's
Listen,
motivated. They're building shit. They have a plan.
America took over in 45 at the expense of Great Britain. Remember, the greatest empire for the last 300-400 years. The jewel of the empire was India. It went down with Churchill, down the toilet. And guess what? And you just got here. Don't worry, Anglo world will take over. Don't worry, boys. You'll never fucking hit that Pearl Harbor bullshit. That's all crap. All right, so let's call a spade a spade.
Yeah, no, Jim, I agree.
All right,
with
so
you
you've taken over. You've taken over South America. You've influenced all over the
United
place.
States was never hit was simply because of geography. The United States is a lot harder to hit. That's something that, for better or for worse,
harder
that is
to
a
hit? What are you talking
geographical
about?
reality.
Was.
You cannot hit the United States. Unlike
So I want to
ICBM.
talk about the
ICBM.
So I want to talk about the so I just want to explain what happened in World War II. In World War II, the Americans industrialized for war. They're not exactly building the same ammunition for that the war that they had when the war started. They invented totally new weapons, new ammunitions to fight. The same thing is going to happen if World War III going to start. The United States is going to develop totally new type of weapons, totally new type of ammunition. They will not use back the current systems, current shells that it struggles to find out how to create. They're going to create totally new ones. So this is the testament to the potential of the United States. The problem is that United States, there's too much corruption going around, too much, self-interest, global interest. Companies are all, they don't think that they're American. They think that they're global companies. So nobody give a damn about, getting the things right in America. So that is the problem with America. But when war breaks out, you can forget about international companies. There's no more international companies. Everybody is going to be very nationalized. So, United States is going to survive. They're going to invent
America is no
crazy
longer
weapons.
America. It's culturally, like Australia, corrupt. It's impotent. We're impotent.
It doesn't matter. The corruption wouldn't matter in a World War situation.
Is impotent.
So, Jim, we have a rule when the commander is
a self-hating streak in the West.
Well, he's talking.
There is a self-hating streak in the West.
We have a rule when the commander speaks, everybody shuts up. Just
sorry.
Let you know.
So I just want to explain that it wouldn't matter if there's corruption anymore in the World War situation. If you think about Stalin, Soviet Union, freaking Soviet Union, they managed to mobilize for a fucking war, and they managed to beat the freaking Nazis, which are the most sophisticated society at those times. They're the most advanced, most sophisticated, and the Soviets beat them. And the Soviets are not particularly well known to be very, uncorrupted. So the same thing, even the moment there is martial law, war machines start to grind, everybody goes to war. You see, Ukraine, the most corrupt country in Europe, managed to fight until now. What makes you think the United States can't? United States will perfectly fine with fighting, and in fact, they will fight very well because
United States isn't going to have the United States behind it if it starts fighting in a war.
Yes, attacked it will.
You have to remember that in World War II.
You're not even an American. You don't know.
I'm an American.
You aren't really.
I'm a South American.
We're talking about a unifying event, like a we're talking about a unifying event that would unify Americans, a catastrophe that would motivate them to utilize the potential.
9/11.
Look, you guys have to remember that. You guys have to remember that. One doesn't rise to an occasion. One falls to the training. And back in World War II, both the Soviet Union and the USA had massive industrial capacity. Massive industrial capacity. The United States doesn't have that industrial capacity. It can't even make a fucking shell factory. So it would take them, like 20 years to build and train the personnel. The United States had a huge, had the biggest industrial capacity of the world, and they just turned it into simple
profit. They turned it into profit.
Into simple war industry. And yeah, they invested huge amounts of money in high-tech stuff, but it was still much more simple than what it is now. So you can't just jumpstart something that doesn't exist. Back then it did exist, but now it doesn't exist anymore. And that's the thing about Russia, that they preserved their installations and their infrastructure for industry. And the United States didn't do that. They just let it all rot away, or just blew it apart, or tear it down.
No one's arguing with that. If something happened to the United States and they went into a massive mobilization to build up, obviously China and Russia, since they're already in the middle of that, they're obviously going to keep going and get ahead while we play catch up. Maybe we catch up down the road. Maybe we never catch up. It's not like we're going to snap your finger and the U.S. is going to start dropping 1,155s a month or something. It might take a year, but that's the whole point. The potential's there. There's just no motivation to do that right now.
Absolutely.
Because people haven't been terrorized enough to do it. They don't feel threatened enough to join the military or to build new ammunition plants or design a new artillery shell that doesn't require them to go to Turkey. It's just not. We're not there yet.
Remember, 1945 America and 2024 America is totally different.
No. You cannot compare 1945 America. You have to go to 19.
In terms of demography, I'm talking about.
You have to choose 1938 United States. No, you have to go pre-war, because
1938, right when the United States started to.
You have to be pre-war to pre-war. You cannot.
When they started to introduce Selective Service Act. So that's when you have to look at it. So if the United States totally tried to do a full-on mobilization for war, and I'm not even necessarily saying this is a good thing, but there's no country on the planet that could stand up to the United States if we went full-on. And even in World War II, most people don't know this. The United States never fully mobilized for war. Even in World War II, we didn't do that. We never fully mobilized for war.
So I just want to push back in terms of the
Germany and Russia. We never fully mobilized.
I want to push back in terms of the lack of faith in the United States' ability to mobilize. You have to understand, before World War II started, or at least before the United States entered the World War II, United States have no capability of building hundreds of aircraft carriers and battleships and destroyers, thousands of destroyers.
They built a destroyer, one a week, yeah.
The United States do not have the capability. At the end of the war, the United States has hundreds of aircraft carriers. Japan thought that
they didn't have hundreds.
They had 19 aircraft carriers and a bunch of
escort carriers.
Destroyers.
Okay. No, plus I'm talking about escort carriers.
Yeah, they had hundreds of escort carriers. You're right, escort carriers, but not aircraft.
So Japan entered the war, going to Pearl Harbor. They think that sinking 4 aircraft carriers is going to end it. No, United States will just collapse. United States do not have the capability to build so many carriers. They managed to make it happen. So no, I wouldn't underestimate the United States at all. Just like no one should have underestimated Russia. It's the same thing. No, you do not know what is hidden in the back chambers. No, they will just suddenly pull out and make something happen. And remember also, during even the ventilators situation during COVID, when Trump get the ventilators getting produced.
Well, I mean, think about pre-war too. In World War II, you had the Roaring '20s. The times were good, and then you had the economic depression, kind of like you're having now. We had some good years, and now we're in the bad downslope, and you got war on the horizon potentially. So I mean, there's no, like I said, I just think there's the potential's there. There's just hasn't been that event that's triggered it.
Yeah, and we're not. I'm not emotionally invested in this. I don't think it's a good thing. if the United States would have fully go, like they did in World War II, where they fully, mobilized for war. I think there's a lot of downside to that because I'm against this globalization bullshit. I would prefer a multipolar world. I don't want the United States sticking their fucking finger up the ass of every other country. But I'm just saying, you're kidding yourselves if you honestly believe there's any country that could oppose the United States if it fully decided to go hog wild and fight war above all else. There's not a country on the planet that could stand up to that. And if you're telling yourself different, you are just an ignorant, or you're lying to yourself.
Just as a side issue.
So what if America falls into further civil
realized,
strife?
If you all realize that every American nuclear sub in the world, North Pole, South Pole, Pacific, Atlantic, anywhere, is operated from Pine Gap in the middle of Australia, Simpson Desert. Google it. So any strike, God forbid, World War III, will emanate from the central Australia. That's where the 2,000 permanent American soldiers are embedded in the middle of the fucking desert, 1,000 miles away from any form of life. So there you are,
I'm not sure what your argument is. The United
well,
States.
the argument is,
the United States is
my arse end here in Australia going to be hit first rather than US.
Yeah, fine. That may be true, and I'm sorry about that. But the point is
well,
that if
all right, kiss my ass goodbye. That's all I'm saying.
My condolences.
Yeah,
sorry
my
about
condolences.
that.
I mean, that's
Thank you.
Guys, you may not be seeing that Brew is holding his finger.
Country that doesn't have its fucking
accepted.
flag on the moon and trying to shit on the United States. We are still the only global superpower in the world. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying it's the
Chinese have
reality.
a
Okay, gentlemen, Bro is here and he's in the dark, so you may not see that he actually is holding his finger up. So, hi, fella.
That's because he's black and he needs a fucking smile. So
and he need to talk for the British Empire,
Well, that's actually why I wanted him to speak, because I wanted to start gravitating towards Ukraine, and I wanted to ask some Europe-specific questions. So this is the UK here with Bruce. So you had your finger up, you had something to say. So why don't you say that first, and then, if I may ask you a question or two.
Just a quick one. What do you think would happen back in World War II if Russia didn't join the war? What do you think would have happened? I know it's a big question, so...
Probably would have just taken longer, or maybe there wouldn't have been a fight between Germany and America. Maybe it would have just
divided
been the United States and the Pacific.
The U.S. planners before the war, they kind of assumed a foregone conclusion that the USSR would fall. That is not what happened, but the end result would nonetheless be the same. They expected there will be a bipolar world where there is an American sphere of influence with the Latin America and so forth, and then you would have a German sphere of influence. And then it became instead the Russian, USSR, instead of the German
actually,
one.
the simple answer to this, because I've actually explored this topic in great depth. If this, one, there was no chance that the Soviet Union would not have gotten involved in World War II. But let's just
Germany attacked the Soviet Union.
If Germany didn't attack the Soviet Union, eventually the Soviet Union would have attacked Germany. So it's a moot point, that argument. But let's just to play out the intellectual argument. If for some reason if it was somehow possible that Germany would have made peace with the Soviet Union, which wasn't possible because the Germans needed the resources that the Soviet Union had, but let's just say for whatever reason they didn't, and they came to some mutual agreeable trade pact or whatever, the United States would have stayed out of the war. Britain would have been had to sue for peace, and you would probably have United States, German, Soviet Union sphere of influence.
I really want to push back on the if Germany didn't attack the USSR would have attacked Germany. I think that's not borne out by the documents of the era. If you read,
no, absolutely it is. Especially if you read the documents that came out after the collapse of the Soviet Union, where they actually were planning that. Actually, Stalin had actually planned that. He just didn't think that the Germans were going to be ready to fight the war as quickly that they did. He thought that they needed at least another year and a half.
So the Soviet Union was expecting the Germans to attack them. They weren't expecting to attack the Germans. And
right, no, but well, actually, Stalin's plan was he didn't think that the Germans would have. Well, actually, not just the Soviet Union. No one thought the Germans would have had the success that they had when they conquered the Netherlands, Norway, France, Belgium, Luxembourg. Who else am I leaving out? I mean, everybody. You know, within a matter of
the whole of continental Europe.
Yeah. So no one believed. So Stalin, when he saw that happen, Stalin's plan was he thought it would be like a lot of countries did. He thought it would be like a long, drawn out war from the Western powers, like World War I, and then he would sweep in and just take everything. Then once he saw that Germany had just defeated the living shit out of everybody with very low casualties, and then also taking all their resources, then he was like, "Oh fuck."
I'm curious to know where you've been reading that, because this is obviously something that I'm also done a lot of looking into. And
where did you see there was anything
Stalin?
different?
Hold up. Let me talk now.
You guys are giving too much credit to the US in World War II. Without the URSS, Europe would be speaking German.
Totally.
Totally right.
Was what he was saying is if you read his like thoughts, right? What he was saying at the time was, I have
thoughts about Stalin.
5 years. Stalin, yeah. So he was saying things like, we have 5 years to prepare, because like he also read Mein Kampf, where Hitler just literally spelled out the plan, like where we need living room and these people are subhumans. So Stalin was really, really shrewd. And what he tried to do is, first, he tried to create alliances with European countries and with the United States. He kept being rejected to sign non-aggression pacts with them. But meanwhile, what was happening is those countries were signing non-aggression pacts with Germany. There was like the French non-aggression pact. There was this a whole bunch there's a slew of them the year coming up to the
Polish.
And they didn't sign non-aggression pacts with.
They did. They signed shit. Yeah, dozens. There are dozens.
They weren't "quote unquote" non-aggression pacts. These were.
There are a shit ton of non-aggression pacts.
A shit ton. No, they were non-aggression pacts.
I'm not sure how you measure that in English, but
okay. Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you how I measure it. Dozens. Literally dozens. With France.
How much is one shit per pound? I just want to know what that is.
Well, I'm telling you how. So if you're curious, here's
use civilized measuring units, please.
By the dozen. When I say shit ton, I mean by the dozen. So there were dozens of agreements signed between Germany and all these other countries. So what Stalin realized at this point in time, where he's building up and preparing for a war, he was saying things like, I have 5 years to prepare for a war and I only have 2 resources: peasants, uneducated peasants, and birch trees. Like, we're fucked. So he was preparing for a German invasion of the Soviet Union. In fact, the USSR was not in an offensive forward position. And part of the reason why they went into Poland was because that was already after the Polish leadership had fled. It was already after they realized that the Germans are aiming to break their.
That's an outright lie, because actually, if you look, and now this has been disclosed later, that actually the non-aggression pact that the United States, the Reich signed with the Soviet Union was the clause that they kept secret just between them was that they would divide Poland between the two.
Yes, exactly. This is what I'm talking about, right? So what happened was, this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? So so these Polish lands used to be whatever German, right? These other Polish lands used to be. Basically, what they decided is that in order for us to have kind of like a modern day buffer zone, like a modern day Ukraine or something, we're going to do that in Poland. So Stalin, fearing that Hitler was going to basically take a shit on that, he advanced his guys up to the line where he said that he would be, and they stopped it. They didn't advance any further. So what happened afterwards is that we were trying to sick the Russians and the Germans against each other. So that's what we were trying to do. That's why we were like propped up Hitler, right? Into it's certain, not us as a state policy, I would say, but like certain people, right, in the United States, like Ford, I think.
Yeah, most corporations.
Yeah, they were hoping to sick these two giants, European giants, against each other. And, it totally worked. What they didn't expect was that the Germans would take out the French first and that the Germans would go for the British. So when their, mad dog, they've been cultivating basically broke off the chain and fucked them up first. They realized, oh shit, this is existential. This is when we will fight and all this other shit, because there's London's getting bombed and all this other stuff. So Hitler turns around and decides that he's going to invade the Soviet Union. He thinks he can just, because what Hitler was saying, he was like, all you got to do, it's a rotten structure, you just got to kick the door in, the whole thing is going to collapse. And after Operation Barbarossa ensued, for like the first 2 weeks or something like that, people were saying that Joseph Stalin had like a mental breakdown. He's saying things like,
yeah, by the way, there's no evidence that he actually had the mental breakdown.
This is rumors, right? And you were now, even if there was such a thing happened, it wouldn't ever be officially disclosed. Of course, obviously, Soviet Union, but like there were rumors that he was saying things like Comrade Lenin gave us this wonderful gift and gave us this potential to have socialism in one country, and we've squandered it. Then basically he gets his shit together and they start moving factories back to the Urals.
Actually, the factories were moved back to the Urals before that, under the advice of Molotov.
Right, but this was all going on at this point in time. Like they were.
No, this was going on before that. By the time the war broke out, they didn't have time to move the factories back. But anyway, keep going.
Anyway, so going to disagree with that, but basically the reason why well, I think we're going in circles now, because I think that would basically.
Well, it's on a Lego set. You can't just pick it up and move it, So anyway, but
yeah, of course. So basically, yeah, that's that. I think that's basically what I was trying to say. That it was there was a long-term plan of trying to sink the Germans on the Russians. The Russians didn't have any ambitions to attack the Germans. They did want to take half of Poland as kind of their buffer zone. Now that buffer zone, because if from the perspective of Russian psychology, like Russian psyche, they're going to look at that buffer zone.
The reason I would push back on that argument is if you look at the Russian expansion into the Baltics, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, also the 2 provinces they took in Romania, and these were provinces, and especially what happened in Romania, which was outside what the agreed upon sphere of influence that they would have under the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. So the Russians were actually provoking the Germans because they were thinking, oh, they're preoccupied in the West.
Guys, you're both arguing from 2 historical opposite perspectives. So you're not going to agree, okay? Because there's versions of the story, and you got one, and you got another one, and you're never going to agree. Okay, so whatever side of the story you trust more, it's like cute to see you guys argue on those topics. But the thing is that Russia had come from a historical trauma of being invaded all the way to Moscow. It had to secure its borders. But back to the original point that triggered all this conversation, all this rabbit hole. There's countries that actually care about their human capital, and even though it might be difficult to understand from a capitalistic, especially North American perspective, it must be super difficult to imagine. But if you look at the perspective, if you look at the progress, of absolute poverty and underdevelopment to what's happening now, you see a tendency, an ascension tendency of standards of living versus, from the other side, a decrease of standard of living, which is the total disregard for their own human capital. So there is countries that do make policies from their material, physical circumstances and the means they have available to develop their human potential by strategic planning, versus other ideological positions that don't give a fuck about their human potential and all they care about is profit. So yeah, back to that original starting point. And yeah, you can think that United States is the best country in the world and all that, but there's material realities, and as Vaughn says very well, if you don't have the motivation to develop your capacities, your human resources and your natural resources, it's not going to happen. If you turn all your kids gay, they're not going to go to war. You're going to mobilize them, and you're going to have a shit force, and that's going to happen. And if you don't have industry, you're not going to be able to make shells or missiles. So
Wyatt,
let's change topic to Ukraine. And as per the headline, we totally didn't really talk about it. Is Ukraine is cut. Maybe we talk a little bit. Ukraine cutting oil to Slovakia and Hungary, but also asking Slovakia and Hungary to send electricity to Ukraine, which is powered by the same oil that they are cutting. So, what do you guys think? 4D chess?
No, I think it's desperation on the part of Ukraine right now, because what happened, especially with Hungary, where they're kind of seeing that Central Europe, or at least parts of Central Europe, are kind of defecting. I mean, defecting might be too strong a word. Not that they're supporting Russia, but they're looking for an exit ramp, and that's the last thing that Zelensky wants. He wants the Europeans to feel like if Russia loses, if Ukraine loses, you all lose. You're all going to die. And once if they're not feeling that existential threat, he's desperate right now, especially with what happened, last week, right, with the Trump thing, because Trump said he'll end the war in, what did he say, 24 hours or whatever. And he probably would. I mean, one phone call, all he's got to say is Zelensky, sign the paper or you're cut off. So he probably could end it. So I think that's what's going on.
Go ahead, Shadowy first, I guess.
Yeah, so I could just tell Putin that he's going to allow Odessa to go to Russia, and it's over. In 2 days, the war is over.
I think they're trying to Trump-proof Ukraine right now with all of these security agreements being signed between not just the U.S. and Ukraine, the UK, all these countries in Europe are signing security agreements. I think that even if the United States, let's say a bunch of funding gets cut off from the U.S., maybe that was the plan all along anyway, to make Ukraine Europe's responsibility in the long term. And then, America can pivot and focus on Taiwan or something. So I don't know. I think that this is that it's.
You think the European country has enough strength to oppose a USA-made peace plan? I don't think so. If Trump put on the table a credible proposal, it's over.
I don't think he said oppose it. I think he just said that, that Europeans are kind of like, he said to the United States, like Trump would say to the Europeans, you broke it, you fix it.
Yeah, you buy it.
That's something else.
Yeah, you broke it, you buy it. It's yours now. You own it. But yeah, I mean, and what is Trump going to do? He could just be like, well, I have nothing to do with the previous administration, and screw you guys for, not trusting me and all this other whatever. You could make it personal, and then what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, because look how shitty the Europeans treated Trump. Remember when he was telling them that you should buy our LNG from us instead of buying it from Russia, and they literally laughed in his face. They totally disrespectful.
Or ask them to spend more money to build up your military, to 2%. But
then
they panic.
Literally laughed in his face.
But why panic when Russia invaded?
Because Europe doesn't want to be reliant on America any more than it wants to be reliant on Russia.
I think they want to have the American nuclear umbrella over them.
They want to have their cake and eat it too. I mean, look, no one wants to be reliant on anybody, but the reality is that the Europe has to be reliant on somebody for their energy, and they have to be reliant on somebody, possibly themselves, for their own defense. So the way they were trying to have it is we'll get our energy from Russia and we'll get our defense from the United States, and we'll tell both of them to go fuck themselves. And
But I think that there is a lot of Europe that is afraid of America and doesn't want more American interference. We would like less, thank you.
I can actually make an exception to what you're saying, Gareth, and that will be Norway. Norway has benefited tremendously from this spectacle over in Eastern Europe. So we all know about the oil and gas pipelines and stuff like that.
The exports. Yeah, that's the only reason that you care is because you're getting rich because it was cut off from Russia. So now you're just.
No, you guys have a pipeline.
It's even better because this pertains to the interest, and this pertains to interests with the United States, because the Frontline, as it's called, the corporation that does the shipping of the LNG, or not all of the LNG, but quite a lot of the LNG, it has tripled in value since the Ukraine war. Why? Well, of course, because now you had all the LNG terminals and so forth being shipped from the United States. Now, this corporation here is based in Cyprus, and the CEO is Norwegian, well known. So yeah, I mean, we are benefiting on all accounts. Also, furthermore, when it comes to the metal industry, we are increasingly getting in. We're going to be starting mining and producing titanium ore rather soon. And like you said, Shabbos, we don't actually have a nickel mine. We have a nickel factory in Norway, which is mostly foreign owned. But when it comes to titanium,
you
this one.
get your nickel from Sweden, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Some of it there and some from elsewhere, but we do the processing mostly there. And what was I going to say here? When it comes to titanium, now this is one of those things that China happens to be dominating in the market of, even on the raw resource portion. So for the United States, Norway is of particular interest, and they're now, not only do they have mines that are opening on the certain places in Norway, but they would also be having, they're trying to get subsea mining, like underwater. And here I came across just by accident that some of the companies that are operating with the major corporations in Norway for servicing the machinery and so forth, while they have had a massive jump, like they've tripled in size, basically, both in assets and everywhere. They have also quite a lot of contracts with a lot of foreign companies, unsurprisingly. One of them, specifically when you came under defense category, which was why it caught my attention, because defense usually doesn't get involved in all the things that I like, not where I was looking right there. I wasn't expecting it, but there it was. Chinese company quite heavily involved under the category of defense. This is Norway, by the way. I like the point. I think like there's a lot of this notion that we will all be heading over like a strict bifurcation. I think there's going to be a lot of gray zones in between. And the only thing I think I will be saying with some confidence as Norway to an exception of the rule is that both Norway and the UK have a rather different relationship and geostrategic purpose for the United States. We are essentially here to make sure that the United States will always have an influence on the European continent, even if it isn't on the continent proper. Okay, so I think Bradley was holding his finger.
Thank you. I think that a lot of it's not really necessarily what the European folk think, right? It's a lot about what the European elite think. Because think about the Sweden and Finland giving up their neutrality to join NATO. Was there a referendum? How do we know how popular that was? Well, they say, well, this was an actual window of opportunity where the people were willing to give up their, long-held, dearly held neutrality. But we don't really know that, right? You just take somebody at their word. And so I don't think it really matters. I think that's why you see people like Macron, being extremely unpopular in France. And a lot of it boils down to Ukraine. It's not the regular European people that need this war, really. I don't think I think some of them have been sold, especially like places that are, former Soviet influence areas, so, but at the same time, I don't know how popular, how sustainable on a popular level and how popular it would be to continue for the Europeans after the United States pivots or stops providing the same amount of funds for the Ukraine project. But I don't think they're going to give up on the Ukraine project, because the Project Ukraine is Project Russia, and Project Russia has been going on for centuries. Go ahead, Shadowy. Oh, sorry, Bro had his finger up too. I guess I don't know who's first.
I think it's Bro first.
Okay, go, Bro.
Cheers, man. All I'd like to say is, through the Russian perspective, I think Sweden and Norway joining NATO is probably not a surprise to them, to be honest. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's just what I think.
Little correction. It's Sweden and Finland. Norway has already been a member of NATO since the very beginning.
I didn't know. I thought it was neutral. Anyway, and I feel like Europe kind of, I don't know, freeloads off the US a bit when it comes to military spending and NATO and all that. They kind of just let America do everything to our advantage, and we put the money somewhere else. But that's just what I think.
I guess Shadowy and then Gareth.
Yes, I wanted to add something about the situation, at least in France, because I don't know for other country, but in France, you have to understand that the main focus point is going to be the media. The media is not going to say that USA is leaving Ukraine alone. The media is going to say Trump is doing it, not USA, because USA is always good guy, you know, but Trump is evil. So they had put all the blame on Trump directly. And they are going to hope that in 4 years after Trump, the situation is going to basically go back to normal, and everything is going to be business as usual in Europe with USA relation. So the main issue is going to be the media, the mainstream media. Are they going to try to, what would be the word, to change the reality, to make the people believe that everything is going to be okay, even if Trump, the crazy one, is going to say a lot of stupid things? Because USA is going to continue to help, even if Trump doesn't agree. I think that's what they are going to say. And if the media continue in this direction, the people are going to continue to follow this direction. Next one, I think it was Garrett. You are mute, Garrett.
Sorry, thank you. I was just going to say, as far as the Scandinavian countries go, I don't think their joining NATO is very much a surprise. In the Cold War, they often hunted Russian submarines, and if a World War III in the classic style had kicked off, it was always assumed that they would have been on the NATO side anyway, and that they probably wouldn't have been able to maintain neutral, because as both World War I and World War II shows, a lot of maneuvers go through neutral countries when big powers fight, nominally neutral countries. So I don't think that was that it was a great surprise. I don't think the Russians were shocked, and I don't think it changes the strategic balance very much, if at all. As far as more recent stuff about Ukraine, there is definitely a sense in which there has already been talk about how Europe would continue to support Ukraine if America were to withdraw. I'm less confident that the public will be so keen to carry on under those circumstances, but that has been, in the media and in the halls of power. Thanks. That's all.
I would say that von der Leyen already gave a different speech. It seems like all the warmongering from EU came about in order to produce how say the united Europe, like federation, to federalize. So now with her new mandate as EU commissioner, she's talking now about creating European military. So instead of using NATO or US as a cover, now they're switching to to uniting militaries of Europe in one single workable unit, which just says it's not capable of doing anything against Russia. It's not going to do anything against Russia anymore. Ukraine is over. Switching the plan now. All of it was for creation of United Europe. That's about it, and that's what we're gonna see, the large switch in EU against Russia. There will be not much talk, and Trump also offering, JD Vance offering not to talk about Ukraine, not to talk about Russia and so on. So this is the purpose achieved, I would say, by EU trying to achieve the standardize military for Europe, for EU. They want to standardize, to have all the same ammunition, to have central command, right? To have communication with the command, everything that one, workable military.
Good luck with that. I
needs to
really
have.
wish them luck with that.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Well,
They are going to try.
we see. the same process with scaring and threatening happened in 2009-10 with the crisis. So it achieved more unity in central bank powers. So this is happening now with the military and industry. Industry is standardizing. So it's happening the same process as with economic crisis. It's EU is establishing its administration and the processes of a whole new country. This is what is happening. This is what we notice now. Not just United States with Trump will switch, but also EU is switching its talk.
Let Lambo go next. He's been waiting.
Lambo.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, you hear me?
Yes.
I just don't know why we need to argue about third world war. If you just look at the NATO countries, nobody is building up his army, except maybe the United States already has a big army. But just look at Europe, nobody is building up the army. Instead of that, you're giving everything away to Ukraine. That is just a big sign that says to me there's not going to be a world war because no country is ready. Even better, they are weakened because they give all their stocks away. No country in Europe now for the moment has a stock of weaponry to be able to conduct a severe war. Nobody. So we don't even need to start talking about third world war because it's not going to happen the following 5 years. I don't want to say, but I agree. Like Euro said about that Europe, the European armies are working more and more together. Like we are investing in new mining ships together with Holland, built in France. Actually, I have just questions why that a lot of European countries not using to buy European jet fighters. Yeah, that's for be able to launch new bombs like for the F-35s. It is something stupid. If you want to be a fully Europe working together, you need to buy European stuff. We need to buy Rafales. We need to buy Typhoons, European tanks, European everything. But they don't do that. So yeah, it's still NATO. It's not too much European. It's more NATO stuff. But third world war, forget it. Just forget it. There's something that you don't need even to start to argue. Maybe a bit in 2, 3, 4, 5 years time, but now not even questionable if there's going to be a third war. It is going to happen. It's going to be fucked. That's it. So yeah, who's next? Shadowy.
Yes, I wanted to add something about what you say, Mr. Lambeau. You are right about one thing. Van der Leyen is going to have an issue with one very specific thing. If you want a European defense, you need a European military-industrial complex. And I'm pretty sure that's not in the plan of the US military-industrial complex. And that could be a major issue for the Van der Leyen's plan for European defense. Because what the US industrial wants, a NATO equipped with US weapon, or a European defense equipped with European weapon. Ideally, they would want that European defense with military weapon, with US military weapon. But is it possible? I don't know.
Can I just say that, like, with what energy are they going to make their weapons?
That's an issue.
With what energy? So,
whatever
like,
doing that weapon is going to be expensive.
Like that's my point. In a matter of procurement, the countries, the national budgets are gonna like tend to a lower price tag of material. But the thing is that like the USA is also in under capacity of production. It can't keep up its biddings, its requests of production. They've been diverting material from their clients to Ukraine and Israel these past few months or years. So it seems kind of stupid, but maybe that just jacks up the price and since they're all tied diplomatic, they're all tied like institutionally to the US. It's not like they can just choose around the world which is the best bidder. They can't buy from Russia, for example. It's impossible. So they're going to have to buy from the US or from their own domestic production, but it's going to be like a competition between either like the high energy prices that are going to jack up the price of the weapons produced in Europe, or the high weapons prices that are going to be jacked up by the excessive demand of US production.
Okay, so I think that this is the whole. It's just trying to make it not NATO in name, but it's still going to be. What do you think? It's going to be not NATO training. It's still going to be really NATO. It's just that what they're trying to do is they want to pull because NATO is a nuclear alliance. It's really a lot of it has to do with the American nuclear umbrella and American air defenses over Europe. So what you do is separate from the NATO part. This isn't NATO. This is just, volunteer French volunteers, and this is just Polish volunteers. And these guys are just Norwegian volunteers. This isn't NATO. Well, they're going to use, NATO equipment, NATO tactics. Now, I do agree when you say like, well, with what artillery, so that's that to me. I'm like, I don't know how much of I think maybe they could continue a lower intensity conflict for a while, maybe, do like what they're doing with, the occasional terrorist attack, or something like this, or something like an underground resistance group. So maybe they could do more of that in the long term, but I don't see Europe in a position right now where they have the strength and the industrial capacity to fight an industrial war with Russia over Ukraine for real. I don't think so. Who is next?
I don't think they are going to use European defense to fight directly Russia. It's more for a way, like it was said earlier, to be a first step in the creation of a federal Europe. And they're going to use the threat of Russia to push the European country to unite themselves and to give more and more power to von der Leyen, basically.
Well,
and what people are going to come after her. And I think that's the goal they have. But they don't want an active war. Because if you have an active war, you have two issues. You lose or you use nuclear weapon. And they know that. So
the whole point of NATO is to keep Russia out, keep Germany down, and keep the Americans in. And if you're going to try to develop some kind of a huge European collective defense pact, that United States isn't part of that, I don't know how much we
exactly. That's going to be the main issue of von der Leyen.
So, I think it doesn't have to be huge. It doesn't have to be huge. It just needs to be standardized, so it can fight together. You need to have command and control centers connected, unified programming, unified codes, so unified weaponry. That's what they aim for. Not about so much the size of the army, of capability, or nuclear umbrella. What it is for? It's for nothing. They never fear a Russian attack. They never fear anyone's attack on Europe. It's just American expense to have a nuclear umbrella over Europe. It's just symbolic, I would say, because nobody is afraid of a Russian attack. So it is just in a case when they want to attack Russia, when Americans want to attack Russia, to have capability there ready for it. That's all the nuclear capability in NATO capability in Europe is. It's not umbrella, it's attack on Russia. That's it. It's not for umbrella.
But that is the market.
That's weird thinking. Weird thinking. Nobody is thinking about Russia attacking. Nobody is ever, in the whole Cold War, they were never thinking that Russia will attack. They never believed. It's a story for the population. For their population, to keep them under the control.
In the current political environment,
that's why they
between all the nuclear powers,
that's why they had to make movies about attack of Russia, because there was no chance of Russia attacking. They were making the propaganda to scare their own people. That's what it is about. We can see how John believes, what the bullshit that he believes, that total propaganda against Russia. Well, it's just funny, but that's what they created Cold War, to control their own population, not to fight against Russia. That's never been about that. It's simple.
I mean, think about it. In the modern political era, with the countries that have nuclear weapons, based on how they're acting, who are you most likely think is going to pop a nuke off out of all those?
USA.
I mean, who are you actually afraid of?
USA.
Who talks recklessly and flippantly all the time?
Either
Is it
us or
Russia? Is it
Israel.
China? Is it-
Israel or Israel or the United States.
Yeah, most likely, just by the way they're acting and the way some of those politicians are just hell bent on pushing war. I mean, even Iran. I mean, if Iran had a nuke, does anyone here think the Persians are gonna, waste the last 100 years of progress so they can blow up a little tiny country called Israel for like 5 seconds of victory before they get wiped? I mean, they may get crazy and talk crazy sometimes, but they ain't gonna piss all that away that they work for. There's only a couple of people that you got to worry about getting crazy, and already said who they were.
Yeah, I think the whole discourse of like the
Europe is scared of itself. That is why it needs the US. Takes security competition out of Europe. Without US, old rivalries will re-emerge in Europe.
Anyway, sorry, I forgot. I missed the super chat. Yeah, sorry, Gabriel.
Yeah, it's true. I think that the European Union army issue is mostly like just a scam to prop up the GDP of those countries now that they're like starting to find it really hard to hide their economic collapses. And like, well, Stoltenberg was saying the other day that they're planning for the confrontation of Russia with Ukraine for the next 10 years. And it's pretty funny because it's like really accelerating right now. And I wanted to like throw the question out, maybe someone can answer after. Like is this acceleration like an issue of what's more likely? Is this acceleration in the changes in the front line, the Russian advance? Is it because the Russians like tactic is changing? They're like accelerating for something, or is it that the Ukrainian army is just collapsing? What's more likely?
I think it's a combination of some, area collapses, a lack of manpower. The Russians are just finding the gaps and exploiting them and pushing in where they can. I mean, they're, any strong resistance points get hit with the fabs and stuff, and they're pretty much eliminated, probably, in overall sense, low Russian casualties, especially if they just have to spot something and call it in. I mean, the only places they're probably taking casualties higher than normal is probably like Vochansk and around the cities and stuff, but out in the open, it's probably pretty light. And I think they're just finding more and more openings, and the Ukrainians are just fading away because there's just nobody there anymore. And then right now they got to go slow because they don't know, like somebody was saying earlier, the booby traps and the ambushes and stuff like that. But as this goes on day by day, there's going to be less and less guys to lay booby traps and ambushes. And on top of that, those guys will be less and less competent. So, I mean, it's like they're going to pick up a lot of territory, I think, right now by default in some areas, just because the resistance has been wiped out and there's just areas that aren't covered. And, the Russians have figured out that they can move through there and, blossom out here and there. I mean, you can kind of see how disjointed it is, especially around Avdiivka towards Pokrov. I mean, you've got like at least 3 potential axes that could go towards Pavlovsk, New York. I mean, there's, you see Kupiansk, all these places. I mean, I think they're just, there's so many Russians, not to be cheesy, but it's like they flow like water. They're just pouring on to the line of contact, and wherever they can get through, they just kind of flow through. And when they get stopped, they fab you and, redeploy or regroup. And then, maybe they don't go anywhere.
And
So
they
and then all of a sudden some start somewhere else.
Yeah, it was really crazy.
Europe, I think.
Real quick, it was really crazy to see the footage of the take of of progress, the footage there, because the town looked super intact. Like there hadn't been a shell there at all. Like there was, all the roofs were there. It was crazy. All the trees were green. I think only Occidentino had that kind of vibe of like a non-contested takeover.
Behind the progress, there's a empty, no population building. I mean, no built-up areas for maybe 20, 30 kilometers. So there's an opening. So that seems like the last line of defense, first line of defense. So it's a last line, I would say. So basically, there's nobody to back them up. And I already heard like a month ago that Russians already bombard ahead of their forces. They destroyed the deployment points, the Ukrainian army strong points. They destroy ahead before Russian soldiers reached the area. They started doing that like a month ago. But it's obviously, to me, it seems like in old front lines, it seems like the Russians are improved their ISR and also the usage of FABs. You can have and drop millions of FABs if you miss the spot. 2 houses next to it, you missed it, right? If you don't have good ISR, it doesn't help
Except
you.
if you have a FAB
Anything.
3000. But,
Yeah, but
continue,
in
please.
that numbers yet.
Yes,
right?
it's expensive.
So,
yes.
but if it's just like 2-3 houses, they will all survive there. You won't damage anything. You just destroy empty house. So you need to improve ISR information. Where is what? At what time you can drop it, and then you do it right successfully, and then you just come into the empty, undefended fields. No matter that it's used to be a town or a village, it became empty because there's nobody to refill left. So there's a lot of Ukrainian experienced military gone. They're not improving the training, but I think it's ISR the improvement of by Russia. But they have problems in Kharkov region because they're still there. I mean, I read some reports that are gonna be counter to anyone that knows anything about war. But there's Magyar unit. Now it became a brigade. It's not battalion anymore. It's a brigade. It's increased so much that became a FPV brigade unit just for drones, right? So they have so many drones. It's like, I mean, it's unbelievable how much. That's what the report are mentioning. The Kharkiv area drones are constant. They're flying. A majority of the frontline Russian units see 2-3 drones fly over them every hour, day and night. Okay, that's how many drones. They say they have this method that's supplying them with that gave them the millions and to get to drones. And also they're talking about programs by the West implemented an AI that they just fly the drones over the area all the time, and they can calculate where the Russians are by recognizing where the Russians troops are moving, what weapons they have, and they will know what capability of Russians are, what's the concentration of Russian there, the AI recognize everything. So they really suppressing the Russians in Kupiansk, in Kharkiv, in Lipsy place. You see in Volchansk, Russians crossed the Volcha River 3 times and pushed back. The Magyar brigade is over there covering everything. So there's such good ISR, they say, by using artificial intelligence to really recognize what's where from the Russians. So even though they use a lot of FABs, 3,000 up in Kharkiv, there's still this drone masses of the drones are overwhelming everything, and they're really suffering in a Kharkiv area. But they're still advancing. Russians are still advancing, even though there's such overwhelming amount of drones there.
Yeah, you can have a bunch of drones, but they're still going to make less damage than a fab.
Yeah.
How much drones do you need to make up?
I agree with Yura to a point. They got a lot of drones, but the proof is in the pudding. You got Krinky, Berestovi, Vochance, Lipsy, Kupiansk, Sinivka, Pesce, Adrivka, Zerny, Kremenaya Forestry, New York, Provoska, Progress. Every single one of those is a plus for the Russians. Doesn't matter how many drones they have; it's irrelevant. Like Kremenaya Forestry, the Azov pushed in there. They pushed into a salient, big deal. Now they got to cross 3 rivers to get back out of there once they get trapped. Krinky's gone. There's probably 1,000 Marines scattered between the shoreline and the water. Vochansk, it's bad for the Russians. They take a lot of casualties because they're in a city fight. But in all honesty, what's going on there is they're pinning the Ukrainians in their pocket and then just fabbing them and killing them with airstrikes and artillery. And they take casualties, but I'm sure it's much harder on the Ukrainians. And the same down with Pavrovsk. They're finding places to bust through, destroy these fortifications. These big fortifications that are out there in front of Pavrovsk can be dealt with fairly quickly. And if you're it's easy to identify where the troops are, what ones are occupied. And then you hit them with 3,000s, 1,500s, 500s. Other people will see that. You break the will. It's just going to start cascading more and more.
Why is
the drones? Anything the Ukrainians do right now is basically a waste of time, unless they're defending. It's unimpressive. They have 10,000 drones prepared. It's not going to be shit for them.
Mr. Lambo is about to drop, so I think we should let him speak because he's been trying to speak for a while before he leaves.
No, I'm just maybe am I closing? I'm maybe going to say, well, what the fuck? Biden finally decided to drop off.
Okay.
So is the Harris bitch is going to take over? Can somebody confirm that?
Thank you.
So yeah.
I have no idea what he said. It feels like I'm listening to World War II radio, like World War II era radio. We're part of some bombing. We're part of London.
Can I ask a question here that is kind of linking up to our earlier conversation? Unless I think Bradley maybe was before me though. If you still have something to say.
I was just trying to say that I think it's up for debate how much of Ukraine will remain in the hands of Western corporations, and I think they desperately want to save as much of Ukraine as they can. Look at the EU trade deal from before the war. They basically the plan was to privatize Ukraine's valuable shit, buy up the land, impose austerity on the Ukrainians, right? And they opened up a bunch of CIA bases and biolabs there. So, they want to stop the Russians in Ukraine ASAP and maybe even hopefully push them back. But they want to, the point is to eat Ukraine for lunch, and if your portion of lunch is decreasing, then this is where you see almost like a panic where they don't know what to do, where they're they want to go in, but they can't, but they want to, but they are sort of in a way, but they don't have the weaponry to do it. So sorry, who was speaking after me?
If I may, I had a kind of general question here that sort of pertains a little bit to what we were talking about earlier when it comes to the U.S. war economy and capacity and what have you. Now the question is more angled at Russia. So this pertains to especially those of you who watch military footages and stuff, because I haven't watched that for quite a while. So this is the context of me asking. I recall from the beginning of the war, they were quite ferocious, the attacks that the Russians used. A lot of artillery. It was quite intense. And then came, of course, the Ukrainian counteroffensive. And then we had a lull. Bye, Mr. Lambo. Bye-bye. And bye the madame, to the madame as well. Well, so where was I? Yeah, so we came into this lull, and during that period, if I'm not mistaken, maybe it was a little bit before. Yeah, it was before actually. It was during the Ukrainian counteroffensive. I believe that the Russians were announcing that they were going to expand their standing army with 50%, and they were going to increase military production and what have you. And then, fast forward some months to a year, Wyatt has a reporting where we can see artillery shells and what have you, like all types of production, like quadrupling or stuff like that. And so now coming back to the combat footages, to those of you I'm asking, you have also, of course, seen quite a lot, many more footages than I have from the early stages of the war, the lull period. You had like some of the special missiles from the Russians and occasional JDAM or something like that. But during the lull period, you would see a lot of footages of drones hitting in. But now the Russians seem to be advancing pretty much everywhere. Right. So how would that look like in the combat footages that you come across? Because I imagine that it should be, logically speaking, if the Russians have actually armed up and built up so much in their ammunition capacity and what have you, that their offensives would be as very little bit similar to what they were during the start of the war, where they would be pounding very relentlessly. But are the Ukrainians? Do they look like they are in worse off shape, like they don't have any countermeasures? Or like, what is the overall impression you get from the Vaughn, please, why don't you answer?
Yeah, well, I mean, think about it. Look at how the map looked at the beginning, where the Russians went down every road and every side road, and they were like tentacles everywhere. It's basically gone back to that again, except this time there's no reinforcements coming. There's no Ukrainian Air Force. The artillery parady's long gone. The soldiers are mostly dead and all filled with poorly trained conscripts. I mean, the Russia's advantages have, increased continuously from that point. And now they're basically doing the same thing. Wherever they can go down, they go down, and they set up and move around. And, as time goes on, it'll probably just get worse and worse. I just think the biggest difference is
question was more specific.
There's no Ukrainian military to respond like there was back in February.
Sorry. The question was more specifically pertaining to combat footages, because these are also the live, like these are kind of the evidences, the visual evidences we use, right? I just simply haven't had time or inclination to be looking into it. So I just wondering, I would be imagining that the nature, because this is such a propagandized war, right? Like they cannot, war now, it seems like it has to be filmed, right? So this was in the beginning. This, I would imagine, is still the case, and the Russians will be very proud to be showing off how they're destroying it whenever they're advancing. So, like, how did the combat footages look like now compared to
Russians concentrated more to higher caliber and to more precision. Now they say they don't use that million of shells on one spot to cover the area with explosives. It's about, now they say, immediate first shot by 2 or 3 millimeter artillery shell, or even new howitzer, 130 millimeter howitzer. It's a kind of new, very precise. They hit it with the first round immediately, right on the spot. And if it's not the first one, it's a second shot that hits exactly on a spot. So they concentrated on more precise hits, and also with FABs. Now you see much less of those unguided S-8 rockets fired from Ka-52 and Su-25. There's very little of it now, but still, provided on occasion. So it's really precision. and Ukrainians pulled back, right? They concentrate on using drones to prevent Russians' accumulation of the troops on the front line in order to attack. So when you see the drones hitting the armored carriers, that's actually 2-3 kilometers behind the first line. It's not at the front line, not advancing forward. It's they hitting in the rear, where reserves are trying to approach to the front line and accumulate some capacity in order to go forward, right? That's what's happening now. They barely hitting anyone that goes from zero line into Ukrainian trenches. It's not happening. It's not being prevented at all. What's prevented is accumulation to the front line of the Russians. So they come from they start from deployment points as 5 kilometers from the attacking, and if they succeed to pass their own front line and go ahead, there's nothing stopping them anymore. That's what's happening now.
Watch the videos of the guys on motorcycles and how many random mortar shots there were, like 3 or 4 from the time they rode from wherever to the lines and attacked. And nobody died. I mean, there's literally nothing for them to get hit by or shot at. There was like no fire on them or nothing.
That's why they use motorcycle, because they quickly can reach from deployment point through their front lines and go forward. That's what's. But they use a lot of motorcycles actually to supply their frontline units, because that's a lot of very troublesome because of so many drones Ukrainians have. It's a supply of their frontline units that they need to use. There's still not enough drones. They supply like those Baba Yaga type drones now to supply the frontline units. They use the motorcycles just to avoid the drones, because that's the danger, right? Ukrainians have many more drones than FPV drones than the Russians. And as I was explaining, Magyar is up north at Kharkiv, and they're really suppressing the Russians there.
Shadowy. Yes, I think the question of the copying question was about propaganda to know. And I think about propaganda. The videos that we watch on Telegram doesn't matter, because the percentage of the population who watch this video is very, very, very limited, very small. Basically, no one watches them, except us, of course. But what the people watch is the newspaper title. And if you read that some newspapers, they are still crazy. Look at the title of the Telegram. They basically write on their newspapers that when 2 Russian division attacks, they'll have a casualty in 60 days equivalent to 4 divisions. It's just crazy. So the propaganda still continue copying. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if I can also address this question, Coping, I think that in the earlier days of the war, the media narrative and the propaganda war was important. But I think ever since the failed offensive, where it's slowly dawned on the Ukrainians that they cannot win. Because the thing about that offensive was that was massively prepared. That had all the ammunition, all the weapons, all the planning, all the advisors, and more importantly, all the morale. Everybody believed in it, right? That was when Ukraine still had a military to speak of. And it basically smashed itself to pieces against a brick wall and got decimated. And now, compare the situation. Trump is saying he wants to make peace. You've got even Zelensky admitting they're never going to get Crimea back, in his saner moments. It's becoming increasingly obvious that nobody believes in the Ukrainian victory anymore. They're waiting for these extra troops to turn up. Well, no, obviously there's a small amount of crazies that still believe it possible, I guess. But
I think most of the people in the street still believe Ukraine is winning.
Turn up. And I think it doesn't really matter to Russia what the media narrative is. Like Russia has even said that they can't compete when it comes to a media narrative. Russia is all about dismantling Ukraine's ability to fight, and they're doing that pretty handily. They're pushing along the lines. They're forcing the Ukrainians to maneuver where they can get hit. They're conspicuously not making big advances in maneuver warfare because obviously they want to stretch the Ukrainian lines as much as possible. And they're waiting for Ukraine to call uncle, right? They're waiting for Ukraine to be completely depleted. It doesn't matter to the Russians what's on TikTok and what's on YouTube. They're winning the war on the ground. They've been winning it for a long time. They're winning it handily. They're winning it the way they want to win it. So I think that when we look at Wyatt's reporting, you see Russian advances all across the line, but that shows how weak Ukraine is at the moment. But notice that they're not going crazy. They're not pushing in massive salients. They're not exposing themselves at all. They're basically like marching forward where there's very little resistance and pushing and keeping the pressure up on the Ukrainians, forcing the Ukrainians to maneuver. The whole Kharkiv feint was an example of that. In Krinky, we saw them. They allowed the Ukrainians to come over the river and enter a kill box. That's going to be the story of this war until Ukraine capitulates. Russia will invite them into kill boxes. They're not going to expose themselves, and they don't care about the media war. The media war is already over. Like Ukraine got all its weapons, it got all its money. It now needs men and a miracle if they're going to survive. So yeah, I don't think the footage really matters. I think the propaganda war has given way to a material war.
To address the thing with the propaganda, that was just an add-on but Shadowy that I thought was good to just address while at it. But Euro pretty much answered my question there, because I had kind of pictured that these advances will be looking like visually a little bit similar to how they were in the early stages of the war with mass artillery. But as far as I understand it, we're talking about significantly more use of precision munitions. So there's going to be some
there has been a lot of videos of them showing like a bunker or trench line get hit by one shell since Kharkov.
So mass artillery barrages, is that something that you see still?
They do both, but I have seen ones where they specifically fired like one shell. Like the video was titled like "One Shell Takes Out a Bunker," and it was when they were hitting around Kharkov and stuff. So I haven't really noticed it, but yeah, they have highlighted it, but not like making a big deal.
Hey Toby, do you need a
Shadowy finger?
Yes, I wanted to add something. We have to be careful about the video because Russia is not going to show us a large artillery barrage and with a lot of shell who all miss the target. They are not going to show us that. They are going to show us just the one video where one shell hit one target very precisely. And maybe they have tens of hundreds of other videos where the shell missed the target. And they just show us the one what I hit. So we have to be careful every time about this kind of video.
No,
well, I recall that they had this. I recall several combat footages with the infantry fighting pretty close on. So I mean, it's not inconceivable to be seeing combat footages with different type of machinery compared to what they used to, or something like that. More use of drones, perhaps. That's the kind of like the things you might visually be confirmed in those footages.
You cannot use large artillery barrages anymore by Russians because the drones will fly in and destroy all of it. So you cannot have. So that's why you have a rare usage of TOS-1. Also, it reduced it. Now it's a Smerch, it's Tornado S, more like that. They use that high precision. It reduces the logistical pressure when you use more precise, right? And also less danger for supply of that logistics. If you use a lot of barrages, you use a lot of transportation to bring it forward. So it's going to be easily visible and destroyed.
So it's not only unnecessary; it's actually counterproductive because But I was thinking, as you were mentioning this with drones and precision weapons, because I believe it was some few open mics ago, someone mentioned that these precision weapons that the Ukraine has been using has been countered by Russian electronic systems or whatever. So they just drop limp somewhere, that they don't hit their target as precise. how is Ukraine's ability to kind of emulate that? Do they have anything like their air defense might, like, it's not sufficient enough, right? So they don't have yeah, Wyatt, you want to talk? So I guess maybe you just
Yeah, so I can share my point of view. So from my I nowadays I don't really like to watch a lot of these video footages because it's kind of pointless. But from my observation, the gut feeling is that the Russians' doctrine have changed. They no longer do these mass barrages. Partly also, I think, something to do with on the Ukrainian side. The Ukrainians are not massing this many troops. So there's no reason to waste so much ammo to kill a few soldiers, because nowadays the trenches are just defended by a few guys. So there is no point throwing a few hundred shells to kill like 5-6 guys. That's one thing. And another thing is the arrival of the FABs. These glide bombs are so accurate and so powerful, there is no need for artillery anymore. It seems like you can drop like 2 planes or maybe 1 plane dropping 4 to 8 bombs, and you don't even need the big one, the small ones, the 500s or 250s. You can hit the entire of the tree line and everything is gone. Then there's no point. Then they have the TOS also. And then if they really need very accurate fire, they have the guided the Krasner Pole, I believe. They have the guided artillery, which I think they have produced a lot more of these shells. I think in the early stage of the war, they don't have this much of these shells, these accurate guided shells. So I think they have a lot more now, and even further targets, they're gonna have Iskandars, and I'm not even talking about Lancers. So because of the proliferation of drones and surveillance means that there's no longer any more big armies or even no medium-sized a cluster of troops. It's always very spread out, very few troops. So as a result, everything is about accuracy right now. So I think the Russians have adjusted, but that doesn't mean that they do not have all this general artillery. I think they still have. We see footages of them showing off, but it seems like they no longer do that much of it. I don't even see the grads nowadays. Like very, very seldom. I think they still be used, but no, very seldom. I think they are used mostly more on like cities and villages, like they just want to cluster, to just create mayhems in the region. But yeah, I think the warfare, Russia is now progressing and changing the way they fight. I'm not sure who is next. Yvonne.
Hi.
Oh, sorry, it's Gabriel. Sorry, it's Gabriel. Gabriel.
Hey,
sorry.
Yeah, I was observing because one interesting development is that, I remember around the time of Bakhmut, they started using the FABs. And it's been growing, and they've been increasing their accuracy, because I see that there's like 2 different methods of approach to like the enemy lines, and one is the saturation fire, and the other one is the precision strike. Okay, and so like right now we're seeing a lot of precision strike, and I think it has to do with like the air artillery. It has to do with the air artillery, and that obviously replaces a lot of the bulk of the land artillery that's been used. So we don't see that much saturation of like, because but I do observe a lot of footage, because I think it's good for a man in fighting age to know how to like know how to deal with that situation, or how other people deal with that situation. So I try to watch it, not because of like the gore, but because I'm like worried that I might need to survive in that situation at some point. And so I observe it, and yeah, I've seen that trend, but they still use artillery, but it's not the bulk of their firepower. The bulk of their firepower is now air, and I think that has a lot to do with the demolition of the Ukrainian air defense system. So at first, it's not like they didn't have the FABs. They had them. Of course, they went improving as long as they've been using them, but they've been using it in the as the threat to their air force has been diminished. So yeah, Ukraine had a huge air defense system of the S-300s and the Buks and all the Soviet which was very developed, and it lasted for pretty long, and until like around the time of Bakhmut, there was, right before the counteroffensive, I remember there was this huge like S-300 genocide, and after that, the West has been patching Ukrainian air defense, but it's never gone back to its original capacity. And so now it's been degrading ever more, and as it degrades, they can use more firepower from the air, and of course that's a much easier way to transport it. But
especially frontline air defense. I think the frontline air defense.
Yeah. No, but the deep air defense, like what can target the planes, which is the long range air defense, which was the S-300. Massive tubes, you know, really long missiles. The Patriot has much shorter missiles, and the Buks and the NASAMS and all those are even shorter. I don't know what their what their range is, but I can see the length of the tube, and that tells me the length of the missile, sort of. Like there has to be a correlation there. So the thing is that the precision strikes, they're much more expensive. So sometimes it's much better to just saturate an area. But of course, what you say is true, that it's much easier to transport a few precise munitions than a bunch of. But it's like, for example, the drones are super bulky. They're very unpractical to transport in that sense. They're light, but they're super bulky. So like to transport 1,000 drones, you need much more space than to transport 1,000 shells. So that's another issue.
I think with the artillery, it's been, you know, like maybe they don't have a lot of, you know, they have plenty of tubes, but obviously it's risky to counter battery fire. So the easiest thing to do is you just move up the tosses in the garage, and they sat, you know, I think a lot of the videos have been of them bombing, you know, and saturating settlements and forestries and stuff. And then you use the smirches or whatever for your precision stuff, and then the fabs and stuff like that. So I don't really think it's affected their ability to project firepower onto a target. I just think they have so many options that they can just pick and choose what works for wherever they're at whatever time. I mean, if they need, you know, if it's too risky for tube artillery, then they could just move in vehicles that can move and shoot and scoot. So I don't, and plus with the degradation of the air defense, obviously the air power's got a bigger and bigger role. So I don't think, I think they have plenty of options on the table, and their firepower on a target hasn't changed.
But
it's not just that. It's not just that the Russians didn't have. It's not that Russians didn't have. You had Gabriel. It's not that Russians didn't have enough Krasnopols. It's that now they have much more of Orlans, Forlans, and those long cruising UAVs that fly on 3,000 meters, 500 to 3,000 meters, and we can see they fly even to Kiev. Right? They observe the calibers, hits, and all of it. So they fly. The Russian increased the number of those laser designators for Krasnopol, right? For other ammunition too, and a lot more Iskanders. They use a lot more Iskanders they ever did, because they go like 50 kilometers deep inside the enemy territory, so they can fly pretty far and have enough explosives. So this is what the Russians increased in numbers. It's Orlans, those long 12-hour cruising laser designators, the surveillance, ISR in totality. But also now they improve in communication of their front lines. Now we're hearing about the balloons for relay stations. That's what the Russians are using en masse. They just started. Wow. They didn't have good relays between the units. Like they didn't enjoy Starlink like Ukrainians did. Now they finally connecting the command and frontline units and observations, artillery targets. Everything is now being connected through these balloons that fly at 500 meters, that are stationed, powered, right? And they're talking about maybe soon with enough. I'll say that those balloons have capability of carrying the downward-looking radars, so they can observe UAVs and everything that's flying towards the frontline units. So they talking about that. They're like, you know, those balloons are tied to one spot, and also the power cord is going up there to supply enough power for the relaying the communications. So this is what's happening there. The Russians developed new communication capabilities, networking, which increases everything. And you know, this network-centric command and control. This is what they're developing. They say they did have a lot of this networking produced for the headquarters, but only for the top generals. But it wasn't connected to the frontline units, so they didn't have, you know, no connection, no communication, no quick communication to the artillery, to the, you know, on the front. It was only for generals. They had observation, you know, real-time observation capabilities, but it wasn't connected. You know, they never achieved it. Now they are achieving it. That's why we see more and more success, and even more and more will be in the future. Yes, Shadowy?
Will crumbling /
Yes,
collapse accelerate from now on?
Yes.
Yes. But I wanted to add something about the artillery situation. I think we are forgetting something. Soviet Union has a huge stock of very old style ammunition of every kind of type. And maybe this huge stockpile, they have fired most of the very old stuff, the things that were going to become useless in a few years. So they just fire them with basically no cost, since they were going to have to throw them away in a few years. So now they have, since they want to make a huge artillery barrage, they have to send stuff that could stay in the stockpile for at least 10 or 20 years. So they just don't want to do it. Maybe they just use all the very old stuff.
No, that's not actually right, because like the main cost of firing old ammunition is you wear out your barrels for not much point. The Krasnopol rounds have been produced under license in China and North Korea now for over 30 years. They're not a new technology. So I think that Russia is very much moving towards modern guided artillery. And, you know, the super chat there asking, you know, are we going to see a crumbling and a collapse? I disagree. I don't think we are. Not if we're talking militarily. We're not going to see the Ukrainians militarily crumble, right? I would say that we'll see a political collapse, and I think that is inevitable, and that's what the Russians are seeking. The Russians know that the only outcome that suits them is a political capitulation. Their main thing is Ukraine can't exist inside NATO. Well, that's a political decision. That's not a military one. Russia is obviously not out to go and occupy a huge amount of territory and take all of the administration costs of that territory off the West, right? They're quite happy. They're choking Ukraine out. Ukraine is now a massive financial liability to the West. And look at it from Russia's point of view. Russia has got to contend with the possibility of engaging in a hot war with NATO, not just on that front, but also in the Middle East, if it wants to support client regimes there, also in support of China, if something kicks off in Southeast Asia. Russia's point of view is they are going to want to build their capacity and improve their military capability over time, because, you know, they were coming out of a period of dilapidation. And so they're going to scale things down to the bare minimum so that they can improve their capability, so that they can keep their economy functioning. And as long as they've choked the life out of Ukraine economically, right, it's game over, right? That's mission accomplished. Russia can sit on the current front lines more or less, right, and just choke Ukraine out economically indefinitely, right? And this is why I don't think Trump's he's going to be able to get a peace. I don't think that's realistic. A peace does not suit Russia, right? What suits Russia is Ukraine being an absolute financial basket case and a liability on the West. What suits Russia is a moderately static, low-level front line where they're not taking huge skilled personnel losses, and while they're getting constant experience for their new soldiers, while they're building up all of their command and control structures that Euro was talking about, that's what suits Russia. And also building up their trade relationships in the BRICS and helping out their allies in the Middle East, assisting Iran, building relationships with India and China. I don't see a complete collapse on the front line militarily. That doesn't suit Russia at the moment. What are they going to do? Are they going to march forward and occupy a huge amount of burnt out territory and then have to pay to maintain that? How does that help Russia? If anything, that invites NATO into the war, right? And so then Russia have got to contend with, the Polish military and, the awesome power of the French military and so on, right? No, I don't think. I think what Russia is seeking for is a political collapse, and they're just going to sit where they are. They are in a very, very good position given their circumstances. If they were America, okay, it might be different. It might be politically expedient and economically viable to just take it over, do shock and awe, and go in and do an Iraq, right? But that's not Russia's position. Russia has got to play a pretty careful game. They're up against NATO here.
Like us.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
pretty
I agree with you,
anticlimactic.
Toby, about something. It's your turn, sorry.
Pretty anticlimactic, but sounds pretty sound.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. I agree with you, Toby. I think it's very important for the Russian military to maintain Ukrainian front line. They don't want to have 500,000 Ukrainian soldiers with their weapon running away and basically hiding in forest, in basement, everywhere in the country. They want them on the front line because it's way more easier for them to kill them. They don't want to break the front line. What they want to do is to create kill zone. Basically, you create a pocket, but not a closed pocket, an open pocket. So the Ukrainians could try to move. Or when they move, you could kill them. It's more easier this way. And we have seen that everywhere in the front line. So I think it's really important to understand the front line is very important for Russia to allow them to destroy more and more of the Ukrainian war potential. I think it was the idea of Dan when he said that the asymmetric warfare would be a disaster for the Russian army. But the front line we have today, the situation, is really good for them because they are able to kill a lot of Ukrainian soldiers with minimal casualties on their own side. But if you have asymmetric warfare, everything changes. And it's going to be way, way harder to obtain this result. Next one. No, next one. Okay.
Yeah, so I think we Bradley, you want to go? I saw you want to say something.
You're on mute, Bradley.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, I thought we were approaching closing. That's why.
Yeah, I just realized we still got one big issue that happened over the past few days. Israel just strike back on the Houthis. The empire strike back, and they basically bombed the port and burned one hell of a load of oil and petrol. Yeah, I wonder if the Houthis ever expected the Israel to hit back. Like,
yeah, sure.
Like they probably expected the Israeli to hit back immediately, but the Israeli never did it. So, like, after months, maybe it comes as a shock that the Israeli actually finally hits back, and it's like, oh fuck, this is reality. I don't know. I got that.
Wasn't that in response to a drone strike in Tel Aviv? The Houthis had not attacked in that. They had only managed to barely reach Eilat or something like that. And so the Israelis are just like, yeah, whatever. But then when they hit in Tel Aviv, that's when, because I saw some headlines where Netanyahu said like, oh, the Houthis will be getting their whatever for this. And so I guess this is the the sequence of that one. Yeah.
So
sorry.
The Houthis have been at it pretty hard. have been hammered super hard in the past years. It's like one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world until Gaza. So yeah, I think they're totally expecting that, and they have very few liabilities because they're already a wrecked country. They don't have that much to lose. I guess that's their attitude, because it's pretty reckless what they're doing, but they've been hammered super hard. Like, it's not like they've been chill and they never expect someone is going to attack them. They've been attacking them for years.
That's the point. That's the point I want to make, because there is still targets for Israel to hit, which means that the previous enemies has been pretty nice. They never hit civilian infrastructures. So even the Europeans and the Americans, when they sent in the Air Force to strike on the Houthis, they don't hit civilians targets per se. They go for the perceived military targets. Then of course it did nothing. So as we have already known. So I thought that is interesting, and I thought that Israel is a very different kind of country, that they will go tick for tack. Like, okay, you want to shell me, I'm gonna shell you back, and then see who lasts longer. I think they kind of
I got the impression that was it, that because the Houthis haven't really, they've been attacking mostly ships, right? They haven't really been trying too much on Israel, and it's usually been very little. And this is also like when you see the Israeli response to this one on the harbor, it's kind of reminiscent of Israel's response to Hezbollah, right? Because the attack, as far as I understood it from the Houthis, was very, very tiny. It was like just 1 or 2 drones maybe, or something like that. And so similar to like how Hezbollah in the early stages of the operation in Gaza, they fired like 1 drone on an abandoned outpost and 1 missile into the field, kind of just to send a symbolic message. To which the Israelis, they responded with, no, you're going to stay the F out, and then they hammered back quite disproportionately. So this will be the same, like 1 little drone hitting in Tel Aviv, well, now, okay, we'll destroy your port. Seems to be kind of like consistent to how Israel tends to be operating in that area. So, for lack of any better information, yeah, this sounds consistent.
Yeah. Escalatory dominance. John Mearsheimer calls it escalatory dominance.
Yeah, you just use a bunch of firepower against whatever they do against you. It's pretty logical. But I'd say that Israel is pretty much it's in a much more precarious position than Yemen, because, as I said before, Yemen have very little to lose. Yeah, they might have been dealing with a much less aggressive. But I think it's intentional, because Yemen is like one of the furthest apart proxies from Israel. So like if it's harder for Israel to target Yemen than Lebanon. So that's why Yemen does that instead of Lebanon. So it's like coordinated. And I think Israel is in a much more precarious situation, because they have a comfortable population, and it's a floating population. And so what can wreck Israel more than anything isn't a bomb. It's just scaring all those colonizers, because yeah, you have a very hardcore Orthodox population, and they're probably born there or whatever. But a big percentage of the population is they have dual citizenship, and most of the most educated and like the high value, the brain drain is the greatest danger for Israel, and they all can leave, and yeah, like the airports are probably pretty busy in Israel right now after they strike back at Yemen, and Yemen like vows retaliation. So sure, Israel can bomb Yemen, but the Yemenis don't have anywhere else to go. So it's not like they're gonna kick them out of Yemen.
Yeah, if I can talk briefly about this, that attack was clearly a provocation against Israel. So you've got to wonder, like, what was the thinking behind the provocation? And it does make sense. If Israel can be provoked into even harsher responses, this is going to galvanize the Muslim world. And that's a big problem for Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia is walking a tightrope. They're the ally of the West, but they have a Muslim population. And quite a significant portion of Saudi Arabia's population is actually like ethnically Yemenis. The House of Saud went and took all the southwest corner of Saudi Arabia used to be the same people as the Yemenis before the Sauds took it over, not that long ago, right? So there's an awful lot of sympathy for the Yemenis' position in the Muslim world and inside Saudi Arabia. Now, so I think that the Israelis are being baited here right? And that it suits the anti-Western part of the Muslim world, particularly Iran, to generate antipathy on the street between the Muslim world and the Israelis. So the Israelis have to be careful, because it's not just a question of them becoming overextended with a lack of manpower and a lack of reach. You know, they don't want to fuel the destabilization of Saudi Arabia as a key ally of the West. I want to bring up something here that's pertinent to this. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen what's happened in Bangladesh, but there's massive riots. There's almost like an orange revolution happening in Bangladesh. And this ties in with Saudi Arabia and the Muslim world, because Bangladesh is actually a Muslim country. Now it's literally surrounded by India, right? But it used to be part of Pakistan, weirdly enough. Bangladesh is a very weird place. But Bangladesh, up until like 1960s, was actually part of Pakistan. They were both like Muslim parts of that world, and Pakistan ruled it. And then the Bangladeshis had a war of independence. So this was Muslim on Muslim violence. But the independence fighters were basically wanting to make peace with India and get rid of Pakistani influence. Well, what was Pakistani influence? Well, that's the jihad factory, right? That's Saudi influence, right? And largely Western influence. So when you dig a bit deeper into the current Bangladeshi conflict, what you find is it's a reignition of that old conflict. It's all about the privileges of the freedom fighters. So I can see Saudi influence there and Western influence in that conflict. It's a bit, in some ways, it's a bit like a punishment to India for not going along with sanctions, right? It's like, okay, we're going to flare up a conflict, basically a frozen conflict in your neck of the woods. So I think that, the Middle East and South Asia are a huge smoldering potential war zone, and the allegiance of Muslims is critical. And countries like Pakistan and Saudi Arabia that are basically Western allies, but economically they're attracted by the Brits, and culturally and politically, their alliance with the West is extremely unpopular on the street. I can see this being like a vector for serious conflict. I would not be surprised if Yemen and Saudi Arabia become the flashpoint in what is emerging to be a world war. And it will be this division in the Muslim world. And so conflict with Israel fuels this. It fuels the anti-Western sentiment in the Muslim world, and it really harms the Muslims that want to be allied with the West.
If I can chime in on a little part of what you said about Saudi Arabia, because I do agree, yes, they're definitely walking a tightrope. I'm not so sure about the last part. I kind of get the emanation of division from several fronts, and the old things, of course, with the Sunni Shia is ever prevailing. It hasn't actually altered at all with the conflict in Gaza. But with the Saudis, that's an interesting thing, because they have done some quite interesting turnarounds. Like we saw this thing about now women are allowed to drive and whatever, stuff like that. But then it is something that I think is very profound and significant, and that is an alteration of their media sphere. They do not operate with freedom of speech or anything like that. And here they had basically removed repercussions for, if you happen to be one who supports Israel, then you are permitted to do so. The Palestinian flag was, if you try to wave it around the Kaaba, which is one of the holy sites in the Mecca, then you will be just promptly arrested. There will be, most notably, I think it was the latest one, was where they altered the textbook in the school. In the schools, generally speaking, where Palestine was removed. Now, I'm not sure if that one was implemented. I'm not sure how actual that one is, or if it's just someone who, are anti-Saudi and they picked on that one and harped on it really strong. But to your point where you said like they're walking a tightrope, like Israel cannot be affording to get Saudi Arabia to destabilize, because Saudi Arabia is, like you said, they're paradoxically trying to combat jihadis while they're spreading it everywhere, including in Europe, of course, as well. So it's like the Saudis are a peculiar asset to the I'm not sure if I would call them West. I kind of get the impression they're their own thing, but Shadawi, you have held your finger for quite a while. Sorry.
Yes, I think that what Israel when Israel decided to make this strike, it was a mistake, because basically they opened the strike against their own country, in the civilian infrastructure, on civilian infrastructure, because now the Houthi could basically strike whatever industries they want in Israel, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of them are not as well protected as the military target. So it would be easier for them to strike back to the civilian infrastructure. For instance, I'm pretty sure that a lot of oil or even power plants are not protected. So if you destroy the 1 or 2 power plants in Israel, I don't speak about nuclear power plant, okay? Just a normal power plant. You could cause a lot of damage and things like that. When you begin to strike civilian infrastructures, you open the doors. And I think it was a mistake for Israel to open these doors. And about the Saudi Arabia and the Houthi relationship, yes, they were at wars for a long period of time. But I think since both of the population hate Israel, they could find some kind of neutrality relationship with this common hate of Israel. Basically, Saudi Arabia could say to the Houthis, politically we cannot strike against Israel because politically it's not our things. But if you want to do it, yes, we are going to let you alone. We are not going to attack you if you continue to do this thing with Israel. They could do something like that. Basically, to very silently support them. Yes, copy?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought there were others speaking.
No.
I was a little bit more on the Saudi thing because here this would be awesome if we had some Muslims on. But I've kind of gotten the impression that with Saudi Arabia being situated with the Mecca and Kaaba and all that kind of stuff, it's kind of positioned itself as sort of like the representative of the Muslim world, and it has indeed had quite a lot of like laws that were kind of to reflect that. But then they have been changing these laws gradually, and they have always been, as far as I can recall, I've never heard them being considered generally legitimate in their positioning. Most Muslims, like even Sunni Muslims, generally speaking, will be kind of viewing the Sauds as like kind of illegitimate as being there. And and of course the same certainly applies for the Shia, but then that's much more profound. Now, as far as I can, like, because then why would you then be making these moves that are basically tilting towards the West? That's basically what I observed that the Saudi Arabia is to a large extent doing. And I don't think it is that they're tilting to the West, because we're seeing on the BRICS as well that they're also going to the East, right? They're basically just trying to adapt their foreign policy with their own predicament. And they have always been considered illegitimate. So I think they're just gotten to the point where they're like, you know what, we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. So we might as well just situate ourselves here. We'll tilt over here so we can keep the Western powers in our side, especially when it comes to the defense industry. And then we can still do our business as we like to with the BRICS nations. And then, you know, everything in between with the Houthis, you know, that's a broad thing. Yes, Toby.
Well, the thing is, the Saudi regime is extremely fragile. They are a minority in their own country. They don't have the manpower that is reflected by the population of Sword, which I think is like 50 to 60 million. But the actual, you know, the Sword tribe of Ibn bin Sword, they're a minority in that country. They're extremely unpopular. Regime change in Saudi Arabia is on the cards if there is sufficient political will amongst the Muslims on the street. So the Saudi regime has to walk a tightrope between facing revolution from its own people and literally all of its neighbors and the support it has from the West. And so the West has to play a careful game there too. The West want to use Saudi Arabia as a vector into the Muslim world, but if they overplay that, then they could lose the whole thing. And the West losing Saudi Arabia is a strategic disaster to make Ukraine look like a cakewalk.
It's like and
I think that, yeah, and I think that's what's on the cards as well, because you know, if the BRICS can get Saudi Arabia not just as an ally, but actually to get the West out of Saudi Arabia, if the BRICS can get regime change in Saudi Arabia and end the reign of the swords and put in you know, different factions of Muslims, such as the folks from the east and the south, or the west and the south,
then that is an economic catastrophe for the West.
Can
And
I
a
address
strategic
exactly that
catastrophe.
point? Can I address exactly that point? Because I also wanted to ask about regarding the replacement. As far as I've understood it, it would be the House of Wahhab, who are very into Wahhabism, and they would be generally. I'm not sure if they are how powerful they are compared to the Saudis in terms of numbers and whatever influence, but as far as I understand it, like you say, who are you going to have conduct a regime change in Saudi Arabia without it being the Sauds? It strikes me like if you either have the Sauds or you're going to have some of those who are more theocratically inclined. That's it seems to me that is the alternative. And also, like, therein is the greatest internal threat for the Saudis is the House of Wahhab. I'm not sure how familiar you are with that. I just recently heard about it, so that's why I wanted to ask.
Well,
I want to add something about Saudi Arabia, excuse me. But you have to understand one thing about Saudi Arabia. The Sunni population is 40%. The Shia population is 60%. If you have a regime change that could become a revolution, basically you could give Saudi Arabia to Iran. You have to be very careful about the situation in Saudi Arabia. Don't forget that. 60% Shia population.
It's not just that. It's also Mecca and Medina, which are the center of the Muslim world. Well, they were part of the Kingdom of Hijaz. Now, they were conquered by force quite brutally by the swords, right? So, and it's that's in the west, and also in the southwest when you had the Yemeni Shia that were conquered. So it's not just 60% like Shadowy says, but it's actually the folks that are in the heartland of the Muslim world. So Saudi Arabia is in a precarious situation in the Muslim world. You've also got, like, Turkey is no friend of the Wahhabis. You know, Turkey has been pushing Sufi Islam.
The Muslim Brotherhood.
Yeah, so like if the BRICS caught Turkey as well, like if Saudi Arabia switches away from Wahhabism, right, and if the Kingdom of Hijaz rises and takes over the Saudi Peninsula, Turkey will almost certainly ally with them and then probably break away from NATO and join the BRICS. And that compounds the strategic catastrophe in that part of the world. And it is a unbelievable disaster for Israel. So that's why I think, like, you know, all eyes on Saudi Arabia at the moment. It's a big deal.
So I don't think that you even have to have regime change. I don't know why we're talking about regime change, because MBS by himself just is doing a pivot. You know, you could kind of see how he was not popular in the West, right? They went after him when he had what's his face killed Khashoggi, right? Which later on it turns out he was a CIA asset. So they don't like MBS, and I think that MBS is eyeing a future where they don't have to be America's bitch, right? Where they can have leverage over the U.S., kind of like with OPEC, right? Where, like, hey, you know what, the Organization of Petroleum, states are going to decide on who is going to be exporting how much of what, and the United States we can also take our oil and put it on the market, but we don't have the combined ability to do that. So I think Saudi Arabia is trying to get out from under that, and you don't even have to have, in part, possibly even because they want to avoid regime change. Because, I mean, the country is called Arabia. Saud is the last name of the house, right? Saudi Arabia, it's like calling America, Obama America or Trump America or something. So I think they understand,
America.
Yeah, something like that, exactly. So I think they understand how precarious their position is, and I think that you can see in MBS a guy that is trying to go into a different direction. So no regime change necessary.
I think it could be one of the issues where the World Security Council of NATO, of United Nations, is going to agree. They have to protect the Saudi regime, basically. And you could have a strange coalition with everybody trying to protect the Saudi family.
Easier said than done.
Just a small comment on that. Did you guys realize that it was just a... Oh, sorry, Commander. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, I'll finish real quick. No, that there was this... I saw news on Fox Fox News, and it was talking. It was a jab at the Saudis. It was a pretty heavy jab because it was like family members of victims of 9/11, like calling out for an investigation on a video that had come up of like Saudi Arabians involved in the 9/11. So just
I forgot about that.
comment there. There was a pretty heavy jab done at Saudis. Just a few, I don't know if it was yesterday or today, but it was really
Recently.
soon. It was really
Yeah,
recent,
but that's been around for years. You know, it's just a political jab they pulled out for an election year. You know, because they're trying to deflect away from everything else. So now, I mean, 6 months ago the Saudis were our best friends. Now this week they're ties. You know, all of a sudden the media cares about the ties to 9/11 and the families. I mean, it's just that's all it is. It's just bullshit. It's just a little sideshow distraction. I wouldn't, if I was the Saudis, I wouldn't take it seriously at all. It's like just flailing your hands with some garbage. I mean, everybody's heard about it for years.
Yeah, every now and then they throw a jab.
No, sorry.
A jab at them. Every now and then they throw a jab at them, and I guess it's kind of like, yeah, as you say, to distract the population and so, but also it's like to keep them in line. And Saudi has been stepping out of line pretty severely recently.
It's time to slap them, to wake their idea up. Use the US dollars. No, you forgot you are a small tribe. You think your line, your fake, Great War of Saudi Arabia will save you.
Yeah. Where did they get all
and
their
they were installed there by the West.
Yeah, they're supported by the West. They get their military equipment by the West, right? They're everybody knows. Like there was that story I remember a couple of years back where some Saudi Arabian prince somewhere got busted sexually assaulting like a maid in the Beverly Hills in like some house that he was renting for like $1 million a month. And when that happened, the freaking Secret Service showed up and got him out of there.
Yes, it's usual stuff in Paris.
Yeah, we have a special relationship with those guys. Those guys get away with a lot of do whatever the fuck they want. There was like even some videos of like some dude from the House of Saud racing a Lamborghini at like 200 miles an hour somewhere, and also didn't get in trouble. They get, they can come here to America and it's like Disneyland. But I think that MBS is eyeing a new future. MBS sees that he wants to do something else with this country. He wants to.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about it. When Trump gets in, they're going to shake hands and hug.
Yeah. The thing is, if the Saudi regime is in serious trouble, we'll know, right? Because there'll be a war with Iran. Because that will be how Saudi Arabia is secured, right? So the media narrative is going to be that Iran is going to nuke Israel and that we have to go to war with Iran. But the real objective will be to secure the South Pars Dome and the oil resources and to secure the Saudi regime. So if Saudi does try and escape the Western alliance and join BRICS, absolutely the Marines are going to arrive to reestablish Western control over Saudi Arabia. And the way that
to bring democracy to Saudi Arabia, you are missing.
Democracy, warm puppies, all that good stuff.
Yeah,
but Iran will be. It won't be that.
Saudi will have
to save Saudi Arabia. Will be going in to protect the world from Iran because they're a threat to democracy.
Yeah. In a few years' time, Saudi Arabia will be identified to be the country, hiding weapons of mass destruction, and then United States have to go in for the sake of the world. Yeah, and Trump will become the Antichrist
for democracy and for freedom.
You think Saudi Arabia is going to invade Qatar, the small country with a lot of oil?
No.
Yeah,
they can't.
Yeah.
And so they have to save Qatar to invade.
Yeah, we have a third Gulf War.
Saudi Arabia.
It's funny. That they've been destroying Yemen for over a decade. That
but who cares? They don't have.
Or that they behead people for witchcraft. Or stone people to death for all kinds of crazy stuff like that. And we didn't really notice that until, holy crap, recently. It turns out that some of the hijackers were Saudi.
Yeah.
Okay.
But can't be helped.
Yemen. The thing is, once again,
yes, man.
With what shells? and also like tying back to the original line thread, the like yeah, that there you see why Israel is so important, because they really need that to control the area.
Smoke.
But
They need that wheel.
but the thing is, that the Israelis are like really emigrating from Israel. So that's like the worst blow that they can suffer. They're gonna have to close the borders and like Ukraine, keep them all in. But I'm not sure how is that gonna work. Like, not only they're like in the crosshairs of, but imagine if they start like forbidding Jews from leaving the land. That would be
dual citizens like
very bad PR.
Yeah, dual
Like
citizens.
Netanyahu isn't allowing Jews to leave Israel under war. Like imagine the PR of that.
I don't think any of us here cares, because none of us.
But on top of that, like the USA itself has suffered a coup d'état right now. They're like currently suffering a coup d'état. They've forced Biden to resign, which is the standing president, and he can't go for the re-election, which puts into question his actual leadership. Like, how can he be president if he can't run for president? So, like, USA is right now is officially leaderless. It doesn't have executive power. So, what's going to happen with that in this interim of like vacancy of power in the US is going to be really interesting, because like all the allies are going to start to freak out, and all the enemies are going to embolden suddenly.
I think Vaughan's boy Mitch McConnell has got it covered. Mitch has got everything under control.
Come
We're
on,
doing closing
the
soon?
real president. The real president is Joe Biden, right? Joe Biden decided not to run. It's not Joe Biden.
Sullivan.
Yes,
Sullivan is the real president.
It's
Kamala
the
thing that,
and the
who
chief of
is it?
staff. What's his face?
Who is it? Who's
He's
leading the US right now?
That's what I'm saying. Sullivan and
Kamala
Biden's
Harris.
chief of staff. No way. Kamala Harris couldn't lead her way out of a wet paper bag.
That's who they're going with. That's going to be the nominee, right? Kamala
Yeah,
is
but
going to
think
be
about it, guys.
They're talking Hillary.
Think about this, guys. Like, who has the support of the US population to take any executive decision?
Who cares about the population?
No.
Well, the population does. I mean,
the real situation right now with
Please,
so United States. So like you drive a car, and then you just let go of the wheel, you close your eyes, and you just step on the accelerator, and that's what United States looks like right now.
Jesus
So they
takes
just
the wheel.
they crash into things, to people, and then but it's still going. They haven't hit a wall yet. So that's what United States looks like now. So that's why it's so messy and don't make sense. Yeah, because that's what's happening. Right. Okay, so I want to go into closing because it's a Monday already for me. So let's do closing. We start off with Coping, since it's beside me.
Yes, thank you all, and thank you, Wyatt, for another very good open mic. It was interesting to observe how I had just a couple of tangential questions, which just to kind of diversify the open mic a little bit, and I never got to them because we seem to be touching on several things. Some things we have touched on before, but the refreshment was nice. I also particularly liked that we ended up here in Saudi Arabia, because one of the things I did want to touch upon was actually a lot of things going on in the UK. And the 27th, I think it was, of July, there's going to be this very big march involving this dude called Tommy Robinson. And from the little I managed to gather of information and impressions, I suspect that in the wake of the Leeds riots and stuff like that, this is probably going to be somewhat relevant for us as it comes to not only disturbances and stuff in the UK. I mean, there were also concomitant legislations in Germany, for example, which I also found interesting because it pertained to Muslim immigration, but they used the recognition of Israel as a filter, which I thought was an interesting application, because you can just have them denounce what Muhammad did to Aisha or something, and that's it. You blaspheme and you can enter. If not, you don't have any special rights. You're not a citizen. Rejected, plain and simple.
But so there are certainly some things there I think we're probably going to be touching on. Hey, Imhotep,
Look what
JL.
it is.
So yeah, okay. So the open mic was great. I think it's awesome that we that Wyatt is enabling us to have this, and you know, it helps, of course, to press the like button and subscribe and all those other things. But you know, and those people in the audience, you should really be giving Wyatt some money. It's always a good thing to do. You know, it is the right thing to do. It will give you a warm, fuzzy feeling in your heart. But I also have a slight imploration for my fellow speakers, because DPA Open Mic is kind of stuck in an algorithmic trap. It's not a very easy thing to sell, especially these damn long open mics. Right? They're over 6 hours. Who can share something like that? Now you can have clips, but this is also taxing. You are speakers of the open mic. I'm just going to call you now preachers of the open mic. You've seen the light. You've seen the core value of open live discussions. And what you are going to do, what you are tasked with here, for the sake of your own amusement, and I can assure you it's actually quite fun, is to find a YouTuber you like. Does not have to do anything with geopolitics, utterly irrelevant. What matters is that it is a YouTuber you like, who also converses with the audience through live streams and whatever. Maybe they're answering to chats and stuff like that. And what you're going to do is try to convince them to not only have people in the audience on, but have several people on. So the audience can participate just like they do here on the open mic. I have managed to make kind of been encouraging and being part of that with one other YouTuber, completely unrelated. But therein you will see a part of that audience who also follows the YouTuber you like is also likely to be kind of interested in geopolitics. There's some of them who's going to be that, and they can easily be referenced to DPA. Because in the process of you trying to convince this YouTuber, you can name drop the DPA Open Mic several times and use it as an example. Hey, you don't have to do it like this, but this is the general idea. You have your people on, you converse with them, and they converse with each other, and here you can unlock quite a lot of untapped potential. Yeah, once they have adopted that value, you see the people in their audience, they're going to be more open for what Wired has astutely called an acquired taste. You know, when people just see some random people like us here on the open mic, why would they listen? But if they've already gotten accustomed to this by watching their YouTuber converse with their audience in a very similar manner, and they happen to be also interested in geopolitics, where is the best place to go? It is here, of course. So, you know, just do it for the fun of it. You know, just one of your YouTubers can make a pretty big difference here for this open mic channel. So, yeah. That's pretty much yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Like and subscribe and all that stuff. Thank you for having me on, Wyatt.
Thanks you,
Like
Kobe.
always, coping. Yeah, thanks.
Gabriel, closing.
Yeah, well, great discussion, very florid range of topics. And you're totally right, Kobe. I agree with you. What does Commander think about sharing his format with other people? Are you gonna copyright it so that they have to pay you royalties? Oh, okay. So then we have permission to do that. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Also the clips and you can also, like, I guess we can also sort of share with our acquaintances, because since we're appearing here, it's like, hey, why don't you see me on the tele? Maybe. But yeah, like a great discussion, and well, brace yourselves, have a good one, hug your loved ones, and call your representatives to effect some political influence on the madness that's currently in your nation, and hopefully somebody takes the wheel before it crashes, because it's not only about you guys, Northerner brothers. You're a very important player. You're a keystone of the global stability, and it would be pretty horrendous. I mean, I'm here for the ride, so it's not like I'm particularly concerned about the collapse of civilization, but like thinking about the good of humanity, I hope somebody takes the wheel, because it's going to be a rough ride if you don't. So, and well, thanks for coming. Give Wyatt money, and hope to be here again soon.
Thank you, Gabriel. Shadow V.
Yes, I wanted to say that I really hope the situation in USA is going to stabilize and at least to become more quiet, because honestly, in these last days, it was really scary. And I hope there is not going to be anything more worse than what's happening now. But there is another point about the situation in USA. I don't think for the foreign relation of USA, nothing is going to change with the Trump administration. USA are going to continue to increase the tension with China. They are going to continue to support Ukraine, whatever Trump could try to stop these things. And they are going to continue to support Israel. And they are going to continue to mess with a lot of countries in the world. I don't think Trump is going to be able to change anything. So we'll see. Next one.
All right.
Thank you.
So I think there was a question that Gabriel asked about combat footage, and I didn't get a chance to answer, so I figured I'd put it in as part of my closing. I think that we've seen how the war has evolved from both sides. You throw away what doesn't work, like the Bayraktars or massive armored assaults, GPS-guided weaponry, etc., and you keep what does work. We live in an unprecedented time in the history of warfare. The battlefield has never been this transparent, and real combat footage has never been so easy to share. We can see how different assumptions that went into the way the West planned to fight the next big war versus how the Russians did are playing out. It turns out that it's a good idea to save your old tanks and not let them rust in a forest somewhere. It turns out that hypersonic weapons are in fact useful and powerful. It turns out that all those decades of developing drones didn't help us provide the best proxy of all time that we've ever had, Ukraine, the equivalent of the Lancet. It turns out that the era of industrial warfare isn't over, and the era of mass casualties isn't over either. The era of the tank and artillery isn't over. So this is one of the reasons why I think that many geopolitics nerds follow the Ukraine war with greater interests than other conflicts. Like always, thanks to our excellent panelists, especially our tired commander, our tireless commander. I'm sure he's tired though. Our excellent audience, right? Especially super chatters. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and come back next week for more awesome conversations like this. Goodbye.
Thank you, Bradley. Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, I just want to say it was a good panel, and it was good topics. It flowed good. I liked it. We got to go over a lot of different stuff. And like, subscribe, and share. I think in Ukraine, between Kupiansk and probably at this point Volodar, you could expect to see more and more changes and more openings. I think around like Pavlovsk, New York, Kupiansk, and Seversk, those are the areas that are probably most likely to have something bigger happen, or just more territory taken. I kind of think once that happens, or once they push so far and maybe meet resistance in one of those areas, or that particular battle or movement has kind of stagnated, I kind of think we're at the point now where the Russians at some point will launch a fake offensive around Sumy or Chernihiv, if not both. They'll probably, they use 4 or 5 at Kharkov. It wouldn't be anything to use 6 to 8 to sell it. It's not like they don't have the artillery and aviation to support it, to make it look like it's a real deal. They have ISR. They could pick out a spot. All they've got to do is bump across the border a kilometer or two, set up in a settlement, and the Ukrainians are going to come. Plus, it'll pull guys off from all those other places, and then you can see how it's just going to, open up more spaces somewhere else. And the Russians can sit there and let them come and hit them, and then they can drop back. I mean, that's the thing. But I think that's the most likely next spot to them to, do a feint. But I think it just depends on what shakes out around like Bakhmut, Seversk, and Kupiansk, and then down around Avdiivka and Pavlovsk. But I think if one of those places goes down or comes under, like let's say siege in some way, like more than just artillery, or maybe because I think one of those they're only like 3 kilometers away and 8 kilometers away. I mean, 1 or 2 bad days, and all of a sudden they might be yanking guys like crazy from Kharkov to go down that way. And the thing is, all those guys are going to get hit. So I think the next, this is the time where it's really going to start heating up, and that's where you just need to really watch. I think that's going to be the key area where the Russians are going to make the most gains and the Ukrainians are going to get hurt the most. Like I said, subscribe, and share. And thanks for White for providing this.
Thank you, Vaughn. Toby.
Yeah, thanks, Wyatt. I don't know. Everybody knows I'm in favor of the irradiated wasteland. I think that's our future, and we should make the best of it. And I think that the open mic is all about nobody's talking, like ordinary people, and that's what the irradiated wasteland is going to be like too. It's going to be on self-sufficiency, and it's going to be the rule of the nobodies. But on what Vaughn was saying, I think that Europe has lost heart, right? I think there's very little belief that Ukraine has got a happy future, or that there's any great success. And I think that that's the biggest factor. I'm curious to know what Trump is going to propose. He's very big on the idea of creating a peace, but I don't know what that's going to look like. I am curious. That's assuming he wins. But with Viktor Orban wandering around, it's really only the UK that's pushing the Ukraine war in Europe at the moment. I don't see anything else. You've got Jenny Stoltenberg, he's leaving, and they've got Mark Rutte coming in, but I don't think that's going to do very much. So I kind of think the Ukraine war is already over. I don't think it's going to escalate much. I think we're just in a long, slow grind there. As I said, I'm more trepidatious about what's going on in the Middle East. I think the Middle East has got way more potential to create a conflagration that drags the whole world into it, just because there's so much more at stake there. And I think that Russia has probably got half an eye on that as well. But anyway, thanks very much, Wyatt, for the open mic. It's always interesting to hear the folks talk. What I like about it most is there's people from all over the world here, which I think is really refreshing, because you tend to get pigeonholed on YouTube. You get algorithms from just the one point of view. That's the great advantage of the open mic for me, is that we get people from all over. But anyway, thanks very much, and see you next time.
Thank you, Toby. So thank you, everyone. See you guys next week, and see you guys in the lounge.
See you.
Bye. Bye. And it's my turn to do the closing. So it's my turn. So thank you, everyone, for watching for the DPA Open Mic episode 88, where right at the beginning, halfway through while we are talking, suddenly Biden decided to announce that he's not going to go for re-election. And yeah, that basically hijacked a huge chunk of the open mic conversation, and then caused us to really, go into some very interesting, places. Yeah, and then so this and a very good discussion so far, and thank you everyone for watching and participating in the conversations, and some interesting poll results. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch the next week what's going to happen. Very, very complicated week for the US politics, but I know most of you guys may not be interested, because the Americans contributes maybe at most 30% of the viewership. So, and for across DPA, so the rest of the world isn't that much into US politics. But I do think that it is important to follow US politics, because United States is still the most influential and most powerful country in the world. Whatever happens in their politics affects the whole world. Just look at the Biden. Because of Biden, hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of people died. So yeah, that's the reality. So if you don't follow US politics, then you don't understand why shit happens. So to understand why shit happens, you understand that the shit the shit actually isn't holding the steering wheel, and United States is just swerving everywhere and then killing everyone along the way. So yeah. So thank you for watching. Originally I wanted to do the open mic yesterday, but I didn't manage to do because I wasn't feeling very well. I tried to sleep, take a nap, but I was like still super tired, and in fact I didn't manage to sleep much. I was just laying in bed and doing nothing, just come fall asleep. But I was very tired, so end up I do the frontline changes report and posted early. Yeah, and then finally I get to sleep, later in the afternoon. So able to do it today. So yeah, but it's Monday, so it's always a bad time to do on Sunday. So now you see the sun is out. It's Monday for me, so I'm not sure how it's going to mess up my schedules. Last Monday was horrible. So anyway, thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe, and I hope you guys like the new opening. But you would, yeah. Well, whatever. Okay, bye.
Join the discussion, share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. We are live. We are live. Every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand. Share the line in the arena of thoughts we find. A world where every voice is signed, invading the future unconfined. Opinions like colors vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring mic, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, unstoppers, share the line in the arena of thoughts we find. A world where every voice is signed, invading the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table